everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Another Gaming Podcast. We are up to episode 18, and I am one of your hosts, Dustin Kreis, and joining me is one of the other hosts, Steven the Laggy Gamer.
What's going on, everybody? We have Dustin doing the intro because I'm so bad at doing it now, but thanks for bringing us in, Dustin.
Yeah, no problem. And, Jesus. I'm joined by our other host, Chance Doomwaves. How's it going, Chance?
Oh, it's going well. I just ate supper really fast because it's 5 p.m. here. And so I just ate. That's why I was late.
Yeah, I just ate a bunch of Taco Bell, and it always sounds really good when I go to get it. And then after I eat it, I'm like, that was a mistake.
Oh, I had such a craving for Taco Bell today because a Supernatural episode I watched yesterday had him eating Taco Bell. He's like, there's one thing you can count on across America: Taco Bell tasting good.
Certainly tasting like grease.
Good.
Until it
wanted to
turns
get
on
some
you.
so bad, but
anyway, this episode is not about Taco Bell. This episode is about none other than our guest, Aerodynamisch himself.
Indeed.
He just slowly sneaks in.
He was reading something.
I'm busy tweeting, guys. Hold on.
tweeting it out loud.
yeah,
I'm on Another Gaming Podcast.
I'm indeed on the Another Gaming Podcast. I'm very glad to be on here. I've been talking to you guys for a long time in the chat, the AGP chat, and on your channels as well. So very great to be on here. And we'll see what the next couple of hours will bring. I'm guessing it's going to be a lot of Japanese video games, but who knows?
No, we discussed
Western all the way. Yeah.
This is the American episode.
We're discussing first-person shooters, sports games, and
real-time strategy.
Nothing but Madden.
Yeah.
Do you want us to say Arrow, or can we go by your real name, or should we keep it at Arrow?
You can call me Arrow. You can call me Mike. Just don't tongue twist yourself over my Aerodynamisch, Aerodynamisch, the Dutch translation. I still regret picking that name when I started on YouTube, but oh well.
I've always liked it. Even when I first, I was like, damn, that's a good name.
What's it from? What am I missing on it? Is it just made up, or is it actually from a game or something?
Yeah, it was partly inspired by Final Fantasy, the arrow spells. I just wanted to have a one-word name instead of the underscore thing or things like that. So
yeah,
that stuck around for years, and now I can't get rid of it.
Yeah.
That's like my screen name from when I was in high school. When I first started, well, not high school, whenever AOL came out, that's like elementary years. I picked Total Package 223. And yeah, I just kept it ever since with everything. And people are just like, why do you use such a stupid name? But whatever. You just pick it and you just run with it.
I do kind of regret using my name as my channel. But when I did that, I wasn't planning on making videos. I was just watching. Then all of a sudden I'm like, whatever. So, but.
Dustin Kreis.
Yeah.
Lurking in the shadows.
Well, it's awesome to have you, Mike. I know it's a little bit later over in your parts of the world, so we're very thankful for you hanging in here with us and doing this episode with us, man.
It's not a problem at all. It's only close to 1 a.m. here, so next couple hours, it's weekend, so it's not a problem.
So without further ado, for those who might not know about your channel, why don't you just give them a little feel for it and what all you're about on it and stuff, and just let them know what your channel's about.
All right. So, been in the YouTube gaming community close to 5 years now. Just started out doing all kinds of stuff, just talking about games, sharing, my knowledge, the collection, which has grown considerably over the last 5 years. It's mostly Japanese video games. I just absolutely enjoy, the Japanese RPG, visual novels, to a little bit lesser extent, shmups and rhythm games. So that's pretty much it. Besides, all the video games, I'm pretty big into movies as well. Have a addiction to watching movies, collecting movies as well, animation as well, anime and such. So pretty much all around. Although on my channel, I really tend to focus on the video games. So if JRPGs is your thing, and no idea how many people that are listening to this have not heard of my channel, as it's a pretty tight-knit community. But yeah, check it out if you're into the Japanese kind of games.
Definitely. And also Mike also did. If you might have heard us with our previous podcast with Mr. RPG Swagman, they actually grouped up for a podcast themselves for a little bit with some great stuff on there. So RPG Gibberish or RPG Gibberish. I forget if it's 2 G's or not, but
it's just 1 G.
It's
1 G.
Yeah, still on YouTube. Go look that stuff up because they have some great conversations about some fantastic RPGs back in the days when they used to do that. So awesome stuff.
Yeah, that was a great thing. I think we did it in 2011 and early 12. We both became very busy, and he's from Australia, so time zones didn't allow us to go further. But there should be still some very great ones on there, about 20 episodes or something like that. So check it out if you're interested. And that's the reason why we still leave them up, because they are, in our opinion, pretty good episodes for the RPG fans.
Oh yeah.
It is.
I got a question.
I was going to say, it is kind of a perfect combination of you two talking, RPGs all the time. Did we just talk all over each other? I think Steven has a little bit of a lag, even though he was just saying he wasn't really the laggy gamer anymore. I said that podcast was kind of perfect because it was you and Greg just RPGing, freaking out, and it's like those are the two perfect people that I would see doing a podcast like that. And it's just kind of crazy right now in this moment because when I was first starting out, Greg's channel and Arrow's channel were two channels that, I put them right up next to Happy Console Gamer and all the big guys, and I'm like, these are the guys that I want to kind of emulate with my channel. So to now with the podcast, already doing Greg's episode, now doing this episode, I feel like there's kind of a completion here. Like I've met my YouTube quote unquote heroes in a way.
Awesome. That's the same.
There's nothing left to do but kill your heroes now.
Do I still have the lag, or is it fixed?
I think you're okay. It's just every now and it's like that thing. Every now and then you just kind of cut out for a second, and then you come in like a second later.
Well, since I go off my phone and we have the Facebook chat going, I have to turn that off because every time someone messages it makes my internet lock up. So I turned that off, so I should be good to go now. Okay. But I want to say, it was awesome. It's like Arrow, Swagman, and Ball and Nick were like my RPG gods on the internet. And I was like, I have to meet those three. It'd be awesome to talk to them. And then eventually Dustin popped up on the internet too. I was like, man, I get to hang out with him too, doing a podcast, all these RPG minds. So it's been awesome being able to talk to you guys about your RPG goodness.
Yeah, it's even within the YouTube gaming community, I've noticed that there is a certain, kind of smaller communities in there, and the RPG community is in there. I've been subscribed to Nick for a long time, also Benzo86, for a very long time as well.
Oh yeah,
spreading the love on the RPGs. It's always great to hear what other people have been enjoyed playing, and I do the same thing.
If I need my fix for anything else, I got Chance over there for my shooters.
Yeah,
and my dungeon crawlers.
Because I play 2 RPGs a year, so.
Yeah, well, the year you play Xenoblade, you're only going to be playing 1, because that thing will take up most of the year.
No, what was funny? Go ahead, Chance.
I was just saying, I picked up some kind of heavy hitters, too. I did pick up Xillia, finally, and the new Zelda has also, so.
There you go, man.
Oh, nice.
You need to hit that Zelda as quickly as possible.
Oh, yeah.
I'm playing Paper Mario right now, Sticker Star. And so it's
I was going to make the same reaction.
Well, okay. I know we'll probably talk about this later on, so I won't get into it right now. But Steven just hooked me up with the Dark Spire too. So
oh my god, that's awesome!
So I'm like, oh my god, what the hell do I play now? Because I want to play the Dark Spire so bad.
You need to, man.
Play Zelda.
No, dude, put Zelda on hold, because here's the thing. With your love of Etrian Odyssey and first-person dungeon crawlers, I want you to play the Dark Spire so bad because I want it to kick your ass.
Well, I'm sure it will.
I wanted to just punch you in the face.
Soul Hackers kicked me in the ass. And I'm not even that hard, really. It's just like, okay, where do I go from here? Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh my god.
Yeah, like the Dark Spire, it auto maps, so you don't have to draw your own map, but that map is so fucking tight that it even just, it fills the entire bottom DS screen, each floor. fills that bottom screen. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might pop in Darkspire sooner.
I need to start that again. I need to start over in that game so bad.
You guys want to hear something funny? The first ever first-person dungeon crawler that I've ever played was the Darkspire, and I finished it. I finished.
Oh man,
that's impressive.
Wow.
Because that thing is, that thing is old school. Like, it doesn't even show you where, like, on the map where the hidden entrances are and everything. You have to, wow, that's impressive.
Yeah. The main reason was I was in this forum that sadly is defunct when I just started on YouTube. There was this guy there, and he was this DS fan. He was playing the game. He was a little bit ahead of me, and we kind of got into this rivalry competition, but also in a good way to see how far we can get into the game. So we were exchanging a lot of notes and help, and that was a really great experience. And that's why I really loved that game. Such a great experience.
Kind of almost a journey-like experience in a way.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Did you ever
never challenge Mike to an RPG duel of who could finish a game first in an RPG. It just seems like a silly thing to do because I would just give you the belt and say you won.
Especially a handheld. But you don't have that train ride anymore, do you?
Yeah, the train ride is very. I started a new job 2 months ago, and it's only like 45 minutes max.
Yeah.
It used to be like 2 hours. Ooh. So. I've beat a lot of games in 2011 and 12 on the handhelds, but for now it's a little bit less. But I still tend to play handhelds 80% out of all my gaming time, so even at home.
Mike, did you ever beat it in the classic mode where it looks like an old Amiga computer?
I played the Darkspire. I just wanted to see what the classic mode is like.
Uh-huh.
I played it for maybe like 15 minutes, get into some fights, but it was I really liked the art style. Of what the normal mode. So
I could see Chance really liking the classic style because he likes those old sort of. He's really kind of the retro guy out of all of us, I would think, because he has a real. I mean, even he can throw in a 2600 game and be like, "Oh my god," you know.
I tend to have fun with the games that I have, yes, and I don't know because as much as I really liked. Like the classic Etrian Odyssey style even, which is just a little bit more bare bones. I really liked the Millennium Girl with the added story mode and the, like the cutscenes and stuff. So I don't know. I might try it both ways and see which one I like better.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
Whoa.
But I was going to say with your channel, Chance, before I forget, when Dustin first told me about your channel, I assumed you were this huge RPG person because it was Dragon Warrior, I think, was on your channel. Wizards and Warriors, that's kind of an RPG type-ish, I guess, thing. It's like, oh, this must be another RPG thing. Then turns out, like you said, like 2 RPGs a year.
It's the old bait and switch.
I love RPGs. I have a ton of them. It's just I am so slow at playing them.
You have to find. I mean, you really have to set a chunk of time aside to do it. Like I could sit down and play Killzone here for maybe a half hour and then stop and be okay. But like an RPG, you get like one thing done in an RPG in a half hour and be like, shit. So.
Which brings me to another question for Chance and I know this is all about Aero, like you said at the beginning, Dustin, but I'm giving Chance some love here.
Because I won't get to talk the rest of the time.
Dustin, to contribute. His game tour video reminded me of something when he was going through his NES collection and pointing out Wizards and Warriors, and he said, we were sitting there wondering why you like that game so much. So I need you to explain again, what in the world, why do you like that game so much, and what do you even do in it?
It's just as much nostalgia as it is anything.
Figure out for life of us what we were supposed to do.
It's pretty simple, really. All you have to do is just like any other game. You go in that era. You go around and collect things. So you collect these gems, and then once you get enough of them, you find the exit, and then you go to the next stage. And along the way, you pick up some armor upgrades and a few items that help you along the way. There's like a magic wand that gives you an extra attack, and there's like different items that do different things. Like there's a pair of boots that you can kick open the treasure chest without actually having to have the key, and there is a cloak that like makes you partially invisible to enemies. and just things like that. So I mean, like I said, it's just as much nostalgia as anything, because I used to sit and watch my dad play that game, and then it was like the first game that I ever beat. You know, like my dad sitting there on the couch watching me play, you know, and kind of just telling me where to go and that kind of thing. So then when I got to the end of the game, it was just like, oh, you know, such an amazing feeling that I just kept doing it over and over and over, and got to the point, you know, where by the time I was, you know, 12, 13, 14, you know, and I didn't have any other game systems for a long time. The NES was it. So I would sit there and just plow through Wizards and Warriors like 4 times in a sitting. You know, because it would only take me like 45 minutes to an hour to beat the game. So
this brings up.
I'm good at it. I guess that's why I like it.
There you go.
That actually brings up an interesting topic. Do the rest of you guys remember what the first game you beat was?
Oh, Mario World on the SNES. That was the first game I ever beat.
Yeah, I had this knockoff Atari 126 games in one. I don't technically count that. The next one would be Sonic the Hedgehog 1.
Mega Man 3.
Nice.
Holy shit.
Mega Man 3 was the first one, eh?
Yeah. Because I mean, I got my
challenge.
Nintendo kind of late in the game. I think it was like 86 or 87 when I got it. Maybe even a little bit later than that. But...
See, I would have been 1 at 86, so I
was born in 86.
Okay, well...
I wasn't even in the womb yet, man.
Screw you guys. I was playing Nintendo before you.
Which I believe, Dustin, since my 3-year-old son just beat a Mario World, I can believe if he was 4 or 5. I don't know. Mega Man 3 had to be tough, man.
I was in 87. I was maybe it was
89ish, 88ish, maybe.
No, it wasn't
88?
that. It might have been like 87, 88.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. But no, because actually when I first beat it, let me tell you how I beat it. Okay. My friends had an NES. Okay, and they had Mega Man 3. Yeah. They had the Wily code that takes you right to Dr. Wily.
Straight to
Dr. Wily. Which I have beat the game later since then. And I played, as a kid, I played through a significant portion of Mega Man 3. I'd get to the shadow bosses, and the shadow bosses would always kill me, because that's a long time to sit there and play a game in one setting.
Yeah.
But I remember the Wily code, and then you get to Wily, and you have to jump up to the top, and top spin, and you're done.
So when you put in the code, it actually gave you all the weapons, too, the different weapon types?
Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
And I think I had 2 energy tanks, too. So I think there is a bit of a stage you have to get through to get to Wily. I think you have to actually complete the castle. But
okay.
Yeah. But it takes you right to Wily's castle.
Well, you cheated, but I guess it counts.
Hey.
So congratulations.
It's not cheating. It's built into the game.
Yeah, true. But it's called a Wily code. It's not called a cheat code, so I guess you can fish your way out of that one too.
I was 7 years old, Steven. You weren't even born yet.
I was born in 85.
Oh, Chance.
Yeah. I wasn't born yet.
Mike wasn't even born yet.
Depending on when it was. I mean, if it was late, November, December, then maybe I was an infant. But, yeah. Before that, no.
Well, before we get any further, should we get Mike to answer the 3 questions before we continue forth on this journey?
Okay, yes. Scary.
Oh, yeah, the big 3.
Favorite game, favorite movie, and favorite recording artist.
This is not good, man. I have to pick
you're asking this movie guy. Oh, wait.
Yep.
I apologize. Let me wheel back for a second before we get into this. Mega Man 3 didn't come out until 1990, so I was 8 years old when I beat it. Yeah, 1990. So
I was alive then.
So
we were about to get so many people flaming our chat.
I know.
It did not come out.
I said that, and I was like, "Did it come out in '88? That seems kind of early." And then I quickly looked on Wikipedia, and I was like, "Nope, 90." So there you go, guys. I corrected myself before you guys got me. Somebody's already written the comment on there. You know that. The correction. All right, Mike, big 3. This is going to take him hours to think about.
Yep. Can I do like top 5?
Oh, that's such pussyfooting.
You can do top 5, but don't tell us 2, 3, 4, and 5. You got to give us number 1.
Yeah.
Think of the top 5, but I only want to hear number 1.
Mm-hmm. The first one that comes to mind is what we'll take as your number one, though. So
yeah,
whatever you say
the first video game that comes to mind, that's Final Fantasy VIII.
Okay. Whoa, that actually.
It took Steven a second to get that. That was like a double take there.
Because I actually like that one, which I'm actually currently playing through right now again to try to finish it. But I hear it's kind of a controversial one where people kind of look at it not too good.
I think the opinion on it's changing, though. I think it's
good.
People are starting to no, that was actually really good. I think it was such a dynamic change.
Yeah, it wasn't 7.
Yeah, it wasn't 7.
Yeah, the thing for me though is it's more nostalgic than 7, and I felt that 9 was a little bit too on the easy side. It didn't have a lot of extra post-game content, and 8 is just the one that I sunk so many hours in. And I really identified with the characters, especially Squall as the main character.
Really like Squall.
So yeah, it would
How
be
do you
Final
like the
Fantasy
junction system in that? Are you a fan of that? Your favorite kind of battle system or what?
I enjoyed the junction system. I can't really remember how well of a grasp I had on the system when I was 11, 12 when I played it. Yeah. But it is a good system. I really enjoy the fact. One thing about 8 though is I seldomly use the magic spells to have my characters more powerful. So that's kind of a weak spot because I didn't want to use...
It really made you think about using those spells before you use them. Because if you, say, used Ultima a bunch, not only would it weaken your character, but then you got to go farm it somewhere else again. So
yeah, you got to go find it. Yeah.
More so than other RPGs, it really makes you think about how you approach the battles.
Yeah, that's definitely true. But honestly, I really didn't struggle all that much. Just focusing on the attacks and the summons. That usually got me through the game, getting the better weapons. And I don't know if anybody is interested in it, but it's definitely one of my proudest gaming achievements. You got to look up my channel and type in Final Fantasy VIII Perfection or something like that. You will get a rundown through my save file. It's crazy. It's ridiculous.
Wow, that's awesome. I have to check that out.
It's every character level 100, all the GFs level 100, max stats on all the characters. It's just crazy stuff,
That was actually the first one I tried playing, my first Final Fantasy, and I loved it. Just the summons, still to this day I remember some of my favorite summons, the Doom Train and everything. It's just awesome. Yeah. If that's what it's even called. I know there was a train, but it was
Doom
great.
Train, yeah.
Yeah.
See?
Sounds like my kind of train.
I was going to say Chance would love that one. He should start referring to himself as the Doom Train.
Hop on.
I actually am interested in hearing your other 4, though. So
yeah, that's what I wanted to mention because when I mentioned Final Fantasy VIII, there's a couple of games standing behind me with bets and everything. Now, the second one that I always mention in one breath with Final Fantasy VIII is Metal Gear Solid. Such nostalgic. I love Metal Gear Solid. It's my second favorite series, and the original on the PlayStation 1. I think I finished that somewhere in 10 to 20 times, getting better all the time. I think I got the Big Boss ranking at some point where you had to beat the game in under 2.5 hours.
Oh, wow.
I love that game.
That's a genre I really want to try to, or game series I really want to get back into because I beat the first 2, and I always get to Snake Eater, what people really praise as actually their favorite sometimes, and something about how Snake Eater starts off, it seems so slow for me, and
I am the exact same way.
Yeah,
I agree. I actually agree. When the game came out, I believe in 2006 here in Europe, I was not really all that big into gaming, and I actually had the game, and I postponed it for a long time. And so far, I only beat Metal Gear Solid 3 once. I tried to play it again on the HD collection. It is still a great game, and the story is great. I have the Existence discs, which is all the cutscenes in one, and I've watched that a couple of times in the last 10 years. But yeah, something off about the game. It's a great one, but I prefer 1, 2, and 4 over it.
As for someone who couldn't really play 3, do you think is 4 similar to 3 with the kind of slow paceness of the start, or is it a little bit different? Is 4 a little bit easier to hop into than that one?
Yeah, let's see. 4 is really designed around the fact to kind of tie everything together. where basically you had 1 and 2, and then they went all the prequel route with 3, and then the Portable Ops and Peace Walker, which I know is made after 4, but 4 takes place at the end of the timeline, and if you don't really know the story behind Metal Gear Solid 3, you will get lost on a lot of the details, so I would not recommend that.
Okay. I don't remember the story from the first two.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember things from 2 weeks ago, so unless I play something right now, I kind of forget about it.
It's highly complicated story, and that's why I enjoy it. I really like, the movies or games that have a lot of details in them, and you can kind of puzzle together this whole intricate plot, and that's why I love the series so much, but it's very, very convoluted.
I think Metal Gear Solid 1 was a pretty simple story to understand, but once you got to, like, the second one, and it gets towards the end, they start talking about the Patriots and everything like that, you're just like, your brain just kind of...
people flipping around, you're like, what's going on?
Your brain just kind of snaps, and you're like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Highly agree with that.
It's all a training mission, no!
Well, can you explain what this... I'm kind of confused. Is Ground Zeroes in 5 the same game? Is it a different game? I kind of got lost in the loop of what's going on with that in 5, or I'm just lost in it.
So what's going to be happening, there's going to be 2 separate games. They're both called Metal Gear Solid 5. Ground Zeroes was the game that they were working on for a long time until the next gen came out. So they were kind of thinking, what should we do? And basically what Ground Zeroes is going to be, it's going to be like an introduction. I'm hoping somewhere between 5 to 10 hours long. Introduction to the full game, which isn't finished yet, and that's the Phantom Pain. Ground Zeroes takes place somewhere in the 70s, and I believe there is Phantom Pain takes place, I would say, a couple of years later. I don't know precisely how many, but so yeah, it's kind of like a setup. I don't want to. A lot of people are calling it like a demo. I think that's not doing it justice. Ground Zeroes, I think, will be a good game on its own, but it won't be complete until Phantom Pain comes out.
Because I see it is coming out at the reduced price, so I'm guessing it isn't going to be as long. But I mean, I don't think there's a such thing as a short Metal Gear Solid. I mean, if you want to, you can probably spend 20 hours in a game, I'm guessing. So.
Well, it depends. I think the games will last you somewhere between 6 to 15 hours.
Okay.
But it, really depends on how far you get into, like, exploring or messing around or struggle to get further, or with boss fights. But, yeah, I don't think one lasted me for 20 hours or something. It's a long time for a Metal Gear Solid game.
And Chance, you're not too into, like, the stealth kind of genre, are you?
Not at
Metal
all.
Gear? Yeah.
I just beat Revengeance actually like a couple weeks ago, and I really liked it, and it really intrigued me story-wise, made me kind of want to go back and play the Metal Gear Solid games, but it's just like I know that I'll be horrible at them, so it's almost like, okay, I just want to watch this on YouTube so I can get the story in, because I'm not going to be good at it. So.
Chance,
well, there are things in some of them. Go ahead, Dustin.
I was gonna say, Chance, you should download Blood Dragon.
Yeah, I really want to play that.
That would be the kind of stealth that you would like. Because I'm telling you what, there's nothing like more satisfying in that game than liberating a garrison without being seen once.
Yeah.
So that would be that'd be a good stealth game for you to kind of.
I really liked ODST, but it was pretty
with your trusty
light,
bow and arrow.
Yeah.
Pretty light on the stealth.
It was more that was more just avoidance of fights.
Yeah, it wasn't like a true stealth experience, but I did like it a lot.
You should play Metal Gear Solid 2, at least for a little bit, just to have the chance to hold someone up by their nuts and let them shake to death and drop dog tags.
Yeah.
Because it's awesome.
There was a lot of like just fun dicking around moves in that game.
Oh, yeah.
True.
Just messing around.
I have 2 and 3 on PlayStation 2, so.
Anyway, we're gonna take like 45 minutes getting through Mike.
Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Arrow.
Yeah, all right. So I'll finish the top 5. The other 3 are Suikoden 2, Persona 4, and then the 5th game is one of my favorite visual novels, but that's in between like 999 or Steins Gate. I can't figure out. Changes every day.
I think I'm the only one. Dustin, did you do a 999 playthrough yet? At least one time, or no?
Yeah, I got the true, quote unquote, true ending in that. I didn't get every ending. I got the true ending and then kind of said, yeah, I don't need to see everything else.
That's enough, yeah.
Yeah.
And Chance, did you have it or no? I can't remember if you got it or not.
Nope.
Okay.
I've actually been really wanting to play Virtue's Last Reward because I've been playing a bunch of room escape games on my iPad, and I'm really getting back into that genre. And like, I see Virtue's Last Reward there, and I'm like, I need to play you. So I've been thinking about throwing that in here soon.
Cool. Well, we'll jump to favorite recording artists then. What kind of Dutch bands are we listening to over there?
Yeah, music. Music is not really my strong suit. I tend to have like a strange taste in music.
Video game music is allowed as an answer if there's an artist you like. So.
I like video game music. What I do tend to listen to a lot is Daft Punk and Justice, two French, electronic dance music.
Do you like M83?
Never heard of them.
Oh, Mike, you need to listen to M83.
All right, I'll try to look that up after the podcast.
I was going to say, don't do it right now.
Did you watch Oblivion?
Yeah. I like that.
That's M83.
M83 did the music for Oblivion.
And that was a pretty good soundtrack from what I remember.
Yeah, it was. That was a great soundtrack.
I listen to that in-credit song like all the time. Yeah, it's good.
Nice.
Sounds good. But yeah, other than that, it's not something I'm really proud of. But I listen to a lot of female singing artists. I don't know, it just relaxes me listening to it. Things like Norah Jones and what else is there? Yeah, just a couple of female artists that I.
Whenever someone says female artists, I always think of Bjork, and usually when I say
no. This is more
damn it,
the
Mike.
more relaxing kind. Not very vocal.
Enya, I know that one. Is that?
Yeah, let's see. It might be artists that you guys don't have over there because it's more UK ones. There's this Norwegian singer. It's called Maria Mena. I went to her concert a couple of months ago, and there's Leona Lewis and stuff like that.
Lewis, yeah. What about actually? God, I can't. I think I want to say he might be Icelandic, but he might be Swedish. I can't remember off the top of my head. Do you know who Jens Lekman is?
No, never heard of him.
It's good, it's kind of weird pop. He has a song. Have you ever seen the movie Mask, the Rocky Dennis story?
Oh, I love that movie.
He wrote a song about Rocky. He wrote a song about Rocky Dennis in heaven. That's the kind of stuff he writes.
Wow,
crazy,
cool.
Yeah. So Jens Lekman, for any of you kids out there who want something new to listen to, he's pretty awesome. And it's really catchy music too. It's really good. So.
Let's finish it off with the favorite movie, which we all know.
This is going
to a big animation, yeah. Studio Ghibli. So what do we got here from your Mike?
Favorite movie. It's usually a toss-up between The Shawshank Redemption and Seven Samurai.
Two excellent choices.
Yeah, and then closely followed behind it are Blade Runner, Spirited Away, and Lost in Translation.
Oh my! See, that's the thing. Like,
Lost in Translation. Nice.
I have just recently rewatched that movie, and I've not only rewatched it 4 times since then. I bought the soundtrack, and I bought it on Blu-ray. It's just something about where I'm at in my life right now. That movie is it's quickly becoming my favorite movie.
Yeah, it's a really great one. I really enjoy it.
At the same time, it's so dense with what it's trying to say, and it's also so sparse. It's just, I don't know if Sofia Coppola will ever make a movie like that again. I don't know if it's possible.
Probably not. Not.
Chance, you need to see it. Chance, you guys need to see it. It's perfection.
Bill Murray just sells anything, so I gotta watch that. So, but I'm surprised Spirited Away is your favorite Ghibli movie. So that's your favorite one then, huh?
It was the first that I watched. I was just really sucked in the world, but. For me, honestly, Studio Ghibli movies, they are really close together. You can Nausicaa, Castle in the Sky, My Neighbor Totoro, Grave of the Fireflies.
I can never watch Grave of the Fireflies ever again. It's just too heartbreaking. I can't.
I've only watched it once.
Yeah.
It's been years. It's been 7 years, but I actually want to do a Studio Ghibli a marathon or like pass through this year through all the movies again, that's.
Oh well. Is that just me hearing that?
No, I heard it too. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I do too. I don't know whose it is though.
That's all right.
It's
I'm
back.
gonna say
You're fine, Mike.
I'm gonna say it was Chance.
Probably.
So,
Go
ahead.
I was gonna say I really liked Arrietty, but that was just because I was a big fan of The Borrowers.
I haven't seen it yet.
You haven't seen Arrietty?
No, I haven't. Great. I keep forgetting about it.
Yeah. I mean, it's not as good as some of the other ones, but for some reason, it always really. I like how they take like familiar stories and like twist them. Like I can never say the title right. Ponyo is a retelling of The Little Mermaid.
Ponyo, yeah.
Ponyo, yeah.
I think my favorite one might be Princess Mononoke, just because it's probably the most action-based one. But I don't know. I just really like that
all
one.
Of them.
I just really like that one though. Second one would be probably Castle in the Sky.
Yeah, those are great. I'm actually going to a screening of Mononoke next week, so looking forward to that. It's been a long time since I watched the Ghibli in the movie theaters.
Is it just a normal theater, or is it like a special presentation? Because I remember the Wexner Center up at OSU, which is like a big arts center, at the Ohio State University. They did like a special showing of like a 16 millimeter print of 2001. Or was it a 70 millimeter print? I can't remember. It was really high end, and you're just like sitting there looking at it, and your eyes are like melting from the screen.
That would be.
I want to say it was 70 millimeter. It was 70.
Yeah, it's 70 millimeter. That's the special. That's the movie format they shot 2001 on. And I hope I can see that someday.
Oh my god, my eyes just melted watching that thing. So is it kind of like that? Is it like like the best you can get, or is it just kind of like, oh, we're just re-releasing this?
Nah. It's a very small movie theater, but it's at least a step up from what I can watch on home. And the bad thing about Mononoke is it's not on UK Blu-ray yet, so I have to wait. Probably somewhere this year it gets released. So I wanted to rewatch it, but I don't want to watch it on my crappy DVD that I have from like Hong Kong. So best way to watch it.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, well, that's our big three, so I guess we should just dive into anything we want to talk about now.
I feel bad not mentioning so many other movies, man. Oh,
it's
man.
going to bug
Sunshine. Him. Oh, my God. There's too much.
Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind is one of the most romantic movies ever made, and I will go down swinging on that one. Because as much as they try to remove each other from their lives, they're still drawn back to each other. And there's just something beautiful about that.
I thought you said Scott Pilgrim was the best love story ever.
No. That's not. I did not say. I never said that.
I could have. Maybe you said it was one of the best.
I said it was the best chick flick for men. That's what.
Okay.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
It's the best chick flick ever made for men. But in terms of true movie like romance, I mean, Lost in Translation is a little bit more romantic because they're just two people that meet in that perfect moment and then it's done. So in terms of like what romance really means, it's kind of like romance is supposed to be kind of tragic in a way. It's just they have that brief moment and then it's gone. But in terms of like movie romance, like Eternal Sunshine, it gets me every time because it's like these two people are perfect and no matter how hard they try to get rid of each other, they just keep drawing back into each other's worlds. It's crazy. Such a good movie.
You know what I'm going to say? This might ruin your experience of the movie, but you also realize the fact that yes, they do end up together again, but they also have to go through the miserable hours of fighting and crap every time again.
But that's what a relationship is. That's the reality of a relationship.
That's true. I'm actually undergoing the real life Eternal Sunshine at the moment, and that's tough.
Yeah, I've been there, done that. Yeah, so it's not like Nicholas, or it's not like Chance's favorite movies, the Nicholas Spark ones over there, where they.
What?
I don't care what anybody said. I weep like a little baby at the Notebook, man.
Robin Hood ends up with Maid Marian. Sean Connery marries them. Or, no, he's there.
I prefer Men in Tights where Patrick Stewart marries them.
Don't ruin my Prince of Thieves with that tight horse crap.
He's the only Robin Hood that speaks in a British accent.
So? Robin Hood's American. Kevin Costner is Robin Hood.
I do. I really do like Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, just because Alan Rickman. I'll dig his heart out with a spoon.
Yeah, he is awesome in that movie. That's actually the first movie I ever saw him in.
Really?
Yeah, it's awesome.
I remember seeing that as a kid and being like really put off by the hand, like when they cut off the guy's hands in the beginning.
Oh yeah.
I was like, oh no.
I think my first one was Die Hard. Seeing him.
Oh yeah, that one was probably pretty. I was probably pretty young when I saw that one too, but I guess I didn't remember it as well as my beloved Prince of Thieves. It's got Morgan Freeman in it. Come on.
My favorite love story it's definitely Spider-Man 1 and 2. That's the best love story. Mary Jane and Peter Parker. So forget all y'all.
Are you talking about? You're just talking about the upside down kiss.
I saw a picture the other day someone put on there. Some guy, he was dressed up as Deadpool, and it had like the Mary Jane thing sitting there, and he's like, I can totally see your nipples. And that's all he said. And just took off.
That's so funny. There's so much, like, if you get on like Pinterest, there's so much Deadpool and Spider-Man stuff. Like, because I don't follow comics that closely. I don't know if they like interact a bunch in the comics, but it's like, it's always Deadpool taking the piss out of Spider-Man over something.
Oh, when I got a comic I'm reading now, when it gets up to 5 issues, I'm buying them and sending them to you because I know you'll like it. It's called Black Science, and since you love Bioshock Infinite so much, you will love this comic book.
Speaking of which, I need to throw in Dishonored sometime. That's a goal for this year, is play Dishonored.
There you go. Yeah. Well, I have a question that not the one we talked about beforehand, but it just hit me while Arrow was talking about his. See, I wanted to call him Mike, and I keep calling him Arrow, but he was talking about his favorite games, and it seems like every time we ask someone what their favorite game of all time is, like it's like an older nostalgic game with us.
Yeah.
Can a game that comes out like this generation ever become our favorite game? I don't know if I've asked this before or not, but
Persona 4. Sorry,
because he did say Persona 4 was up top for him, but
but the number one was a nostalgic game.
First.
Yeah, that was a nostalgic game. It wasn't. I mean, that's what your brain automatically goes to, because when you're that age, you remember that experience. Yeah. Like, Final Fantasy VI is my favorite game of all time, but there are some times where I think Dragon Warrior 3 might be, because Dragon Warrior 3 was such a leaps and bounds improvement over what came before. It was just so mind blowing. And then, of course, later on in the gaming, I would drool over pictures of Final Fantasy VI. And I don't think anything nowadays can even touch like those experiences.
See, it was racking my brain because I always keep saying Resident Evil 2. And I don't know, I've played Xenoblade Chronicles. How is that not my favorite game over Resident Evil 2? Yet I keep going back to Resident Evil 2. You know what? I might have to just let go because
that game is
it's such a great game. I mean, shut up, Chance. But I don't know, just something that popped in my mind. It's like we always go back to what we were nostalgic with, like you said, and I wonder if, like, Destiny's coming out this year. Could Destiny be our favorite game of all time?
But in a way, that's kind of selling out your past, because it's you're kind of giving up who you were as a gamer for, like, the newest, flashiest thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, it's almost, I don't know, it seems like it's kind of giving up a piece of you, because that's your personal, like, experience. And it's just like, I don't know, as much as I love Xenoblade and as much as I'll tell people to play that game, I don't know if I can say, you know, Xenoblade is my favorite game of all time above Final Fantasy VI, because that was, I've beat Final Fantasy VI 17 times.
Mm-hmm. And
that's not a short game, so it you know, it's hard to top that in a lot of ways.
What do you think, Arrow? And I know you said Persona 4. Could something coming out?
But even that's kind of a nostalgic thing, because that's PS2, and God,
that
was at least, you know, 8 years ago.
No. It's only been. I finished the game in 2009, so that's 5 years ago.
Okay.
Oh,
we're coming up on my 5-year SMT first experience anniversary.
There's gonna be a big video. I can smell it.
Oh yeah.
Could Persona 5 possibly be your favorite game of all time? I mean, if it's really great,
could it erase the experience of Persona 4?
Yeah. Now I have to agree with Dustin here, because like the reason why I mentioned Final Fantasy VIII and Metal Gear Solid, and we haven't really dipped in it, but Suikoden 2 as well. I really love these games so much because those are the games that got me into gaming. It helped me meet friends who were playing on PlayStation 1 at the same time. We're still my friends now. And, that just snowballed into this entire huge gaming collection. And that is something that is very hard to do for a new game. And looking at a Persona 4, it's doing a great job. I'm sure that in like 5 to 10 years' time, Persona 4 will be more on my mind than the other games. But it has to grow on you. It has to grow. It has to grow with continuous replays. I played Persona 4 for the second time now last year. So that game will only grow on me. And, then you get into the technical aspect, which game is better in gameplay and everything. But nostalgia is a very powerful thing. You can't beat it.
Yeah. Now, there's an article that just came up since you guys were talking about these on IGN. Did you guys check out the article for the top 10 JRPG storylines? Anybody?
I haven't seen that, no.
I haven't seen that one yet.
Well, let me give you the 10 real quick, because you guys might like what's on there.
Oh, crap.
At number 10, I mean, this is top 10 JRPG stories of all time. Number 10 is Persona 4 Golden. They have that at 10. 9, Earthbound.
Okay.
8.
That list sucks.
I'm surprised this one's at 8. I'm surprised this one's at 8 right here because, I mean, some people praise this as their favorite SNES RPG, and that's Chrono Trigger. Have that up at 8. So you're like, what could be in front of that?
Well, I'm kind of surprised that Earthbound beats Persona because Earthbound's more of an overall experience. The story is kind of simple. If anything, the story for Mother 3 should be above Earthbound.
Definitely.
At number 7, one that Mike will really enjoy that's on this list is The World Ends With You at number 7.
Okay.
All right, I can see that.
Dragon Quest V at number 6.
Yep, that's the best story in the game in the series.
Yeah, I agree.
Suikoden 2.
Definitely.
There's got to be some big games above Suikoden because that was a good story.
I forget where I'm at, if I'm at 4 or 5. But next on the list is Final Fantasy VI.
Oh, there's going to be some big games coming up.
The next one is one I don't think any of us have beaten yet, unless Mike has. Valkyria Chronicles, PS3 game.
Yeah, that is a.
They say the story in that is amazing. Apparently.
Nah.
That's what I mean. It's like number 3 on the list. So.
Well, the thing with Valkyria Chronicles, it is basically kind of like Suikoden 2 and Fire Emblem. It is the same type of story, but done in a really great anime-ish type way. So I agree.
They said the humorous combat and dialogue with memorable characters design really make it tell a story of its own.
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
A series that I really like, I've beaten 2 of the games in it, but number 2, Valkyrie Profile, as far as story.
I have to
No one
replay
saw
it.
that one coming today.
Before you say the number 1, I have a prediction what the number 1 is. So before you say it, I want to give my
let's
prediction.
take some guesses here. After what you guys have heard, what do you think is the number 1 storytelling JRPG? Go ahead,
You guys
Mike.
go first.
Yes.
No, the other guys can go first.
Well, it depends. I don't think they're doing multiple series in the same list because I was going to say the jerk-off answer is Final Fantasy VII. Number 1 story JRPG. Dragon Warrior 1.
I didn't expect this
Dragon
at
Warrior
all.
1.
By the way, when I saw it. All right, he says DW1.
That was a shit-eating answer because it has no story. Save the princess.
Would you like to
Okay,
change?
you did that. Okay, go kill the Dragon Lord. That's the story of Dragon Warrior 1.
No, I'm serious. If this game is missing, that list is crappy beyond all belief.
It is
Doom, you want to give a shot?
It's got to be Final Fantasy X.
He wishes.
I'm just gonna say tits. Traveling Sky.
I would include it on there. I would include it on the list. I would substitute one of the games up, but the game, it starts with an X.
Xenogears.
What if I
Xenogears.
told
it should
you
go on there, right?
Dustin is the closest one, but it is a PSP game, but that's not the one.
Oh, is it
PSP
Lunar?
title.
Is it Lunar?
Yeah. No.
Wow. Is it Lunar?
Tactics Ogre, let us cling
What?
together.
What?
A strategy RPG.
That is really interesting. I actually put the game back in my collection because I haven't played it yet.
The explanation's really short, so I'll real quick. Final Fantasy Tactics is great, but it's hard pressed to match the epic storytelling of its predecessor. How is this the predecessor?
Tactics Ogre did come out before Final Fantasy Tactics.
Right?
Okay. The criminally underappreciated Tactics Ogre, a tale of war and political intrigue. It's the most known for its nonlinear branching plotline, which affects everything from the main character's motivations to the ultimate outcome of the story. And, yeah, just your decision making, it's saying.
I guess.
Because it allows you to make so many decisions.
I don't think Earthbound should be on that list. I think, if anything, Lunar should be on that list.
Yeah, Lunar should help.
Because it's just a classic story well told.
And I wonder if you couldn't put, like, you said Trails in the Sky, but since it's maybe more than one in the series that connect, maybe they wanted it to be finished endings. Well, I don't know what the standards were for this
that's true.
list. So, yeah, I thought that was pretty cool, because I expected to see, like, Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy VI up there, because that's what I hear no one talk about except those two.
Well, see, and that's the thing, too, about Chrono Trigger, is I feel like Chrono Trigger
as far as stories.
Yeah, Chrono Trigger is like an overarching experience, but when you look at the actual storyline, I don't feel like that's the strongest point of the game. I feel like it's more the time travel aspect and visiting the different worlds and the character. I mean, the storyline is just kind of, I don't know.
Did you pop that one in, Chance? Because I know it was one you were really wanting to get on the DS.
Yeah, I played about 6
Chrono
hours.
Trigger, the remake. Now, what did you think? Was it your cup of tea, or because I couldn't get into it? I didn't see what all the hype was for it. So
no, I like it a lot. It's really solid, I think, action RPG. Like, it's you got a choice. I don't know if it's like this on the original, but you got to have a choice on the DS version if you want to have like the active battle system or like a straight up turn based.
Yeah,
so I kind of like it.
That choice.
It reminds me more of like Secret of Mana than like a Final Fantasy.
Yeah,
like where it's straight up turn based. Like, I really like it.
Well, good.
Dead air.
So, yeah, that was pretty cool.
I'm just thinking about this list, man.
I was kind of pondering it too, because I'm like, man, there are some games that they. I mean, I'm surprised Lost Odyssey didn't make it.
There's a link to it in the chat if you guys just want to see it, but that's a list.
But
and this is from the opinion
of crazy, man.
Did you just pull it up?
Bailey. She is a freelance Pokemon master, so you can follow her on Twitter as well.
I'm going to take the opinion of a Pokemon master on storylines.
There's already one thing. When
the top comment is Xenogears. Like, they're like, where is that at? Because that, like you guys are saying, like Mike said, where is Xenogears?
Yeah, that is. I mean, that's the thing about JRPGs, though, and I made a video a while back on WRPGs versus JRPGs, and of course I do these videos just off the cuff and in one take, but that's kind of something about that JRPGs do that Western RPGs don't really do. They explore themes of like religion and where we are in the universe and who we are as people, kind of like science fiction does in movies, and that Western RPGs just don't do. And like Xenogears is almost more than just a game. Like, it's kind of almost a philosophy in a way. And especially if they got to do the game as they wanted to. That I mean, like with the multi-parts and everything like that, that would have been amazing.
Yeah.
That's why when you said you were thinking about replaying it, I was like, well, this is my chance. I want to replay it with him if he goes about it. But maybe I should start on it now, because when you start it in a month or two, we might finish together.
Well, I started Wild Arms 2, and I'm just past the introductory parts of that game. And since I made a rather large purchase here in the last couple of days, I'm actually thinking of kind of just shelving it, because I kind of want to explore this new toy that I have. And I know by the time I get back to Wild Arms 2, I'm not going to remember what's going on, so I'll have to restart it anyway. So maybe after I get done playing with my new shiny toy, I will throw in Xenogears.
Which, shameless plug here, and we'll probably plug it again, if you were a member of the Another Gaming Podcast community fan page, you would know what the special thing is that Dustin's playing with right now. But since you're not yet, probably, you should go check it out on Facebook. The link will be in the
I actually had to report that picture to Facebook, man.
Copyright infringement.
So, but anyways, onward and forward. Should I go ahead and ask you my other question that we talked about before, or is there something else you want to ponder?
Go ahead and ask it, because I feel like eventually we're just going to start like geeking out on RPGs, and I feel like we should get like the structured stuff done, and then we can just like explode about different games.
All right. And the reason I had these questions because we actually didn't have any questions this past podcast, so which is okay because we've had a bunch in the past, and it's kind of nice getting a break from questions, I guess, once in a while. But we are disappointed in you and Mr. RPG Crazy and not continuing your record, but maybe you were busy or something, so it's okay. And I just noticed the picture you posted, Dustin, with my awesome Chuck Norris picture.
Yep. Yep.
I keep forgetting I have Chuck Norris as my picture. But anyways, where was I? Lost my train of thought. Yeah, recently it's beginning of a new year, but at the end of the year, it seemed to be when the big websites, Game Trailers, IGN, they're all making their Game of the Year list. And I mean, I don't know why we're all so excited to find out what someone's Game of the Year was. It's all everyone's opinion anyways. It's just an opinion. Yep. But a lot of people were getting heated over certain games winning Game of the Year, and mainly being The Last of Us. A lot of websites are saying Last of Us was the best game of the year, and probably rightfully deserves so. It is a great game. I mean, Dustin, you had it in your top 5. It was in my top 10. I mean, it was a highly praised game that came out this year, but it led to people wondering or asking the question, what is the game now? I mean, they feel like interactive movies are winning Game of the Year and something that isn't a true game. Yeah. I think one comment I saw was, I can go to the movie theater to see a movie, and I feel like The Last of Us was just a long movie. When I want a video game, I want to sit down and actually have something that's a game. But the person didn't tell us what he thinks a game is. So that is the convoluted thing here. What is a video game to you guys? What would define as a game?
Well, before I answer that, I just want to say that this is not something new, okay? Games have been going in this direction. Last of Us is kind of a culmination of what's been happening for a very long time. And, we just got done talking about a certain game that really evokes this, and that is Final Fantasy VI. This game, I mean, everyone talks about how cinematic Final Fantasy VII was. This was cinematic when game systems couldn't do cinematics. This game had a opening credits that you could watch. It had, end credits. A very story-driven game. This is not, I mean, this whole thing with watching an interactive movie. When I was a kid, I was thinking to myself, God, this is like I'm watching a really long movie. So it's not something new, and I don't know why people are getting so like butthurt over this, because Last of Us is a game. I died. If it wasn't a game, if it was just an interactive movie, then I don't feel like there would be a game over screen. And I died quite a few times in Last of Us. There is gameplay in this game, so I don't understand why people are going nuts, other than the fact then it's probably some hipster
playing Minecraft.
Well, see, personally, I don't see how Minecraft is a game. I see how Minecraft is like this great.
There's zero story.
Yeah, no, I see how it's this great creation tool, and to me, it's just a virtual Lego set. That's what it is to me. I don't understand how it's a game.
Yeah. Well, here was another example of what I saw that might kind of help clarify. Someone was pointing out how they thought it was criminal to put Last of Us at Game of the Year because it did nothing to improve on a genre. I guess because it was a third-person shooter with the same third-person shooter mechanics, with a survival horror element that was back in the day, with nothing to improve on. And like I was telling you guys before, they thought Mario 3D World was an actual game that kind of reinvented itself with, which I don't really, I mean, it's a great game, but you're still Mario jumping and climbing on things.
Mario hasn't reinvented himself since like Mario Brothers 2 was a reinvention.
Yeah.
But then Mario Brothers 3 went back to the well and made it better. So.
And I mean, and people are getting mad because GTA 5 was getting it, even though, I mean, that's a huge game. Open world, do whatever you want. But I guess I don't know what people are looking for to be the game of the year. Like, does it have to be the most fun you had throughout the year? That's probably the most fun they probably had was Last of Us. So give them a break if that's what it was.
But that's the crazy thing, because was it last year when Journey was winning all those Game of the Years? Everyone was like, Yeah, and you know what?
Hooray for the indie! They did it.
But the thing is, I would argue that Journey is almost not a game. It's an experience. You know what I mean? Because it's not like...
I would say my experience was through how I was playing the game, though. So it's kind of like the way I played it, so more connected toward the gameplay. Kind of like in Brothers, when you guys ever eventually get to play that, it's built through the gameplay and stuff. So, but it was but I think that's how your experience was made. Yeah.
I guess the thing with Journey is I never died in it. You know, I never had to rethink my strategy on how I played Journey. It's just it was an experience. But when when that won, people were like, yeah! And then when a game where you can actually die and have to rethink how you do things, well, that's not a game, that's an interactive movie, you know? And it's I just don't understand.
Same with To the Moon.
Well, I was sitting trying to think about it before I came on.
Yeah.
I was I could do a simple answer. It's a game if I can put it in and play it.
Chance just made a great thing, To the Moon.
I didn't hear you, Chance.
Which was his mic was kind of low. But when, I think it was my 2012 game of the year, To the Moon.
It was. Yeah.
And it's honestly, it's barely a game.
Is it a game?
It's almost a visual novel. Visual novels, I guess you can, Mike will argue whether visual novels is a game or not. But, it's almost a visual novel, and there's really no way to lose at To the Moon.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So is that a game? I don't know.
That's what I'm asking you guys. What is a game to you? I would say for me, a game is something. It's too tough to answer. If I have fun with it, it's a game. I can have fun with the visual novel. My game of the year was Zelda because it was throwback classic fun. There was really no huge epic story quest, even though the story was great. There was no flashy super cutscenes or nothing. It was just old school gaming fun, it felt to me. So that's why I got my game of the year. But I still enjoyed games like The Last of Us and To the Moon and visual novels like Trace Memory. So a game to me can be many things. If a game like Journey, I'm not mad if a game like The Last of Us wins Game of the Year. I don't care. I get mad when I see other stuff like great RPGs get overlooked because we're in America and I guess JRPGs, even though Ni no Kuni did get a nomination from won Best RPG of the Year at Game Trailer.
I'm trying to remember if
I don't know. I think some stuff gets overshadowed. I remember Xenoblade got no love last year at all.
Yeah, exactly. So, and in terms of game, I played 100+ hours of that game and still didn't touch everything, you know?
Yeah.
Ugh.
So go ahead, Mike. What do you think?
Yeah, I've been thinking about it. It's, of course, an interesting
what is a
question.
game, man?
Yeah, what is a game? Well, it is tough. But for me personally, if I have to give a proper political correct answer, a game for me is an entertainment media that requires my interaction to do something.
Okay.
If it's a movie, I just watch it. If it's a book, I just read it. If it's music, I listen to it. I can't give my input on it and change it in some way or form. But a game allows me to do that. And that's even the case in a visual novel where even I just hit the X button all the time to just continue on the story. And most of the visual novels, even the Steins Gate, which has the least gameplay of a visual novel I ever played, had some form of interaction and gameplay element to it to change the flow of the game, So that would be my answer. The answer to a different question, of course, is what should be a game of the year. That is very easy. That is what I've been seeing, with game of the year. What has been happening a lot is it can go two ways. One is the game that had the most fun or most surprised for somebody during a year. And the second category is how I see people rank their game of the year is the game that actually did something unique to set it apart from all the other games, whether it be gameplay, story, presentation. And sometimes it's kind of like a mixture between it. So that's why I can understand that The Last of Us is getting a lot of these Game of the Year awards. It is one of the best looking games. It had a very, very awesome story, very emotional story, and that surprised a lot of people. And, it really set it apart from all the many other games that came out. So I think that's kind of like the Game of the Year category and style, how it's being done. And I'm more of the category. I try to combine them both as well, but I tend to prefer to look more what is the game that challenged me the most, that I had the most fun with, surprised me the most, instead of just looking what it did for the gaming industry.
Yeah. The way I look at it...
because after last year... Go ahead, Dustin.
I was going to say, the way I look at it, the way I've always kind of looked at it since I started this channel is, what game blows my head back the most?
Yeah.
You know, and each year I look at my game of the years, I'm like, yep, that's it. That is completely what knocked me back the most, you know. And this year, it was just this, and it wasn't the gameplay that did it, because we can all agree that the gameplay of BioShock Infinite is not as good as maybe BioShock 1.
Just your kind of first-person shooter.
Yeah, there was more of an interplay with the guns and the plasmids in BioShock 1, and BioShock Infinite kind of played more like just a straight first-person shooter. There's kind of a storyline reason for that, but, you know, it was just the overall experience of it, and just how much that game had on its mind, and how much that game...
See, that's what's kind of scaring people. I'm stopping you there, because... They're
my God.
worried that it's not about the game anymore. It's more about a story and not the actual game. I guess that's what people are worrying about.
But this is what moves the genre forward, the medium forward, because we have movies that make us think and question things and make us feel. And holy shit, why can't a game do that? Why can't a game make me question the nature of reality around me? Make me think about maybe the fact that, you know, I am just this infinitesimal little thing in the vast cosmos, you know. Why can't a game do that? Why does a game have to be only Mario jumping on a mushroom, you know? Why can't it evolve into something else?
I think it can, but I still like us to keep something like Link Between Worlds.
Well, yeah, no, I'm not saying that.
Balance it out, yeah.
But it's kind of like the video that I shared in the AGP chat of the guy getting pissed off because he didn't get the Titanfall, you know, code. It's like everyone, like, because my brother is kind of a gamer. And what I say by kind of a gamer is he buys these first-person shooters and only plays the online mode. He never touches the campaign. And I'm like, Duncan, will you stop?
It's like, take me out to pee.
No, he's just he hears somebody in the hallway and he's barking. But you know, I'm like, sometimes these games have really awesome storylines. You should play them. And he's like, I'm not interested in that. So, like, when I talk about that first-person Call of Duty kind of shooter person, that's kind of my brother, you know. And that is kind of all gameplay. You know what I mean? Like, that online craziness is all gameplay. But at the end of the day, does it do anything for you? Does it change who you are as a person? Does it move you in any way? Does it emotionally touch you in any way? No. And gameplay alone is great. Trust me. There's a lot of games out there that I love that are gameplay only. You know, going back and playing like old NES games and Atari games and things like that. But to move this medium forward, and so it's considered a true art, there has to be games like Last of Us. There has to be games like BioShock Infinite that push the envelope. And at the end of the day, like To the Moon, that, like, look, I'm a 31-year-old man. I will tell you that I was sobbing at the end of To the Moon. Like, it hit me at an emotional place that I just wasn't prepared for. And I was bawling at the end of that game. That's how much that game touched me. And, you know, I'm kind of a hard-hearted person in a lot of ways. And for a stupid 16-bit looking game to do that, I mean, that has to be commended in some way. Because that is masterful storytelling.
Here. I'll be the bad guy here, play the devil's advocate. I want to get Chance's opinion on this too, because I know he's sitting there with that mute button and he wants to unmute it. But I'm going to let you talk in a second, Chance. Just to play the other side, because I thoroughly agree, like 95% agree with what you just said, Dustin. But then there is a short little 5% of me who, when I think it was Game Trailers, who one of the most revered games this year was Gone Home. And when I was playing, in quotation marks, that game, I really didn't feel like... I felt like I was playing To the Moon. I did not feel like I was playing Gone Home. I did not feel like I was playing it at all. And that game was a game that's like getting praised and nominated for Game of the Year. And I was kind of like, how is this a Game of the Year? I did not feel like that was a game.
Meanwhile, my friend Ernie, who I went out and did the PS4 and the Xbox thing with, He played Gone Home, and he's like wanting me to either A, come out to his house.
You're gonna like it. I'm telling you. You will love
borrow his gaming laptop in order to play this game because he's like, dude, I want to talk to you about this game so fucking bad.
Do it. You'll beat it in 3 hours.
Yeah,
Just
I know.
Go hang out with him one day and it'll be done.
I don't want to cry in front of him though.
And I think what people just to play, like I said, devil's advocate side. Who cares if people accept us as an art form? I don't. I mean, we just want to have fun playing our games, and if it's through a good story, then by all means, let it be through an excellent story. If it's through shooting people in the face, it be that way.
That's true, and like it's also the argument you can have with movies. Okay, like Mike and I, we love our Criterion Blu-rays, and I know that like your guys' buttholes are clenching right now because I just said Criterion, and we're going to go in that direction. But we love our quote unquote films, but we also love movies. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And like you can watch the 80s Judge Dredd and be like, that's so awesome.
Well, it's 90s, but that's okay.
90s, 90s, sorry, 90s.
But I feel like games can be the same thing. Like, you can have your BioShock Infinites that are fucking insane and make you think about things. But you can also have, your online first-person shooters where you just run around killing people and having a good time. Yeah. Those things can coexist, You can have goddamn Bad Grandpa and friggin' American Hustle at the same time. You can enjoy both of those things.
That's exactly what I wanted to mention as well, For a lot of people, in the end, it's an entertainment medium. You get entertained. You can do that by being amazed by story or by competing against friends or enemies to be the best,
Yeah.
That's what makes it so great, is that you can have all these different experiences. It shouldn't just be one thing.
You were mentioning crying. I think someone said because they saw the Gone Home thing and someone had cried in that. They said, if I want to cry, I'll watch The Lion King or something. I don't want a game to do that to me.
I've actually not cried a lot during games.
Not cried a game. But Chance, I need to hear Chance's voice. Chance, we need to hear you. What is a game, man?
Okay, well, we're going to take it back a little bit here.
Yes, rewind.
Okay, think about one of the first games you ever learned to play.
Mario.
It was probably Solitaire. It was a deck of cards, and you played Solitaire, okay?
Absolutely not.
No, listen, hear me out here.
Okay. Go for it.
Arguably one of the most popular games in the world ever. And there is actually 0 point to playing that game because it is lame as fuck. But people play it all the time. So, with that said, it doesn't matter. As long as you're having fun with it, sure, it's a game. Sure, why not? Simon Says is a game. Okay? I mean, it doesn't matter.
But that's interesting because I was playing this game early last year. It was called Code of Princess.
Oh,
I had no fun at all. Was it not a game?
You jerk.
I hate that game.
Oh, it has its charms. Come on, it's just
Yeah, I know.
It was
short and fun.
But it was very admit that it's a game, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a game, of course, but I just wanted to.
Oh man.
A game is fun, but what if it's no fun?
Nothing will beat the memories of Steven and I trying to beat bosses and it just lagging the fuck out.
Oh yes.
And we're on Skype like, what is going on?
Oh, you guys actually played it co-op. Oh,
did.
Yeah, you even got Chance in there, and it was super laggy.
Oh man.
Oh my god.
It couldn't handle it at all.
Yeah. Still a good time though.
Man, that nun, hell, she is a beast.
She was. See, you missed out, Arrow, because we had good times online, and then we figured out, hey, if we level up some.
Because this is the thing, Arrow. You really need to watch an episode of Mystery Science Theater 3000 so you can understand like the enjoyment of something bad. Because like Steven and I are in Chance, we're sitting there playing this game. It's lagging out to hell, and we're just having a ball because there's an enjoyment of badness,
That's why we need to play Aliens Colonial Marines.
God, I don't want to spend my money on that.
Guys backed out on me on that.
I spent 60 euros. That is like, nowadays it's like $75 to get Code of Princess here. And then it was such a horrible experience.
Well, it's exclusive here, folks. Like I said, if there's going to be AGP gaming nights, I'm going to get Aliens Colonial Marines, and whoever wants to play it with me, I'm scheduling an event. We're going to play it and have fun.
I've heard several people say, like...
Chance is going to love it. You're going to love it. I know you are.
Reviewers aside, okay? I've heard a lot of people say that have played through the game, and it's just not as bad as people say. Is it kind of repetitive? Yeah. Sure. Are the graphics and sound probably not the best? Who gives a shit? It's just a game where you're running around shooting aliens. People are expecting far too much out of it. Then to get written off as just the worst game this year, I just don't buy it. I just don't see how it can be that bad.
Nah, it's probably not that bad, but it's not something that I want to spend my money on. But honestly, I'd rather play the Bishop Knife game with my own fingers than playing Aliens Colonial Marines.
That's bad.
Oh shit!
I know, Dustin. You bought Duke Nukem for under $5, right?
I bought it for $3,
and you still couldn't bring yourself.
And it wasn't even worth $3.
I would not even play the game if you gave me $3, man.
No, but dude, here's the thing. Like, it just okay. Chance, did you play it?
No.
Okay. It feels like they just gave up, and like when this game's been in development for 10 years, and it's a first-person shooter, and literally for like 5 minutes straight, you're just walking down corridors, and there's no enemies. Something's wrong.
Oh my god.
It's like...
But it's got the one-liners, right?
Yeah, but I'm sorry, that doesn't save. I'll put it in Duke Nukem 64 and have a blast.
Yeah, Duke Nukem 3D was awesome. I love that game, but I'm not going to be playing forever, man.
Dude, wow. Mike, if you find Duke Nukem Forever for like €1, pick it up just for one day, just to realize how bad things could really be.
Well, I want to ask Mike, since he's played a lot of RPGs, which has there ever been one you've put in and you're like, wow, you were hyped for it maybe, or you just played it for free? It's like, I can't do this because this is horrible. Like, this is one of the worst JRPGs I've ever played.
Oh, I have to hold back because I want to mention a title, and oh my god. No,
don't be afraid. It's okay.
I'll get hunted. Okay, all right. I have two answers. We'll get to the really controversial one. We'll get to it. Okay. But the first one, where I just popped it in, and I was like, oh my god, I don't have to do it. It was Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Echoes of Time on the Wii.
I think that's generally considered a bad game, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I was playing it with two friends.
Chronicles, right, are considered bad.
No, they're kind of considered...
Not really.
Yeah, they're kind of considered just kind of like niche games, but Echoes of Time is considered pretty much a bad game.
Because I like action RPGs, and I figured I'd probably like them if I tried it. So,
the thing is, though, there was one on the DS and one on the Wii. And they're basically the same game. It is just, the two DS screens on the Wii. And I was playing it with two friends of mine. They were playing on the DS, and we had fun for maybe 15 hours. But the Wii port was just so horrible. It's just really,
Wii port
really bad.
Is a straight port of the DS game.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Just the two screens on there and just the Final Fantasy logo on the side. It is like the most cheapest way to get your product out ever. It's like,
wow,
crap.
Just put a DS slot on the Wii.
On the Wii U. Yes.
Just freaking do it.
Have one screen on the gamepad controller and have one screen on the TV. My God, the Wii U's would fly off the shelf.
Yeah.
It would be awesome.
That's a new topic, though.
Yeah.
But there was another title that I wanted to mention.
But you put 15 hours in that game, though. You said you put 15 hours in it. So is it okay?
We finished it. It was really bland.
Okay. What's the other one you were going to say?
The other one, Xenoblade Chronicles.
What?
I'm gone.
What? You're kicked off this podcast. I think I remember you saying you didn't really care for it. You weren't really excited about it or something.
There is one thing about it. I was really excited for the game. I needed a JRPG for the Wii. I was really hyped up for it. I bought the game on launch. I bought the special edition, €60. I got the game. And then I started playing it. and I knew in advance that this was going to be a tricky game because I am not a big fan of the MMORPG style.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
And I was playing it I had one session for maybe 5 or 6 hours, and I was struggling with the controls, and I kept dying, and I did not understand the gameplay at all. And this was my first session playing it, I was really like, fuck this game, man. This is what I was hyped up for. So I put the game on hold for a long time. We're talking about maybe 3 to 4 months. And then, with Greg, we were doing the RPG Gibberish episode, so I got back into it, and finally I understood the controls, and I finally got a hang of the game. I finally got the Monado time ability with Shulk, and I could finally enjoy the game. But that first session, man, I was really, really disappointed by it.
Yeah. So are you looking forward to X at all?
Again,
Mike.
I am very excited for X. I am very excited for X, but again, it is that. And I need to go back and play Xenoblade Chronicles again. The thing with the whole. I really need to take Xenoblade Chronicles and keep it separate, because I played Xenoblade Chronicles first, then I played the last story, which was okay and kept getting worse and worse over time. I really disliked that one as well, or it was okay, but it was mediocre.
I loved its simplistic story. I loved how it was
just the story was
the story was the best part about it, but the gameplay again felt really bland. And then I played Pandora's Tower as the third one, and that's where I gave up all hope. And that was so much so that I actually started to enjoy Xenoblade Chronicles less. But I honestly, I really need to go back and play that game to its full extent. We're talking about 2011, early 2012, where I was just starting to get into beating the backlog. I was starting beating games. I was Xing games out of my collection. Now it's a little bit more relaxed for me as in terms of gaming. I have the special edition here. I'm going to maybe put it back in my collection.
I was going to say, I saw you put it on that Twitter picture, so I was like, jeez. The entire Operation Rainfall catalog's on there.
Yeah, they are on there, and the reason why I'm selling them is because I finished the games. I don't really care for them at all anymore, and they're worth a lot of money, especially the Xenoblade ones and the posters that I have. But I got to replay Xenoblade Chronicles. I was really rushing through it. I think I finished it.
I think Xenoblade Chronicles is like the perfect meshing of Western RPG and JRPG. Like, they took the best of both worlds and just threw them together.
Yeah. That's kind of crazy. It makes me feel a little good about myself. I got the hang of something before Arrow did in an RPG. I'm give myself a pat on the back.
Yeah, it's just that MMORPG style. I don't know what it was. There was something I can remember which I played it on. Like, I was playing it on the Wiimote and the nunchuck.
Oh,
that didn't work.
I couldn't do that. Yeah.
And then then I played with the classic controller. So Xenoblade Chronicles was a very tricky game. I really enjoyed the characters and the visuals on the Wii. Oh my god, I was listening to the podcast you did before this. Yeah. I can't imagine how they pulled that off.
It's mind blowing because oh my god, that's the Wii doing that. And even if it's not HD, it's like the draw distance is insane.
It's crazy. It really is crazy. Yeah.
It's like you're just that. Everyone gives the game a 9 out of 10, and you're that Polygon reviewer who gives it a 6 just to get attention. You hate it on purpose.
It's still one of my favorite RPGs on the Wii. But again, I rushed through it. I was having a walkthrough on the side. I just didn't care, just running to get through the story. And
I'll say as much as I think the thing I didn't like, the least amount of thing I liked with it was going into battle, getting a repetitive stuff once in a while. Even though Ryan's a great character, what did he say all the time? I can't think of it.
Something about a bunch of jokers.
Oh yeah, a bunch of jokers. Yeah, that started getting a little
Japanese instantly. That was when I heard that guy mention it a couple of times. Yeah. Japanese voice acting. Thank you very much.
That's the thing.
It's Ryan time.
It's Ryan time. I loved the British voicing of both the last story and
I did too,
basically all three games. I thought the British voice acting was leaps and bounds better than most American companies do. Because American companies trying to make it too anime cutesish, and I felt like the voice acting in all 3 of the Operation Rainfall games was really well done.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see. I just, I don't care for the British style. But I really dislike the fact.
Here we go with Arrow's British racism. Here we go.
No, it's not. It's just the voice, and especially when they keep repeating the same dialogue lines over and over again. That's where I put it on Japanese, because I can only a little bit understand Japanese. So if they're just pounding like Japanese lines over and over again, like, I don't care.
Yeah.
So Chance, I'm curious. Or sorry, or go ahead and you finish.
No. Go ahead.
See, I'm curious, since he doesn't play his RPGs as much as you or Dustin, or even I guess now. But has there been an RPG that you've picked up and played like, what do people see in this thing? Because you're trying to get into them and stuff, and you're like, people are praising this. This is garbage. Has there been anything like that for you?
Well, I did feel that way slightly when the first time I started Final Fantasy VII, but it was just because I was just coming off of 10. And 10 was, arguably the first RPG I ever even played. So to go backwards, I didn't quite understand the whole concept of, healing yourself and all these other things. So I just really sucked at it. Like, I just couldn't get past, I couldn't even get out of the first section where you have to fight this big mech thing, and I just died a whole lot. But other than that, though. Not really. I mean, I haven't played enough, I don't think. Like I mentioned earlier, I have started Soul Hackers, and I put some time into it, and I'm struggling with it a little bit. Even the whole SMT, canon, at large, I don't quite see the draw to it. Yeah, I mean, it just seems like way overly difficult to me, and it's like, I don't know.
Can I give you a recommendation?
Sure.
If you want to, at the bottom you can touch the touchpad, and you can have these hacks that they did specifically for the 3DS port. There is one that is like auto mapping. If you use that one, you will know where to go, and you will get into less random encounters.
Well, it's not so
it saved my life.
It's not so much the encounters that I'm having trouble with. It's more just the game doesn't just come out right and tell you where you need to go. And I can't, at this point, I've put it down for so long. If I turn it back on right now, I'll have no idea where I'm supposed to go because I don't remember what they said. So I'll have to, restart probably. But
the
whole
thing with
demon
that
fusing thing, I'm not very good at it yet, so it's just I don't quite get what I'm supposed to be accomplishing.
Chance, I really think you should play 4.
Yeah, and I really want to. I just haven't picked it up yet.
Yeah.
And Soul Hackers was available and cheap at the time that I picked it up.
If I'm correct, and Arrow, correct me if I'm wrong, Soul Hackers, when you do the demon fusing, it doesn't show you what the result will be, but 4 will, and it makes the demon fusing a lot less stressful.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind, Soul Hackers was made in the end of the 90s when only the first Persona came out. SMT was only on the Super Famicom, so they were thinking of new ways, and at that time it was groundbreaking for the SMT progression, but going back to it is really tough, and I struggled with it as well, but some FAQ online on GameFAQs helped me out, and then tweaking the auto mapping, I got through the game with relative ease.
Don't get me wrong, though. I do like it. I'm not saying that I don't like it or that I won't go back and play it again, because I do. I do enjoy it, because it's a first-person dungeon crawler, and I love them. So it's just, it's right. It's a game that I will finish eventually. So, it's not something that I'm turned off by. It's just I don't quite see all the hype with the whole SMT series as a whole. But of course, this is probably a bad place to start. I've never played a Persona game. I've never played any of the PS2 games. None of the Digital Devil Saga or Nocturne, any of that stuff.
Yeah.
And I've heard that the SRPGs are a little bit different even still.
Yeah, true.
I haven't played them either. So I mean, this is the first and only SMT game I own, so I can't judge it really. But
basically, SMT4 is the Fire Emblem Awakening for the SMT games.
Okay. Well, I love Fire Emblem Awakening. So
in terms of being streamlined and very easy to approach as a newcomer.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. I like games to hold my hand. You know, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm right there with you, man.
Which is, you know, but I say that I'm talking about starting in Dark Spire, and I hear that's pretty brutal.
Yeah. Wait for that to hold your hand.
But you know,
that's why I love the linearity of 13, Final Fantasy 13. Bring it on.
I don't claim to be, you know, a hardcore. You know, I play my games on easy. You know, I don't give a shit. So. I just like having fun with them. So,
which surprisingly, another list was made on Game Trolls of top 10 worst Final Fantasy games, and I was sad to see number 13 at number 10 slot.
Well, it could have been number 13.
It's the whole controversy surrounding it, the whole hype that didn't meet it, but it's definitely not. It's in my number titles. It's my favorite, one of my favorites, like numbers 5 or 6.
And number 1 was All the Bravest, of course. The worst Final Fantasy game ever.
No, I disagree. So honestly, I really... no. Echoes of Time on the Wii was worse than All the Bravest.
They said they weren't going to count those, I think. Or no, they did count those. They had it in the top 10. One of them. I think the GameCube one they had in there since it was a...
I actually kind of had fun with All the Bravest.
Really?
The truth comes out.
yeah. The thing with it is a very stupid milking you for money game, because basically the only thing that you need to do is you have to tap the screen, they attack, and then if your squad gets annihilated, you have to spend money to get them back, or you have to wait like 2 or 3 hours for them to refill. But what the awesome thing about it is they had all these HD sprites of all the enemies from like the first 6 games that looked really bright, and just meshing, you know, touching the iPhone all the time. It had a charm to it, and with Echoes of Time on the Wii, that was just cringe-worthy. That was just such bad quality. And this actually looked nice, and it was fun to play for a little bit.
Hold the thought with Final Fantasy and iPhones and stuff. But Dustin, was there any RPG that you just kind of cringed at?
I don't want to say cringe, but I will say that...
Yeah, that is a bad word.
Yeah, I will say that I'm like, I don't understand why this gets all the praise. And since Mike pissed all over my parade, I'm going to piss all over his. And that's Persona 4. I think I think it's a good game. But I'm like, I just don't understand why everyone's like, oh my god, this is the greatest game ever. You know?
Did you beat it?
I haven't beat it yet.
How far are you into the game?
Who's the character? He acts like a badass, but he's a little
Kanji.
Yeah, there you go. I'm currently trying to save him.
Troy Baker. Yeah.
So
Kanji, yeah, that is. I'm going to be honest. I bought Persona 4. I knew nothing on the series. I played it. I started playing it in March, and I finished the game in November. So it took me like 7 months. And around that same Kanji, that is like this 3rd dungeon, I actually took a break from the game for like 3 months.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing too.
Then slowly got back into it. And honestly, the game, I heard a lot of people say, yeah, Persona 4, it is nice. I don't really care for the dating, simulation. But, I have no idea. But I hope that once you get back into the game, you will, get a better grasp on the gameplay mechanics, see how that ties into the dating system, and then also get the ball rolling on the character development and the overarching murder mystery that is taking place.
Yeah,
see,
that's the thing.
That will suck you in.
I do like the murder mystery aspect to it. And I feel like after playing SMT4, I kind of understand the demon fusing a bit better. So I feel like if I were to just completely restart the game, because at this point, I feel like I really need to just restart it and just sit down and really just nail it out. And
are you playing PS2 or PS Vita?
Vita.
All right, yeah, you already got Golden, so that's good.
Yeah, but I have it on the PS2 as well. But it's not the fault of the game. It's a great game. It's the fault of the hype, and I feel like Final Fantasy VII really falls to that as well. because people hold it up on such a high pedestal, and then when you play it, it just feels more dated than Final Fantasy VI to me. And that's mostly because graphics of that era, the 3D graphics of the PS1, the Saturn, and the N64, they just feel super dated. More so than sprites on the Super Nintendo. And it's just a hype machine that has really kind of hurt Persona 4 for me. Because I'm like, oh my god, this is going to be like, the next thing in RPG. Not the next thing, but this is like the biggest thing in RPGs. And it's like, oh, it's just a traditional JRPG with a dating sim in there.
Yeah, I completely agree with this. This hasn't happened with me for another series that I've never really been able to really get into, and that's because the hype and the praise and everything, and then I finally get around to playing it, and I just can't seem to get into it. And those are Zelda: A Link to the Past and Zelda: Ocarina of Time. It is just
Steven, he keeps hurting my heart.
I can't get into them. I can't get into them.
I left the chat the first time. You're about to make me leave again. So,
but from my perspective, I'd never had those systems growing up. I don't have any nostalgic feelings toward them. And trying to get into them right now, especially Ocarina with the 3D visuals, and A Link to the Past, I really want to. I just haven't played it for more than maybe 20 minutes. I really gotta give that a fair shot because it has the 16-bit style to it that I'll probably enjoy more. But, Zelda, I really struck with. I really enjoy Wind Waker and Skyward Sword. I think those are fantastic. But getting back into older ones, I really struggle with it. And that's the hype and the myth surrounding it. It's hurting me. Same goes for the Grand Theft Auto games. I loved them growing up. But now, all the hype and the high praise, nah.
I will agree on Grand Theft Auto because I love Grand Theft Auto 3. I love Vice City. Never played San Andreas. Didn't really care for 4, and don't even really want to pick up 5.
Yeah. I meant to say when you were mentioning that graphics talk earlier, because I'm currently playing through Final Fantasy VIII on the PC, and when I first booted it up, I was like, what? I thought this was supposed to look better than the PS1 version. But something, I don't know, just something about the PS1 version looks way better to me. Maybe it's because it is a little bit more grainy looking, but the clear-cut lines and stuff on the PC.
It is funny how you because there is a certain charm to that sort of pixelated polygon look of those games. And when things start smoothing them out and updating them, you're like, oh, that doesn't look as good.
Oh.
It is weird how that kind of works.
Oh, yeah, it just looks ugly to me on the PC, but oof, Buzz's girlfriend, woof. That's what
Buzz, your girlfriend, woof.
All right, but I was mentioning the sprite thing because, Dustin, you played, of course, Final Fantasy Dimensions on your iPhone, iPad, and really enjoyed it.
Here we go.
Did you play through that one, Aero, or no?
Yes, and I really, really enjoyed that one. That is one of the best Final Fantasy games to come out in the last 5 years.
Awesome. I couldn't remember I think you did a video on it, but I couldn't remember if I had watched through it or not.
Yeah, maybe not I think I did a full review, and otherwise it got modeled in some of my pickups review videos.
Yeah.
But I really, really loved it. They did something really cool with the story, and it kind of felt like Final Fantasy VII to me if it would not go 3D.
Yep. What do you guys... Okay, this is something I've noticed since we're talking about the iOS Final Fantasies. Final Fantasy VI, it's already released on Android, getting ready to be released on iOS. Everybody, and I mean, as far as big journalism goes, everybody is pissing. What?
I know what you're going to say. This has been bothering me. This has been bothering me. Finish it.
I was going to say, what are they saying? What's going on?
Everyone is pissing over the graphical style of this iOS game, and it looks
of which one?
Of Final Fantasy VI. Have you seen?
Is it changed?
They've changed the sprites to look like the Final Fantasy Dimension sprites. That same style.
I'm just going to look it up while you're talking real quick. Yeah.
And everybody's comparing it to the 16-bit originals, and I'm like, why are you reporting on this? The game is phenomenal. The gameplay, I mean, here's the thing. You read these articles, and everyone's bitching about the graphics, and they say, well, at least it's still the great Final Fantasy VI gameplay. Why isn't that the focus of the fucking article? That it's still the same Final Fantasy VI great gameplay, and not that the fact that they changed the sprites around for iOS, for God's sake.
Wow. It is crazy, and I'm mentioning Kotaku here. I've no idea who's...
IGN did it. Screw Attack did it.
Crazy. I really got annoyed by that, by seeing that, because we've had Final Fantasy 1 and 2 on the PSP. We've had 4 and on PSP, and then we had Dimensions. And I really like this HD sprite work.
Yeah.
And from what I've gathered, though, I haven't played it yet. 5 has also been reworked in that way. It is not to the same amount of detail as they did in Dimensions and 4 Complete Collection. But still, the game has finally been ported to a new handheld system.
Yeah, for a new generation to experience.
I didn't hear anyone complain about Complete Collection. Why is it all of a sudden happening now?
Yeah, it's crazy,
I don't know. That's like the best way to play that game.
Wow.
It indeed is. And, we got Final Fantasy 3 and 4 on the DS with the Matrix Software 3D style, the chibi style. I did not care for that.
Fuck that style.
And I know it is in 4 Heroes of Light, which I thought was very mediocre.
Yeah.
And now, of course, in Bravely Default, which I am so foolish to leave my 3DS at a friend's house who does live in a different hometown, so I can't play it right now.
Yeah.
But I prefer the sprite style, and the HD style in the games that I played it, like Dimensions and everything, looked really cool.
Yeah.
The only thing that's holding me back from picking it up is it is on iOS. I only have an iPhone, and the game is ridiculously expensive, like 15 euros for a digital title. Like, ooh.
Now,
crazy.
I will say that the price for Dimensions is worth it, because that's like a 60-hour game. But the
overall price was $30, right?
Once it was all said and done. It was free for me.
Well, all right.
What?
But yeah, that's the type of gamer I am. I don't care if I can get it for free. I'll get it for free.
There you go. There you go.
But
give him an eye patch and a flag with a Jolly Roger on it. Old Pirate Mike over there.
See, but I'm in the same boat as you, Aero, because all I have is an iPod Touch, and I don't want to play stuff on that small screen. And we were talking about the cave shmups.
I wouldn't even recommend it. If you have an older generation iPod Touch, that will definitely be laggy as shit.
This is the thing. I play those cave shmups on my iPhone 5, and it is perfect. It is like
on the iPhone.
Yeah, it's perfect. Really?
It's perfect,
yeah.
I'm just jealous because you could play it on the iPad, and I figured that would be.
No, actually, I prefer playing the cave shmups on the iPhone because of the vertical screen.
Wow. Okay.
But Final Fantasy Dimensions totally on the iPad.
I agree. Highly agreed. Yeah.
See, but there was another answer for your Chance, because we mentioned Bravely Default. That's one he's not too hyped or excited about.
Oh my God, Chance is so good.
I haven't played the demo yet, so I'll play the demo.
Yeah.
And, I'll probably have a different opinion, but it's just, I don't know, man.
Hey,
just make sure you have a healer. Just make sure you have a healer, and you'll be okay.
Chance.
Yes.
Scroll up the volume on your mic a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit more.
It's all the way up.
There we go. He's probably just sitting back.
I just moved it towards my face more.
Okay. Yeah.
I was trying to avoid the nostrils, and
that's not going to happen.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that apparently.
It'd be cool if you. Give the demo a try. The only thing I didn't like in the demo from what I played of it was that first town music. I wasn't too digging that. But from what I keep hearing in the trailers and stuff, the music sounds wonderful.
The thing about the demo is it drops you right in, and there's I feel like the game's going to have a more gradual build up, whereas the demo drops you right in, and it feels really hard when you first start playing.
And buying magic, that was new to me. Made Dustin me feel like an idiot.
Yeah.
How do I get magic spells?
You can tell.
Them?
You can tell how what the oldest Final Fantasy Stevens played.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I can remember buying magic in the first one.
Yeah.
You gotta buy that shit, man. Things. And you only had charges.
Yeah.
And but from being on Bravely Default, from what I played, I'm super hyped for that. And that battle system in it, I did not know you could default right off the bat. I thought you had to actually or couldn't brave off the bat. I'm sorry. I thought you had to default first, then you could brave.
Oh yeah,
and I was getting murdered. But
Yeah.
then I just started braving 3 attacks every person. You just start mowing through enemies. At least from what I was playing, it almost made it too easy. But I'm sure
it's
boss
crazy.
fights and stuff, you gotta manage that.
I was talking to my friend Ernie, and we were discussing kind of how worthless the. I think Steven, maybe you and I talked about this too. How worthless the warrior class was.
No, that wouldn't be me.
Okay, maybe it's just me and Ernie.
Yeah, because I think you mentioned that Valkyrie class, and I think she's worthless. She can't. Well, I made her a girl, but I can't get her to do anything.
Really?
Weak.
Okay, the Valkyrie class is your dragoon, so it jumps. But then after you level up a certain bit, it gets a crescent moon that attacks all enemies, and it's pretty powerful. And then
so far, I like the one where you get people to attack you, whatever class that was.
The Swordmaster.
Yeah, he's.
And then there's
awesome.
something. It's the Bard class. I don't know what they call it in this game. I can't remember.
Oh yeah.
But that has an ability that draws attacks to you. So that ability combined with the Swordmaster, boom, baby.
Yeah. There's just so many possibilities with the class, which was Chance was mentioning. It just seems like a game with so many possibilities of class builds. You get worried if you pick the right stuff. Is it going to confuse you?
Yeah.
And I'll have to admit, Chance, if a game has been out, like it's been over in European areas for a while before we'll get it, I mean, you can look on message boards and kind of see a good starting party maybe, even though you want to do your own thing. Like just to be safe, what you might want to put in there to start with. And that kind of helps me when situations like games like this arise. But it's always cool to experiment. I have a feeling I'm going to have too many mages in my party. A white mage, and then I had, like you were saying, it was a bard, but I had him with mage powers as well, in case I needed them. So it seems like it's going to be great. I'm going to love that.
I love jobs. I love games with those job systems. I just, they're so addictive.
Anyone? Comments?
It's crazy, man. You guys, I own the full fucking game. It's sitting on my shelf. I haven't even touched it. I haven't even popped it in my 3DS.
Beautiful limited collector's edition.
I will come all the way to the fucking.
Sit beside you.
I will come all the way across the pond and punch you and steal that game, and then realize that my 3DS is region locked.
You have to buy a 3DS while you're there.
I know. After punching Mike, I'll run down to the store and buy a 3DS.
It's pretty crazy, but honestly, there were a bunch of 3DS games coming out, and I have my whole work thing and the training, so I wanted to get Ace Attorney out and Layton, which I started until I left my 3DS at my friend's house. So I'll just wait until it's February. You guys pick it up, and we can all play it together and have a lot of fun, I hope.
That's going to be a challenge for you, Mike, sometime during this podcast, is you're going to have to try to talk me into the Ace Attorney games. Because you made that comment on my game room tour that I don't have any of them. So you need to talk me into it eventually. Or maybe just outside of the episode.
It's visual novels. I would say. I believe they were on iOS as well. The first 3, the Phoenix Wright trilogy.
Yeah, because Chance played that, didn't you?
Yeah, I would say
get
it on iOS. Like if you're gonna go for it, I say get it on iOS because it just worked really well on iOS.
And it's still kind of pricey. The physical ones as well too. I think.
But aren't all the games like together on the iOS version? Like, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I think you can buy them. Like you can buy them individually, but it's cheaper to get like the trilogy, the first 3, like all together. And I think it's only like $18.
Wow.
On iOS, so
it's really cheap.
It's the cheap way to go, and the touch controls work perfectly because really, I mean, all you have to do is occasionally press on the screen, to like search, investigate,
object
crime scenes. Like. Investigate crime scenes and then make choices and things like that. Visual novel type stuff. Pretty run of the mill visual novel gameplay. But something so charming about the characters and the story. It's really good. I like it a lot.
Yeah, that's definitely true. The character development is great. There's a lot of quirky humor to the characters and the cases. The recommendation that I can give is definitely get them on iOS. It's cheaper don't get overwhelmed by the fact that this is a 7-game series already. Just take it game by game, case by case, and if don't feel the pressure. I want to finish all these games. I want to be, get through it as fast as possible. Just take it really slow, case by case. Let the characters grow on you.
Yeah.
And if you don't enjoy the Ace Attorney games at all, please do me one solid and just pick up Ghost Trick, which was made by the same guys who did it.
I really want to play that one.
Yeah, that
Ghost
was
Trick
awesome.
I just
is
want to say,
absolutely fantastic.
between you and Return to Mother Base, like I know I need to find. I want to track down a physical copy of that.
It's on iOS too.
Yeah, but
that one would be better on an iPad. I didn't care for it on my phone, just because I just felt like it was too cramped.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
What do you- what-
iPad would be great.
Era, what do you say? Would it be better on the DS or would it be better on the iOS?
Well, the thing is, we're all gamers and we're collectors as well. So if you can get it on a physical copy, that's great. But I don't know how much the game goes for right now. I bought it at launch, so
I'll take a look when we get done recording.
I was gonna say I thought it's like $30. But
Really?
I don't know.
Used?
I don't know. I could be wrong. Yeah, like Amazon. I could be wrong though.
Yeah.
And I think Chance mentioned the Ace Attorney games. I think you can play free for a little bit, so you can test
you
the
can actually
waters with them.
you can actually download it and play the entire first case of the first game for free.
Okay, maybe I'll try that.
So, like, it'll give you a good idea whether you're gonna like it
or not. Yeah.
Yeah.
I really want to get into the Layton games, but I cannot find Curious Village anywhere.
I found Diabolical Box by the dozens.
Everywhere I go.
I cannot find Curious Village.
Everywhere I go, Diabolical Box. And I'm like, I already have that one. And I have Last Spectre, too. And I'm like, where's Curious Village? I'm just going to have to break down and buy it online. That's just how it's
Isn't that really cheap, too? Isn't it like $10?
Yeah, but you can't find it anywhere. Like, because GameStops have stopped carrying it, and then you have to rely on, like, ma and pa shops. And that's a roll of the dice as best as it can. So, yeah.
My local GameStop still have a bunch of regular DS games, but they're all
loose, yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, so I did pick up Diabolical Box because it was only like $7 or something like that. And I was like, whatever. I really don't care that much.
Yeah. I do, Chance. I do. Well, I don't know why I do, but I do.
I understand, but even loose, I can't find a Curious Village.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. And I've heard a lot of other people have the same complaint.
It's probably because it was
the first game.
It was the first game, and it was probably a low print run. That's probably what it is.
I heard though that the new one is pretty good. The Azrin Legacy or whatever it is.
Yeah.
My grandmother has a complete copy of Curious Village. I'll see if I can get it for you.
Are you serious, Steven?
She's not. Yeah, she's not. She doesn't play it. I'll
there
see if
you
I can
go.
get it.
Steven's stealing from his grandma again.
Again, yeah.
Was she got anything else? Jeez.
And just in case, I mean,
Earthbound, complete in box.
I was going to say she has a complete in box Earthbound, but she's
all my GameStops have them in stock, and Breeze Software has the booklets for $1.50 online. So if all else fails, there you go.
She has a sealed Panzer Dragoon Saga
sitting in the basement. Yeah.
Yeah, it's behind a bunch of old sewing stuff. And
I gotta do that when I'm 80 years old or something. Like, have these boxes, and then have like my grandchildren. They open these boxes and they're like, "Oh my fucking god, this is like worth thousands of bucks."
Dustin's gonna have that sealed Xenoblade sitting back there under the crates.
Because you know what? GameStop's going to keep doing reprints, and it's going to lose its value.
Yeah.
I don't even think they reprinted it.
I don't think they did. I think they held back stock. I think that's what
they had. Same with Metroid Prime Trilogy. Same deal.
Yeah, they held back stock.
Just a box somewhere in there. You know, that is... Nah, I'm not going to be telling that story. That will hurt you guys.
Uh-oh.
There's this chain of stores who just went bankrupt. I bought a lot of my physical games when I was starting out collecting. This game called Suikoden 2, it was out all of a sudden for about maybe 2 years. And then all of a sudden, it was back in stock at this one chain. So I guess they found that lost pallet, and they were selling Suikoden 2 for €5.
But it's a
They
PAL.
had a stack of like 6 or 7 from top to bottom. I bought one.
Right, but it's PAL. You're talking
I bought
PAL,
7.
right? You're talking
PAL.
We're
talking PAL, yeah.
Okay, then I don't care, because I can't play it anyway.
But
would
still,
it be worth?
I know.
Would it be worth buying a PAL system for?
Maybe because
now
it'd be cheaper.
would.
It'd be cheaper because I paid $140 for that damn thing. Yeah.
How much is the PAL version worth?
I think it is a little less rare than the North American one.
That's weird.
You
would think the PAL would be more. Yeah.
I think Greg will know this for certain. I'm not 100% sure.
I don't care. I paid $280 for Panzer Dragoon, and it was worth it.
I still hate myself for this one. I actually was bidding on this Dutch marketplace for a complete Earthbound, complete in box. Mm-hmm. I paid for it. I bought it for €200. And then the guy came back to me, meh, I want to have 250 or 275 euros for it.
What?
I can give you your money back if you want to, or you pay me the extra money. And I was like, I wasn't really that wealthy at that time.
Oh, yeah, well, that's
so I was like, fuck it then, man. That's too expensive, So give me my money back. And then I bought
$70.
Oh my! I want to give him $150 right now, man.
Yeah.
I still hate myself for not having it.
You will never hate yourself as much as I hate myself for throwing away that damn box. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Oh my god! You had it and you threw it away.
I had it for the longest time. And then my parents.
You were like 16 years old.
I was young, and my parents got divorced, and we were moving, and I was like, I don't need these fucking boxes. I had the box of Final Fantasy. All my Super Nintendo games I had as a kid, I had the boxes. I had the box of Dragon Warrior 4. Yeah, that's like the hardest one to get.
Wow, man, that's tough.
Yeah,
even the cartridge is hard to find.
Yeah, and
let alone the box.
No one in the history. I mean, unless someone had like a complete in box sealed stadium events and just like threw it in the trash, no one is going to feel as bad as I do right now at where I'm at.
Oh, that sucks, man.
Yeah, but I mean, it's part. I mean, who knew at fucking I don't even know how old I was, 17, that that shit was going to be worth money someday. You don't think about that when you're that age.
Hey, well, you got the thing now that might be pretty expensive later on down the road in the Wizards edition, so I think that's going to be way up there, way down the road, too.
That's true, I do.
Like Earthbound did, so.
Yeah.
You have it sealed?
So here's
Wizards edition?
I don't think it does.
No.
Yeah, actually, I have a lot of games right now that I have completely sealed.
Yeah.
And like I'm selling the Operation Rainfall games now, which I might not sell Xenoblade, but I also have this game called Almanos Original. I actually sold a copy. I think we have an agreement. He's paying it for it. I sold it for €100. But I know that if I just take this game and put it in a box, then in 10 years' time, I know it will be worth €300-400. But I don't want to be that guy, I don't want to be that type of collector who keeps around these very valuable things for a long time just to get more money in a couple of years.
See, I was going to say, you seem to be pretty good at, like, you went through this, like, last year or something, too, right? You sold a big, huge chunk of your collection off. Is it tough for you to let go of some of that stuff? You're like, you know what? I don't play it. It can fund getting games I want, so I'm just going to get rid of it. Is it pretty easy for you?
Well, it depends. I made the decision to cut my collection in half twice now. But that doesn't mean that it's all sold. I still have a lot of stuff from last year that I'm now getting back into the process of selling. I have sold a couple of things that, yes, I regret selling. I had a complete inbox, unopened Pierre Solar reprint.
Oh.
I sold it for €125. That is a lot of money, but it is
not as much as what's worth.
That's true. And that's the way I'm feeling about Almanach. I have 2 copies right now. I have production number 004 out of 300.
Wow.
I sold that, and I have a 007 still in my collection. I got really lucky with ordering them. But
someone in this podcast just made a purchase.
If anybody is interested, hook me up. If you want to have something, I'm selling it for relatively cheap. If you can wait 5 years, I know it will be worth 500 because everybody is talking about Class of Heroes 2, Almanos Original from Ghostlight. That is the most rare PSP game. And you can have it for relatively cheap. I'm not that greedy. I'm very happy in my life right now. I don't need a lot of money. You can have it at
the low price of
€125. Yeah.
I say with my sealed Ninja Gaiden that I sold the past year, It was kind of tough, but since it was such a large amount of money, I said, just take it. Screw it. I'll take the money. And
you can find
I'll
a
admit,
copy of that for like $30-$40.
yeah.
I sold Panzer Dragoon Saga, man.
Oh,
I did it for 150 euros just to fund my DS. I was
for a
student.
For a DS? Oh, God, that's such a good game.
I didn't trade it for it.
So original. Oh, my God.
I didn't trade it for it, but I was a student at the time. I had no money.
Yeah, you keep
saying student,
so I understand.
I didn't have a Saturn to play it.
Yeah.
So I was like, if I can get 150 euros for it, take it, man.
I already sold my Class of Heroes 2 seal.
Really?
When I did my pickups vid, a YouTuber messaged me and offered me, what did he want? He offered 150 at first, and then I said 200, and he came back at 185. I said, sure, you can have it. So,
really?
And I think you can get it way cheaper on eBay right now.
Is that game on PSN still?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I do want to play both of them, and it's like, I really don't want to pay for the physical copy.
Yeah, they're both on PSN, but that physical...
And I got the digital like you guys are talking about, but I didn't really dig the game. And I'm like Mike, it's like I don't want to hoard the game and wait for it to get more expensive. I'll take your 185 and I'll be happy. There
Especially
you go.
if it's a game you don't really care for, right? I played Almanas original. It is like one of the worst first-person dungeon crawlers I've ever played,
Chance, I'll tell you this. Class of Heroes 1, I've been playing it kind of extensively for a while, then I kind of lost track. It's a bit clunky, but it's still fun. I'm having fun with it, and I'll probably go back to it eventually. But
I think I'll probably wait till I get a Vita, because I don't think I want to mess with it on the PSP.
Yeah.
I remember you're talking about that, Chance. You're saying you're going to go Vita and do a lot of downloading, probably.
I'm probably going Vita way before I go Xbox One or PS4.
Yeah.
Even Wii U, really.
I will tell you this, Chance. If that's your plan, don't be afraid to invest in the biggest Vita memory card you can.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I will. Because I plan on getting a lot of, like, the PS1 classics and stuff, too. Because fuck buying those discs.
In the long run, you're going to make out okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm pretty confident of that, too. So, yeah, Vita is my next major console purchase.
I'm enjoying it.
Looking at that, I mean, everyone kind of commented on the quality of the video that I posted on the fan or the community page. The IGN video about the future of the Vita. As crappy as that video is, thanks IGN. This year does look actually really good for the Vita.
Definitely.
There's a lot of good stuff coming out for it.
Well, and I'm excited for everything that's out. It's like
yeah,
there's finally like to me what seems like a really good catalog of games that are totally worth buying the system for.
Oh yeah.
So the rest of the games that come out this year and and beyond is just icing on the cake. I think that it's probably a really awesome system, and I can't wait to buy it.
Well, in my opinion, Ease is out, so that's good enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, Persona 4 Golden. I bought the game and I didn't even own the system. And after like 2 weeks, I was like, man, I gotta get it. There was a good deal, 200 euros with a good memory card, 8 gigs, extra games for free, PS Plus for 3 months. I was like, sold.
I know Dustin and Mike, you guys might not be the biggest like online type gamers, but like me and Chance kind of are. But that's what really the thing with the Vita. Like we experienced with the 3DS, the Lagamanjaro connection with what we were trying to play in Code of Princess.
Yeah, but we had a good time with Ragnarok Odyssey, though.
Yeah, just flawless on the Vita with online cooperative play. If Nintendo, like I would have loved to Dragon Quest 9, you could do that multiplayer, but you had to be local. Man, if they could figure out their online, like with Mario Kart 7,
oh my God,
stuff would be great.
That's a topic.
But the Vita has online down.
Yeah, Nintendo is so far behind with online.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. Like, just one more thing on Vita, like with the online. I couldn't even imagine we can play first-person shooter like a Call of Duty if you're into that with Killzone Mercenary. You can have team deathmatches online on your handheld Vita from anywhere. I mean, that just seems pretty cool to me. So that's one I'm looking forward to hopefully picking up sometime. But yeah, like you said, Nintendo. I don't know if it was an article you linked or someone linked an article. I read one. where Nintendo representatives who were making the game or something, they said Nintendo affiliates didn't have any idea how Xbox Live worked.
Yeah.
Because none of them had ever played it or something. And I was like, what? How did no one ever... That just blew my mind. Like, how
do you
I don't
not know
it
what
just
the
blew my
competition
mind.
is doing?
Yeah.
I know they have the arrogant kind of, we're not competing with PS4 and Xbox One, but you are. You need to know what they're doing.
And I was kind of surprised with, since I'm a newer Wii U owner, when it first came out, I heard people praising how Nintendo's getting hold of this online thing, this community thing they're building is really neat. And then I get onto it, I'm like, okay, but there's still no games in their eShop. There's still no online games to play with each other. I was just like, what is going on? I don't know what they mean.
Everything that was on the Wii Virtual Console should have been instantly transported to the Wii U. We shouldn't be like, hooray, they're releasing Castlevania from the NES on the Virtual Console.
Yeah.
It should already be there, you know?
What was the game we were looking for the other day? Alien Soldier or something?
Yeah, it's on the Wii.
It's on the Wii, yeah.
But it's not on the Wii U Virtual Shop.
But if you go to your Wii program in your Wii U, you can download the game through that on your Wii U.
I shouldn't have to go to
you still got to go to the Wii menu to do it.
I shouldn't have to go to the Wii channel, period. I should just throw a Wii disc in there, and it's like, all right, let's play it.
Yeah.
Sony does it so well. You know, you can get your games for the PlayStation Portable, Vita, PlayStation 3, and probably PlayStation 4 as well. It all fucking works.
You brought up a point there. I was really hoping on my PS4. Yes, I bought a PS4. I was really
spoiler already.
Spoiler already. We're 2 hours and 13 minutes in. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I was really hoping that I could act like the same shop was on the Vita as on the PS4, and I was like, man, wouldn't it be awesome if I could download second chapter on my PS4? But it's just PS4 games. Like the Vita and the PS4 are separate. You know what I mean?
I think there's ways. I figured this out with the PS3. There's sometimes ways around it. Like Silent Hill 1 was not supposed to be able to play on my Vita when I downloaded it.
Yeah.
But I was able to go through the manager in the PS3 and transfer it over, and ta-da, it kind of worked. So.
Well, I'm also kind of wondering if I go back on my PS3, if I could. I'm going to look into it, but we'll talk about the PS4 in a minute. But anyway, yeah, I was like, really, oh man, that would have been so awesome. But yeah, I agree. Sony's got a much better handle on it than Nintendo. Just as far as online goes, Nintendo has no idea what they're doing.
Regarding second chapter, there's actually one thing that I am personally very interested in. I'm going to be buying the game for the PSP. I would like to transfer my PSP save file, which is like, I got max bracer points.
Yeah.
I want to transfer that to my PlayStation Vita and then use the save file for second chapter. I believe you get some bonuses. I hope I'm able to do that when the game comes out and play it on a Vita.
How are you
able to?
How are you able to transfer your PSP file to your Vita?
Well, you got to transfer it to your PS3 first, maybe, through the download manager.
Yeah, to the PlayStation, or you can copy it on a memory card and then on your notebook. I'm actually asking this question on the Xseed forums to see that they know that I'm probably not the only one thinking of playing it on a Vita.
Yeah, because I'm probably going to download it on the Vita now, because since I bought a PS4, I'm putting a hold on the gaming PC, so that's probably where I'm going to be playing second chapter. So if you figure out how to do that, let me know, because I'd like to carry over that data from that PS.
If that's possible, then I'll definitely do that, and I'll let you guys know. If it's not possible, then Xseed will lose one customer, and I'll probably have to get the game in other means and play it on my PSP.
Did they mention there's going to be a bonus for finishing the game or something, or no?
I believe you get some special items, depending on how much bracer points you have. Like a special accessory or something. I know Greg knows this kind of things. But
he's going to be writing like a fucking essay on...
I don't know. I just like the fact to carry over my save file, even if the bonus is like a crappy helmet like in Borderlands or something like that. But I come from the Suikoden era where that's a godsend to transfer your save file, Suikoden to Suikoden 2. I love that so much.
I think if they said there's going to be some type of bonus, there's got to be a way to be able to do it. So I think you'll be able to do it through the manager, the download manager. So hopefully,
I was really
XE never fails us.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dustin.
I was really surprised when I booted up Suikoden 3 because I was thinking about playing it, and it asked me to import my Suikoden 2 data. And I was like, really? Between the two consoles? That's pretty crazy. So, but it does
crazy, yeah.
It does break my heart a little bit, Mike, that you said you wouldn't support XE.
That's another cut that he's putting on your heart today.
That is.
Now the thing with it is my PSP is illegal as fuck.
I was gonna say it's probably jailbroken.
I've hacked that thing back when it was like version 1.5, so it has never been on Sony's radar. So I can't buy the official games in the store and play it on my PSP, so I have to rely on an illegal way.
Yeah.
But it just
it's
hurts.
XSeed. Oh, it's just XSeed. I was gonna say they need the money.
I'll give them the money, even though I still might download
one person has been translating that game, Mike. One person for years.
Now, I'll probably give XE the money. I'll probably get a copy of second chapter when I'm in Japan in a couple of months, just for the collection.
Yeah,
I'll get a ROM, so I'll do it 3 ways. You know.
Yeah, I'm gonna download it, but I probably will start buying. Which Greg, oh my God, watching his channel, man, I get so at one point I get jealous, but at the same time I'm like, I don't understand Japanese, so why am I getting jealous? But he just buys all those Falcom games, and I'm just like, oh my God, I want to play all these Kanseki games. And
I don't know if I'm more impressed of his collection or that he can pronounce the names so fluidly and expertly. It's awesome that he just knows them.
Because he did his gaming shrines and like the East Shrine and the Kanseki Shrine. I'm just like, oh my God, I want that collection. You know?
Yeah, it's crazy awesome. But you know, I really respect Greg for trying to get through these games in Japanese. But if there's one guy I'm jealous of, it's Taylor from the Murakami.
He knows what he's playing
in Japan, and he played all the Kiseki games, and he understands them all. I just wish to have that skill, you know.
Yeah.
But I don't think it'll ever happen quickly. But I really hope that in like 5 to 10 years' time, there will be people that translate the third. And that will translate the Trails of Blue, and then there's
that brings up a whole new series because once they get past the third, is your Vita jailbroken?
No. Vita, I believe, isn't unable to do so.
I was going to say because eventually you're going to have to jailbreak that Vita.
Yeah. No, but
that brings up a whole new set of problems.
And Trails of Blue are also on the PSP, so they only right now, I believe. I don't know which one was the 4th game and which one was the 5th game, but Trails of Blue is already out on like an Evolution, so it's like an upgraded one, and the same is going to be done for the 5th game on the Vita. But you have the original ones on the PSP, which are available for translation, but I heard that the 4th game is even bigger than second chapter, so if it's not somebody being paid for doing that, that is like one hell of a dedicated fan translator. But given it a couple, like 5 to 10 years, it might happen.
Eventually, we'll be able to play all the games. It's just a matter of time. Because I think
East 5 came out 15 years later.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you what. As much as people say East 5 is the black sheep of the East series, I enjoyed the fuck out of that game. I had a great time with East 5.
I haven't played it yet, so. But I also haven't played Nepishtim yet, so.
I was going to say.
Those are the only 2 ones I still need to play, except for FM4.
It really reminds me of Nepishtim a lot, so I would say if you have Nepishtim, play that one first, and that'll kind of give you an idea of what East 5 will play like, because it really reminded me a lot of Nepishtim.
I really struggled with the PSP version. There was a lot of lag and slow time.
No. PS2 version.
Yeah, it will probably go. It's probably going to be at some point the PC fan translation.
Oh yeah.
Now you said, speaking of fan translation, Mike, you said Type 0 will hopefully be done this year. I was keeping watch on that too, but I didn't know they were going to be done this year or not.
I'm hoping they will absolutely crazy. The guys have announced this like January 2013, so like last year. It was very slowly going, and now like in the last couple of months, it was like 55%, 60, 65, 70. Now they're at 80% already.
I saw the 80% mark. I was like, whoa.
Gosh.
And the crazy thing is they actually made it, they actually have this running on an Android tablet where it has like a PSP emulator on it. So that is absolutely ridiculous. I'm going to be playing it on my PSP, of course.
Yeah.
But, that is a power to them. They do some absolutely crazy progress.
I might have to go out and buy another PSP, and I might be getting in touch with you, Mike, on how to jailbreak it, because like
that program didn't work.
You know what?
Did you even try it?
That's the thing. I didn't try it because because you sent it to me and I was on my phone and I just kind of bookmarked it and then I forgot about it. So I need to look into that. Never mind. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I think Mike said he didn't do the battery thing either, right? Like
no, I did it way back when, where you had to exploit something in the menu or like a save file. You had to have it on there. So I never did the Pandora battery thing, but I highly recommend it. My PSP, I haven't really been using it for the last year, but it is absolutely fantastic. There are so many emulators working on it. I played Snatcher, Police Knots, Earthbound, Mother 3. I played that all on the PSP, man. That thing is a godsend if you jailbreak it.
Yeah.
Buy your games, people. Buy your games. But you can dabble in some ROMs here and there.
Oh yeah, that's the thing. Like, if there is a game that did not come out over here and someone takes the time to translate it, that's who's getting the support. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I'll maybe if it's not super expensive, I'll buy a legitimate copy from Japan. But
yeah, do that. That's my style. I buy the cheaper Japanese copy, and then I get a ROM or a fan translation, and I play it. And I preferably play it on handheld and the PSP. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Calvin, or I should say TG Appileus and I, we've been talking a lot about, because we're both kind of thinking about modding our Saturns. So we've been kind of talking back and forth about how to mod the Saturns. And we've been talking about soft modding PS2s and things like that. So it's getting to that point where it's like, because I want to play Tales of Rebirth, okay? And if the only way I can play Tales of Rebirth is soft modding my PS2 to play an ISO, then that's what I'm going to do, because obviously Namco Bandai is not interested in giving me that game.
That game has been fan translated?
Apparently. I believe so.
One on the PlayStation 2 has not been fan translated. It's either Destiny 2 or it's Rebirth.
I want to...
I'm sure you know how we put our Wii's away, Dustin?
Yeah.
Ever since seeing Grub Gun stuff, I've been wanting to do that to my Wii. I've been wanting to
the Wii was great as well, man.
That's the thing, but I think I'm almost certain that my software update is too much for the... Because isn't there like a cutoff point for the...
I don't know what you got to do with it. I have no idea.
Maybe we should talk to Grub Gun.
It's been a long time since I did it, but you know why those Operation Rainbow games are still sealed? That's why.
Wow.
The DS, PSP, and Wii. I love those systems so much. Just being able to download a game, play it, try it first. Yeah, I like it. I'll buy it.
Oh, so your DS is jailbroke too?
No, but I have the flash card for the DS.
Oh, you swine.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, that is so awesome, man. Just have like 60 games on there. I don't have to open I have everything sealed that I bought sealed.
Like,
awesome.
I want one of those cards just to play Somabringer, because my PC that I'm currently recording this podcast on will not run a DS emulator. It's too much for it. So
that you reminded me of my horror story. For 4 hours straight, I played that ROM, and then my save. I don't know what happened.
I know.
I was having so much fun with that game. From the 4 hours I played, it is my type of style RPG action. Really liked it.
I played it a bit in the Japanese because there was a save on my cart. So I was just kind of getting a feel for the combat, and I was like, "Oh my god, why is this not over here?"
Yeah,
Somabringer, huh?
It's so much more westernized. You figured it could have came. It's more of a Western RPG type of.
But that's the thing. It's Monolith Soft. So I mean, it's Xenoblade, Somabringer. Yeah. It's not hard to see the connection there.
I don't have that game. I have a few DS imports. Yeah. Archaic Sealed Heat being one. There's another one which I'm going to be parting with and going to be ending up in somebody's hands in a couple of weeks, which I know you don't have, so enjoy it if you ever want to mess around with it.
I hope you're not talking about me, because I have it.
No, you're getting another Japanese DS RPG title that I don't care for anymore.
Pow!
So I think the game has been fan translated, I think, but I'm not 100% sure on that. It was an interesting game, though.
Yeah.
But you'll have to wait and see.
Well, gentlemen, I have to get off in like 15 to 20. Should I talk about the games I've played recently before I have to do so, if you guys are going to keep on being on here?
Well, yeah, I suppose that we should. Because I mean, we're at 2:30 right now. So
yeah, I know you guys can probably keep talking though. But I was like, I didn't know if you saw my message or not earlier.
Yeah, I saw.
I got a date with Jack Ryan tonight.
Oh, are you kidding me? That's the reason, Jack Ryan.
Fuck that movie. I think that's going to be horrible.
Listen, I get to go for free, and I'm taking it. So I haven't been to the movies in a while, so. It's guys shooting night, seeing things get shot.
It's guys shooting
enjoy
night.
It, man.
Anyways, okay, I'll talk about my stuff real quick. But I've only really played 2 games since the last podcast, and that being Mario 3D World, which I did beat, if you saw my recent Picos video. And yeah, it was a great 3D Mario game again. I'm more of a fan of the Galaxy series. I think those were the better games, more creative and inventive. But the cat suit was pretty cool. I think it kind of broke the game because you can put that cat suit on and go anywhere and like,
yeah. I always had one in reserve.
Exactly.
Just to get the golden flagpole at the end, just to crawl upwards.
Well, it does. Yeah, you get the golden flagpole. You can explore
and the stars.
Anywhere. Yeah, you can explore anywhere on the game, and then it also has an attack. It's completely overpowered.
Yeah. But it's I've finished all the first main worlds. Of course, like in recent Mario games, you unlock the bonus worlds afterwards. But the first worlds that you complete until the end, I got all the stars for them. Couldn't find all the stamps; those are more tricky. But I did have a blast with the game. And like I was saying, I was so impressed because my son had beat the first world 1-1, 3 years old. It took him like
how many lives did it take him? It took him like 80 lives.
I gave him a file. I copied my file that had like 126 lives, but this wasn't all straight, but he got down to 48 lives left to spare, but it was over a span of days. I would let him play for an hour one day, then an hour another day or something. Now he's hooked on Mario. I can't come home without him saying, are we going to play Mario today? And I got to tell him, like, not today, but I don't want you to get addicted.
You should get like
so quick.
the 1100 lives code, man. Or not the code, but the trick. You have like 1,000 lives.
Oh yeah, that's how I got my first 100 lives.
You know what you need to do?
What's that?
1-2.
You need to set that kid down and take him through the history.
Well, what I want to do, I want to know if there's some type of because I have my PSP, of course, hacked, and you can put NES, SNES ROMs, and everything on it. Yeah. If there's someone made like an emulator of just a Mario game where you can just go infinitely just jumping and going down tunnels. I mean, because that's all he likes to do is go in tunnels. He always wants to keep going in and out of the tunnels. So if something was out there like that, he'd have a blast with it.
Yeah.
But it was a proud moment as a dad, seeing him jump on that flagpole. No, not the top of the golden piece, but right at the bottom. But he still did it. I was so happy.
Yeah, because he's only 3, right?
Yeah. He learned it. It was impressive how he learned how to steer or control Mario. It took him like an hour just to figure out the directions to go, and then when he figured out the jump button, he didn't know he could jump on enemies. And
you know why that's super impressive?
What's that?
Because like developmentally, kids. I mean, he might be a little bit advanced because of what he's doing, but kids don't really develop memories until like 3.5, 4 years old.
Oh, he remembers, like, he knows exactly where the coins and stuff are. It's so funny. Yeah. He figured out something I couldn't. I didn't know you could touch the screen to pick up coins and break the boxes. He figured that out.
That's actually
that's
actually a really good sign. He might be. That's actually
the
good.
Cure for cancer's coming in 20 years, you guys.
He's gonna make it. Yeah. No, but like him playing that game is actually probably really good for him at that age because it creates that memory. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's insane. I don't know, because my first kid, I don't know if kids this age can do this stuff, but I don't know. I thought it was pretty cool he could do it. But yeah, Mario 3D World, really liked it. And the other game that I've been playing mainly is Fallout New Vegas, which I tried Fallout 3, which Dustin's a huge fan of Fallout 3.
Yeah.
And this has reignited me wanting to try that again because they're pretty much the same thing. But my main complaint with Fallout 3 was I needed a run button. I was like, I need to feel like I'm moving because it was so slow.
Yeah.
But it's the same way in New Vegas.
My main complaint with New Vegas was that it was glitching all over the place.
The first time I played it on 360, within the first 20 minutes, my game was frozen and locked up.
Thanks,
Obsidian. But I'm playing it. Yeah, I'm playing it on PC, and it's running fine. I haven't had any problems, and I was like, okay, if I can't run, I'm just gonna stick with it and see if it hooks me. And I got hooked into New Vegas, man. I'm already at the end of the game. I'm pretty much almost beat it. But I just think it's so cool how just this open world, I could go in and the first person you meet in the game could be a friendly person, but I can blow their face off if I want to and use their head as an ornament on my table in my house. I mean, it's just, it's so crazy the things that it's really, truly, you can do whatever you want in these games.
I can't wait. Now that I have a PS4 especially, I can't wait for Fallout 5. Or no, Fallout 4, I'm sorry. 4, because New Vegas wasn't really considered, Fallout 4. If it ever comes.
I am a fan now, and it's just, I really want to go back and play 3 now, because like I said, because the storyline in 3 is probably way better than what this Vegas storyline is, but it's still so much fun, leveling up your characters and stuff. I've had a blast with it.
The thing I liked about, Fallout 3 really felt like you were in a post-apocalyptic world, because the East Coast was hit by the bombs. New Vegas wasn't really hit by the bombs. It was more everything else went to shit, so this went to shit as well. So, you still have the Strip, which is really, not that touched, but everything else is kind of a wasteland. But there was just something about the decay of Fallout 3 that I found a lot more appealing.
And in Vegas, there is, like you said, all that. The Strip is until near the end. It's only a small part of the map, but the decay is still kind of pretty much here in Vegas. And what I did in this game, like I do in most of these games, is I'm being pretty much a good guy, in the game. But it has made me want to go into Fallout 3 as a horrible person, and I never do that in games.
Yeah.
But I just want to go into Fallout 3.
It's hard.
And just be bad. That's the thing. Because I would goof off in this game just to goof off in New Vegas, and I mean it's got saves you can load back up. So I would just start killing people, and you don't want to have every faction coming at you in the game because the game will be impossibly hard.
Yeah,
you're gonna want to be friends with somebody.
The people I pissed off were the people that cannibalize other people, like the really highfalutin guys that wear the masks. And they would always come after me, and I'm just like, no.
And I'm noticing things in this game that aren't in 3. They don't have the big super giant mutants that are in 3, things like that. At least I haven't seen any. So 3 is obviously the better game. So
you haven't made it far enough because I think there is a super mutant in the Fallout 3.
I mean, in New Vegas.
Oh, you mean in New Vegas?
That's what. Yeah, it's not. They're not in New Vegas, and I'm pretty much at the end of that one. I was like, Fallout 3 has.
Because okay.
So it'd be cool to. But yeah, that's pretty much my main stuff I'm playing. I'm going to try to get into, I bought Zombie U the other day, so that's my next Wii U game I'm going to dive into. So
everyone keeps telling me I need to pick that up.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. So I wasn't too hyped for it, but we'll see. And I'll stay and listen to somebody for 15 minutes, so whoever wants to take it next, go for it. I want to hear about the PS4, so go ahead.
All right. Dustin. Okay. Well, yesterday. Well, not yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. I just decided that I was going to go to GameStop, and I went there and I walked in, and Eric was working. He's like, "Hey, man, how's it going?" And I was like, "Oh, not too bad." And he's like, "Well, what are you looking for?" And I was like, "Well, if you have a PS4 in stock, I'm walking out with it." And he goes, "We have one in stock." And I was like, "Fuck." So I was like, all right, let me look at the games real quick. And it really made me, realize, one, yes, I picked this system up kind of way too early in the launch, but I'm going to pick it up eventually, and I'm going to pick it up before the price drop anyway.
Yeah, price drop is coming this year.
No price drop is coming this year, so I might as well get it now while it's in stock. I have it on the shelf. It's ready to go when the games come. And I have PS Plus, set up. So I got Resogun for free. I got Don't Starve for free. Next month I get Outlast for free. So you know what? I'm okay. I'm completely happy. Like when I bought the Wii U, there was a slight bit of buyer's remorse. I have absolutely zero buyer's remorse for the PS4. I also picked up Knack and Killzone. What is it called? Shadowfall? Yeah. Killzone Shadowfall. Haven't thrown in Knack yet. Played some Shadowfall. Takes forever before you even get a gun in this game. And
it was like that in Killzone 3 when I played that.
Yeah.
And it felt like it was at least.
And it's like, I thought this was a first-person shooter, and I'm running around stabbing people with knives. But I'm actually really enjoying it, and that's kind of how I prefer my first-person shooters. I want them to be futuristic and kind of, crazy vistas. I'm not really interested in like the Call of Duties or the modern setting, and if I wanted to join the army, I'd go join the army, but I can't go travel through space and land on different planets and fight enemies there. So that's kind of
there isn't. Huh? There's nothing on it I want to play right now, but I think you might have mentioned it in the chat. There is a game coming out. I think it's this month or next month. I definitely want to revisit, which I think you said you were going to get. Revisit came out already on this console.
Tomb Raider?
Apparently was a failure. Yes.
Tomb Raider, yeah. I will totally. I am completely, because I bought Tomb Raider used on my 360, and I'm ready to rebuy Tomb Raider on my PS4. It's a great game, and for Square Enix to call that a disappointment, not only for other decisions that Square Enix of Japan has made, I want to go over there and just punch everybody in that office multiple times. Not only for their attack on the YouTube community, which is completely ridiculous and can be
another topic.
Another topic for another episode. Sega learned their lesson real fast. Maybe not, I don't know. But to call Tomb Raider a disappointment when it, not only moved that many units, but also got that high of praise is just it's disingenuous, is what it is, and it really shows what kind of company Square Enix has really morphed into. Where was I at? But Killzone, I've really enjoyed my time with it, and I'm not a huge first-person shooter fan, but I've really enjoyed my time with it, and Chance, whenever you move into the next generation, I think you're going to go Xbox One, though, right?
Yeah, but actually I have played Killzone.
Yeah.
My buddy Corruption Haas actually bought a PS4, and so I've been over to his place and played it. So yeah. It's actually kind of awesome, and I love the controller.
Yeah. Oh my God. I could do an entire episode on that PS4 controller. That is perfection. I don't care for the Xbox One controller that much, but the PS4 controller, like you guys can't see because it's all audio right now. But the entire time we've been doing this podcast, I've had the PS4 controller in my hand.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
Because
are you playing Resogun or something?
Rumble function, baby.
No, I'm not. I'm just sitting here holding it because I'm like, I can't believe, like, as long as Sony has held to that, like, DualShock 1 controller, 3 generations they've held on to that, and finally, we could have had the boomerang with PS3. No one really remembers that, but we could have had the boomerang.
I remember hoping we wouldn't get it.
And I'm sitting here holding the DualShock 4, and I'm like, this thing is fucking perfect, just absolutely perfect for what I want out of a controller. And but really enjoying Killzone, and Chance, if you've played it, it doesn't feel as heavy as other Killzones have. Because Killzone often feels like everything's really sluggish and heavy. This one feels a bit lighter, which is nice.
But I have experienced too, like the long, drawn-out kind of story segments in the game.
Yeah,
there's one part like towards, I don't even know where he's at in the game because I just jumped in the middle of his campaign just briefly, where I'm like standing in line to go through this I don't know, like this thing where they scan you to make sure you ain't got a weapon or something like that. And this segment takes like 20 minutes, and you're just like standing in line. It's like, oh my god, hurry up!
I'm reminded of when I went over to Ernie's house, and he's like, I was like, well, let me try out Killzone 4 Killzone, because it seemed more interesting to me than Call of Duty Ghosts. And he's like, all right. And I was like, well, let me start a new game. And he's like, oh, dude.
You don't want to do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that, dude. And because, like, the whole introductory segment is, like, you as a kid following your father around. And it's like, oh. Which I got a great look at the graphics, but, you know, as far as using the controller for anything, I was just using the L stick, and that was it, you know. And occasionally the X button. But, yeah. And then the next game I've spent a lot of time with is Resogun. And it really takes me back to that feeling of Geometry Wars, which they're not a one-to-one comparison, but if you go back to thinking about how when you first played Geometry Wars and how you got super addicted to it and how it's easy to play, hard to master, Resogun is that game. And I would argue that Resogun is the reason to have a PS4. It's that good of a game. It's that good of a game. It really is. In terms, like what we were discussing earlier, what makes a game? What is a game? And for all these people bitching and complaining about like Last Story being a game, they need to play Resogun because it is fucking nothing but gameplay, and like it's one of those games that the more you play it, the better you get. Because when I played it at Ernie's house, fucking terrible. But after spending like 2 hours with it, just kind of playing around, I'm getting better. I can see the improvement, and that, you know, that's an argument to make. You know, a game that you play that you see improvement on. You know, and Resogun is that type of game that if you spend time with it, learn its mechanics, and just kind of explore it a little bit, you will get better at it. It seems very daunting when you first start to play it, but man, super addictive, just like Geometry Wars was. But, you know, even above that, the interface for the PS4, once you get it set up and you get the updates done, navigating this thing is just, it's almost mindless because you know exactly what you need to do. Whereas I felt like the Xbox One, I was like, okay, where's this? Where's this? Where's this?
Yeah.
Because it has that Windows 8, 7 format that just is like, it's like someone vomited on the screen. Whereas the PS4 is just super clean, super easy. So, you know, I am completely and honestly just enthralled in my purchase. I'm so happy I did this.
I got a quick question for you before I head out here. Ernie, has he mentioned what he's been spending more time on? The One or the PS4?
You know, I don't know. And I'm going to be honest with you. I would, if I had to roll the dice, because we've just kind of briefly been discussing things since I bought my PS4 recently, I would almost say the Xbox One. And here's why.
Choice of games?
Choice of games. Because there is Forza, and there is, because he's a racing fan.
Yeah.
He has a PC set up for Need for Speed, you know, on the PC.
Yeah.
He has like a $300 wheel. You know, I mean, it's ridiculous what he has set up for racing games. He loves racing games. So with Forza on the on the Xbox One, I would almost say he's spending more time with that. He also has Dead Rising 3.
Dead Rising 3, yeah.
Which I would say, you know, as much as I kind of pissed on the game when I saw the trailer for it, and it seemed like it was way too serious, kind of now seeing more stuff in the game, it does still have that silly aspect to it.
Yeah, it's not serious at all.
Yeah.
My brother-in-law has it, and I've played it a little bit. It's not serious at all.
Yeah. So, we were discussing Rise one day too, because
I heard that was better than what the hate was on it.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like people who like, I'm pretty sure TG Appileus hates it because he's such a history buff, and it's like completely you know, filled with errors. But if I remember correctly, I think Ernie said he did enjoy it.
Cool.
But I would almost say, I would say PS4 is the better system, but I would say Xbox One has a better launch lineup, if that makes sense. Although,
heard it first.
Although Xbox,
Dustin hates the PS4. He loves Xbox.
Yeah. Although Xbox One does not have Resogun, and
True.
That's the thing. Like when 360 came out, it had Geometry Wars, and I'm sorry, but like in the early days of 360, that was the game to have. Like when I went to my friend's house who had a 360 in 2005, that's what we played. We didn't play Perfect Dark Zero. We played
Standby Cameo. That game was awesome. But go ahead.
We sat, we drank, we smoked pot, and we played Geometry Wars. And we tried to get the high score. And
on that note of smoking pot, I think I need to go.
The high score.
The high score. Well, that brings up a question. Mike and Chance, are you guys still there?
Well, let me say my goodbyes first. I really have to go, so I'm saying my goodbyes.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay.
Get the hell out of here.
Okay, we'll go. I mean, Jack Ryan was important in this.
Jack Ryan's waiting for me. Jeez.
We've only had this planned for like a fucking week. That's okay. Jack Ryan.
You've been on for 3 hours. Come on. Mike, it was great. I wish I could stay longer to get more. I want to know what you've been playing, so I'm definitely listening to this afterwards.
When y'all are yeah, you'll get to listen to it.
So it was cool being a listener to the ODST one. You guys did great on it.
Well, thank you.
If anyone hasn't seen that minisode, listen to it. For one of the most underrated games of last generation, listen to that minisode on Halo 3 ODST. But it's been a pleasure, gentlemen. I will listen to the end when you guys are finished. Talk for 2 more hours, so I got something good to listen to. So.
All right. Enjoy your movie.
See you guys.
See you, Steve.
Man.
Bye.
Talk to you later.
Oh, finally the dead weight's gone.
So that Steven is kind of like an asshole, right?
Jesus, what a fucking douche.
Douchebag.
If there was ever, look, I'm being serious here, guys. If there was ever a cunt, and I mean a see you next Tuesday, it's friggin' Steven Stevens.
Oh my god.
What was I even talking about?
I don't
Geometry
even
Wars.
Oh, smoking pot.
Geometry Wars. But in the early days of the 360, that was kind of the reason to own the 360. Because I'm telling you what, there's never been a system release with a good launch lineup. Never. As much as people bitch and complain about launch lineups, no system has ever released with a good launch lineup.
Super Mario Brothers.
Super Mario World, right? That was their launch title.
That's one game. That's one pack-in game.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
But that's like, I still can't believe that was one of the first games in the SNES library. Like, I wasn't around at that time, but that's amazing.
No, I was. And even in my game room tour, you saw me talk about an issue of Nintendo Power that I have. It has the Dragon Warrior 2 and 3 kind of walkthroughs in it. That has a preview in it for the Super Nintendo. And one of the big games they focus on is Super Mario World. And when I saw that, what was that, 1991? I was 9 years old. My brain exploded because I could not even imagine a game looking like that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I was seething with jealousy the first time I ever saw it.
Yeah.
Was at Haas's birthday party the year that he got the Super Nintendo, and I can remember just drooling all over myself. But at this point, I mean, I had played Super Mario 2 and 3, but we didn't own them, so all I had was 1.
Yeah.
You know, the original. So yeah, I can remember just painfully jealous that he got to play this game.
Yeah. I mean, to this, it's amazing to me, like, when I think of my favorite games in gaming series, how many of those games are on the Super Nintendo. You know? Because it's Mario, Metroid, Final Fantasy, my brain just...
Is that it?
Zelda?
Too much awesome.
Yeah. I mean... Yeah, my brain kind of zonked out there for a second. But yeah, I mean, like, of the Nintendo franchises, you know, people talk about Mario Galaxy. I'm sorry, but Mario World will always be my favorite Mario game.
Are you much
I know
into...
one series that isn't on there.
What?
There's no fucking Metal Gear on Super Nintendo.
Oh, who cares? That's kind of weird that it kind of went away for a while. Yeah, because it was on the There's a lot of games on the NES and the MX, the MSX, but then like the whole 16-bit era, it just disappeared, and then the 32-bit era came back kind of.
He was busy doing Snatcher and Police Knots, which were too cinematic for the Super Nintendo. So
that's true.
Oh well.
Were you ever into Donkey Kong games, Dustin? I don't think I've ever talked to you about Donkey Kong.
Not back in the day.
That's what I meant. Like about, I don't know if you were like really into like the Donkey Kong Country games or anything.
Oh no, Donkey Kong Country. Yeah, I have.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
I got 1 and 2 when they first came out, but I never bought 3.
Yeah, see, I have always kind of liked them, but from afar, because the only one I ever had was Land for the Game Boy.
Yeah.
And I sucked at it, so I never beat it, but I can remember being really into it and wanting to play the Super Nintendo games too.
Yeah. I will go on record right now, since we're talking about Donkey Kong. The Donkey Kong game on the Game Boy, the original black and white Game Boy, is phenomenal.
Like the Donkey Kong like arcade game?
No. The Game Boy Donkey Kong game. Like, it starts off, you play like the first 3 levels, or 3 or 4 levels of Donkey Kong, and then it goes into this completely like new platform puzzle game.
I think I remember hearing that.
Yeah.
About that game.
Yeah.
I never played it though.
Dude, if you can track, I think it's on the 3DS eShop.
Okay.
And if it's on there, play that, because if you love that kind of genre, it's so good, so good. But anyway, we were talking about what I was playing before Steven rudely left. The bastard. I've been working on Ys Chronicles 1 and 2 on the PSP, because it's kind of the last bastion of Ys games I have, other than the Japanese TurboGrafx versions. And I've really been enjoying that. I'm really surprised at how much I enjoy that. I still think people should download and play the TurboGrafx version on like the Wii, or if you have a TurboGrafx, play it that way, because that is kind of like the classic, quote-unquote classic, way to do it. But as far as the PSP version goes, I'm really impressed with the speed. I'm really impressed with the new stuff that they throw into it. The graphics are amazing. Of course, the music is great, but of course, for some reason, I prefer the TurboGrafx music. I don't know why. But really been enjoying that. Started playing a little bit of Wild Arms 2, and I think I might put it up for a while, because as much as I have kind of been craving a PS1 RPG, at the same time, I feel like I'm kind of forcing myself to play this game, and I want it to be where I want to play the game, so I'm not forcing myself, because whenever I force myself, I never have a good time with it. So I might put that up for a little bit. But other than that, I've been playing some iOS games, which I don't usually talk about that much. But one is The Room 2, which is one of the games in the room escape genre. And if you guys have never played The Room or Room 2 on iOS, I highly suggest you do, because it's a lot of great sort of puzzles that really kind of tease your brain, and you'll be amazed at how kind of smart you feel when you figure it out yourself without using the hints.
Yeah. What exactly is a room escape game? Is it just like a puzzle kind of?
You've played 999, right?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
I don't know it.
How about this? Do you remember? This is like back in like 2002, 2003. Did you ever play like Viridian Room or Crimson Room?
No.
It's like a flash game. Okay. So what it is? Okay, room escape is basically you're stuck in a room, and there's all these, like, the room itself is a puzzle, and you have to like search around for, like, maybe you'll find like a piece of flint under a mattress and a bed, and you have to use that on the fireplace to solve a different puzzle, and that releases a new item that you can use in a different part of the room, and it's all to get out of the room.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Suddenly I'm reminded of Saw.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. And I think Room 1 is free on iOS right now.
Okay. I might check it out.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll work on iPhone.
Oh, okay.
I think it might be an iPad only thing, but look into it because I'm not 100% on that. But basically, it's just a big puzzle, and the room and room 2, they tell kind of an interesting sort of little story in the notes you find around the different puzzle rooms and things like that. And in certain parts, especially if you play it like I do with the lights down and the volume up, it gets pretty fucking creepy. And it has one of my favorite creepy things of all time, which is sort of old-timey video of people doing things and moving way too quick and kind of lost time. The easiest way for me to describe this is in Blair Witch 2, Book of Shadows. Chance, you've probably seen this movie, right? Maybe not?
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I love that movie.
Okay. You know the part where they finally see the video of them doing what they've done in that lost time?
Yeah, and they look at the camera and shit.
Yeah, and how creepy that shit is.
Yeah.
Like, there's certain portions of the game that have that creepiness to it. And
okay.
So I would definitely say look into the room and room 2. I think room 1 is free. I think room 2 is like $6. So either way, you're not out much money.
No.
And that led me into other sort of room escape, which on iOS there is a ton, and I mean a fucking metric ton of room escape games. However, I want the creepy ones, the ones that kind of scare you. So I found one called Forever Lost, and that one's pretty creepy and pretty fun. And I beat that. And I'm probably going to do game discussion videos on both of these series because I feel like not enough people, I mean, as much as we talk about the PS4, Xbox, all this other stuff, I feel like iOS is one of those things that people kind of just, kind of forget about, which there's really kind of unique experiences to have on it. Yeah. But so I beat that, and I absolutely loved Forever Lost. So I downloaded Forever Lost 2. Haven't got to that yet, but that is, pretty much what I've been playing. So, to sum up, Steven is a cunt.
Oh, jeez. He's going to get a kick out of that, I hope.
I know. We have to make it interesting for him since he's going to be listening.
I will bet money on it, the fact that when he's in the movie theater, he's like, damn, I'd rather be at home.
You know what?
Podcast.
Because
fuck this fucking movie, man. It's horrible.
He's gonna get like 20 minutes into it and be like, "What did I do? What did I do?" So anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and pass off the torch to Chance, and then we'll hit Mike as the final.
This is the finale.
Well, it's not really the finale. I mean, screw it. We can go on as long as you guys want. I don't care.
7-hour podcast.
7.
We're going to be breaking records here, man.
We are going to go. Look, let's see. It's 9 o'clock here. Mike, what time is 9:30 here? What time is it there, Mike?
3:30.
Okay.
Wow.
We are going to go until Mike literally passes out.
All right.
Well, you can tell he's kind of tired anyway. He's been pretty quiet over there.
Yeah.
No, I'm just listening to you guys. It's
okay.
not a problem. I don't want to interrupt all the time. So
it's all right. We interrupt each other all the time.
Yeah.
With Steven's lag, it's pretty hard not to.
It's hard not to.
But okay. Surprisingly, I haven't played a lot of stuff for very long. I mean, I've popped in games here and there, played a little bit of this and that, but the ones that I've spent quite a bit of time on, other than the ones I've beaten, which, we did a mini-sode about Halo 3 ODST.
Yeah.
Loved it. And also, I beat Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. I did a quick video on that. A lot of fun, hack and slash action game that I was kind of hesitant to play a little bit because quite frankly, the Metal Gear series kind of freaks me out just because, it just seems overly complicated for me. But Revengeance is a nice kind of entry-level game if you're kind of wanting a little bit of the story of the series, but the gameplay is completely different. It's a fun game, though. I started The Last of Us, and I played, I don't know, a few hours of it, and I'm not in love with it. I think it's a good game. I like it. I'm pretty bad at third-person shooters anyway, so I mean, I will just say right off that, I'm not very good at third-person shooters. I'm not very good at stealth games. So, of course, this isn't going to be my game of the year ever, probably. That said, the story is really good, and I really like the setting and the characters and even the enemies, like the clickers. Like, they are just, oh my god, frustrating. But I never feel like in me dying over and over and over that it's like, something that I can't get past. It's just all about learning, how to get, around something that you don't, or that you can't beat or you can't get past. So I remember one section where you're, I don't know, in like, it seems like a bus station or a train station, something like underground, and you have to get to the exit, but there's like so many clickers in there. So you just have to kind of maneuver to the exit without tipping any of them off that you're in there. One complaint I have is the only way to get a clicker off of you is with a shiv. And with these shivs, they all of a sudden they get destroyed when you use them. So why don't these people have knives? Why do I rely so much on limited ammo and weapons that I have to craft, which is nothing wrong with?
Because if you had an unlimited knife, it wouldn't be a game.
Well, but if I was in this setting, I would have like a Crocodile Dundee Bowie knife strapped to my back at all times. Okay,
that's not a knife.
This is a knife. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's like, I just don't quite understand why we rely so much on these handcrafted weapons and guns that will run out of ammunition. I don't quite get it. But
it's called willful suspension of disbelief.
Okay.
You know what I like to call it? I like to call it artificial level design.
Artificial level design.
I really felt that when I was playing The Last of Us, it felt too artificial. They want to make you believe it's like scary, but every time the set pieces felt too similar. And I was actually playing it on hard from the get-go, and tried to do a very stealth approach. And I read somewhere that you need these shifts to open special caches, special doors. So whenever a clicker got close to me, I did not use the shift. I would just die, and then I would try again instead of using the shifts.
Screw that. Like, I maybe it's just because I don't have the patience for that, but yeah, I just don't. And also, I don't understand why the shivs just all of a sudden break when you pick a lock with them or you stab something with it.
You're crafting them out of crap you find around the environment. They're not going to last forever.
If I stab someone with a pair of scissors, okay, they're not going to just break the first time that I use them every time. Maybe every now and then, but not every time.
There's a power-up later on.
I'm not really complaining about the game, because I'm not. It's just
minor
I just don't quite get that part. But whatever. My main gripe is that I don't have a knife duct taped to my hand permanently.
I believe there's a power-up later in the game that you can spend on that basically makes a shift be used twice in a row instead of just once. That was very helpful.
Yeah.
But like I said, I'm pretty early in the game, too. For those who have played the game, I just met Bill. So.
Oh, okay. I know where you're at.
I'm pretty early in the game.
Yeah.
And I'm I'm okay with that. I will finish it because, like I said, I do like it. It's just not quite up there for me as it is for a lot of other people, and that's okay because the games that I really like, most other people don't. But that's fine. I did mention I'm also playing Paper Mario Sticker Star, and I don't hate it. I really don't. I like it for what it is. I didn't, obviously I wasn't blindsided like most people who bought the game, because I did know about all these gripes that people had with the game before, and I did still buy it. So, it's on me. But I don't mind avoiding the combat to conserve stickers Yeah, I don't mind that, and sure, the lack of experience points, it's a little annoying that your attacks don't really ever matter. They don't ever really get stronger. I get it. It's just it takes an RPG, it removes almost everything.
Yeah, almost
grinding.
everything.
It leaves very little in it, and the story obviously is nothing, but it's charming still. I'm still having fun with it, but I'm not like sitting down having really long sessions of the game. It's still like just kind of a fun little platformer that just happens to have a couple of RPG things in it. I mean, I'm not going to say that it's game of the year or anything like that for me, but I do like it, and I am having fun with it. That said, this is the first Paper Mario game that I've ever played, so if this is the bottom of the barrel and I'm okay with it, then I can imagine that the rest of them are okay. I did recently pick up Super Paper Mario for the Wii, and that was kind of the other one that kind of gets bashed a little bit as being, pretty crappy in terms of Paper Mario games go. But I really like the concept, with the perspective shift and stuff. I really like that a lot. I haven't put it in yet.
It's just that it's under the Paper Mario name, and it's not really an RPG.
Yeah. I get it. I really do, because I hear so many good things about the first game and Thousand Year Door, and I do plan on getting those both. I don't think Thousand Year Door you can't get on Virtual Console, can you?
No, because I don't think they've done GameCube games yet.
I was going to say, I didn't think you could, but I know you can get the first game on Virtual Console, so that's probably the route I'll go with that, because I hate the N64 controller, so I can't imagine myself ever wanting to sit down and play an N64 game at length, especially an RPG. So I'll get it on the Wii eventually, or, if I get a Wii U and it somehow makes it on there. Ideally, it would be on the 3DS. That would be amazing if I could get Paper Mario on the 3DS, but alas, they haven't done that yet either. Thomas Was Alone. I've playing that quite a bit, and when I say quite a bit, I've probably only put 3 hours into it. It's a pretty short game. I think it's only like a 2.2 hours is what my Steam says. But I've had to redo a lot of stages too, because it's kind of an interesting little platform where you play as these different shapes, and each shape has a different kind of jump pattern, or obviously they're all different sizes, and they all perform different functions, and you kind of have to work together with each one of these shapes to get to the end of the stage, and it's fun. It's really simple graphic style. Everything's just squares on the screen, squares and rectangles. It's got a little bit of a story to it, and the story's pretty charming, so it's a fun little platformer. It's pretty cheap on Steam. And then lastly, I decided to cash in a few of my hard-earned Nintendo Club coins and pick up Mario Picross on the 3DS. And I love Picross games. I equate them to like a Sudoku or a crossword puzzle, something like that. Just something that you do to just kind of kill some time because it's fun, and you have to use your brain a little bit, kind of like a Brain Age type thing. I think there might even be Picross on Brain Age. I'm not sure. I know there's like Sudoku and stuff like that, but it's a lot of fun. I've been playing that for 5-6 hours, and I beat like over 100 puzzles on it. It's pretty addictive. It's crazy. And that's it.
Whoa! That didn't take up a full half hour.
Yeah, that was relatively short for me.
Mike, it's your turn. What are you?
It really hasn't been that long since we did an episode, so I didn't have a chance to chance a bunch of games.
Oh, there we go. There's the phrase.
Gotta chance it. All right. So that is actually quite a number of games that you guys have been playing. I tend to be a little bit more concise with the games that I play. Interesting for the guys who don't know me that well and actually are still around after 3.5 hours. I'm actually the kind of gamer who wants to finish his games, and that has been a pretty big thing for me. So,
Not me.
For the um, I know I'm a little bit unique with that, but for the last 3 years, I've been having this very strict rule that if I start a game on a handheld, I can only have 2 handheld games at one time and 2 handheld games or 2 console games at the same time, unless there's like a big reason why I started the game and postponed it. So I'm at the given time, like a month or so, I'm not playing a lot of games all at once, but usually just between 4 or 6 titles max. So very interesting to see all the hopping around. But let's see. Very quickly though, I'm playing some Black Ops 2 offline couch multiplayer with my nephew and a good friend of his. Just it's been a lot of fun. It's a guilty pleasure, you know. As much as I love the JRPGs, just to shoot some people in the face, I've really been enjoying that. I actually went as far to buy all the DLC maps for it, which really increased the longevity of the game. I did not pick up Ghosts. I was not amazed by it at all. It really did look not interesting. And then I found out that you actually don't have 3-player couch multiplayer in Ghost, where you did have it 4-player in Black Ops 2. So yeah, but that's been a lot of fun. And then, you know, on the off times, I'm actually, because it was PlayStation Plus here in Europe, I've actually been replaying Borderlands 2 with my nephew, you know, which is a lot of fun, you know, online, just to do some missions and some shooting again. I really like that co-op style and the multiplayer aspect. And by replaying those games, there's one game that really rose in ranks for very anticipated games of this year, and that's Destiny. I'm actually going so far as to say that Destiny is going to be a PlayStation 4 system seller for me. I'll probably buy the system when Destiny launches, because I really want to have a fun first and easy to pick up first person shooter, and one that I can play co-op. And really looks like Destiny is going to be delivering. I really enjoyed the original Halo trilogy by Bungie, so looking forward to some Destiny there. You guys do as well, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
See,
definitely.
I haven't really been looking a lot into like the classes and the gameplay and everything. I just know that at first I thought it was a more straightforward shooter, but then I found out that it's very reminiscent of Borderlands, and then I was instantly sold, you know, with different classes and everything. So by far my most interested Western game that I want to pick up, together with the Telltale Graphic Adventures, which is 2 other games that I've been playing. Early January I finished The Wolf Among Us Episode 1, which I've never read Fables. I know nothing about it, but I absolutely love the atmosphere, style, characters to that game. So I'm really looking forward what the season is going to bring us for Wolf Among Us. I heard that the 2nd episode is coming out early February, so looking forward to that. And then I also started Walking Dead Season 2, the 1st episode. It's great to be back in that world. I really hope that they did learn from their faults that I had with the first game, is that there is choice, but again, very artificial choice. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. How do you feel? How do you guys feel about it? I think both have finished Walking Dead, right?
No.
Never played it.
Never played it?
Nope. I really want to. I want the physical release, but I heard that there was some kind of glitchiness right at the beginning, like right when it was released. Like you shouldn't have bought the PS3 version because it would just freeze and just totally just screw your save file. And I just never picked it up, but I really want to though. I hear it's great.
There's a new Game of the Year edition, and you might want to do some research. I think that they fixed the frame rate issues. I think.
Yeah, and it comes with the 400 days too, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
The little episode that was between season 1 and season 2. I thought about it, but I don't know. I guess there was just some other higher priority games to pick up. I just haven't got it yet.
I bought the physical release, and the frame rate and glitchiness of it just kind of kept me from kind of playing it. And then somehow, I don't remember exactly how, I got spoiled on how Season 1 ends. And I was like...
fuck that.
I was like, well, there goes the entire reason of playing it. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty crappy, and I think it will be extremely hard to avoid spoilers with all the Season 2 in news right now.
Yeah.
I just don't pay any attention to anything, so
yeah, it wasn't even like reading anything online. It was somebody who played it that I know, and they're like, "Oh, did you know blah 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 blah?" And I was like, "Motherfucker, I haven't even beat the game yet." And he's like, "Oh, well, I'm sorry," and I was like, "Well, I'm not going to beat it now." You know?
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, because I mean that game is all story, so I mean. There's really no point in playing it other than the story, so.
But sometimes, if you get spoiled on something, whether it's a movie or a game, sometimes it can also be interesting to kind of have the build-up towards it,
That's
but
true.
Then that's all you think about when you're playing
True.
it. You only think about, okay, is this where it's going to happen? Or is this where it's going to be?
Yeah.
I'm that way with, like, movies, too. It's like, if somebody's spoiled it for me, it's like, all I can think about while I'm watching it is that outcome.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah.
It kind of ruins the experience.
But that
doesn't ruin the movie necessarily.
Yeah. But it also kind of takes me back to a conversation we were having in the chat a few days ago, or not a few days ago, maybe it was earlier today, about Doctor Who. And because Mike's currently getting ready to start that adventure eventually. And
I need to get back to that too.
And
the doctor's going to set me down in my chair,
Yeah.
It's taking all my clothes off, do some evil stuff to me, man.
Whoa.
My body is ready.
But we were discussing the regenerations, and I think you made kind of a snarky comment of, oh, spoilers. And I was like, yeah, but knowing and seeing are two different things. So maybe, I mean, there might be that kind of thing with Walking Dead too. Like maybe I should just finish it out, and maybe knowing and seeing are two different things.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Otherwise, just book a trip to Laguna Inc. It works.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's Walking Dead Season 2. So you guys haven't played it. The one thing that I really disliked about it is they give you all sorts of choices. But in the end, it honestly didn't really matter. So they had the 400 Days DLC, which is basically a couple of new characters. You kind of play it in a Rashomon style. You play them all together, and we have, or separately, and you have no idea how it's going to be. Like, nothing that I've played so far in the first episode of Season 2 kind of relates to 400 Days, so I'm really interested to find out how they're going to be merging it.
Yeah.
And you have to make some interesting choices in 400 Days, and I really, really hope that it won't be as artificial and, like, it doesn't really matter type of choice in Season 2, and I hope that they really learn from that. But I'm not expecting Walking Dead Season 2 to be as awesome and well received as the first season. Luckily for me, with the first Walking Dead season, I was kind of before the hype train began. I already finished them, when they came out episode by episode. So, yeah, was really lucky with that. But, yeah, that is 2 quick evenings that I had, because they're only like 2 or 3 hours long. I finished, like Steven, I finished Super Mario 3D World 1st of January. I still have to do the extra worlds, but I think there are 2 left. But I'm actually playing that co-op with my good friend who comes over once every 2 or 3 weeks. So I'll wait, and that will be finished somewhere this year. Probably Q1, like 100% completion. Really enjoyed it. Other than that, though, I've been playing Ace Attorney Investigations 2. The first 2 cases got released as a patch as fan translation. I'm actually enjoying it a little bit more than Ace Attorney 5, at least as a start right now. But yeah, it's like a half game. I only have 2 of the 5 cases are translated, so I have to wait right now for the next 3. So that sucks. But at least the game is coming in English, so I'm very happy with that, to have the full series available in English.
Yeah, I was going to say, because you were talking earlier about how much you liked Ace Attorney, but I thought I remembered you said you didn't like the new one very much.
Yeah, the thing with the new one is I kind of burnt myself on it. There are a couple of series right now, like game series, that kind of got into the mindset, well, here's your game, here's the sequel, the prequel, and everything, and now here comes the new game that's tying it all together. Biggest example in case, Kingdom Hearts 3. It is like the game to tie everything together. Metal Gear Solid 4 did that, and Metal Gear Solid 5 is coming now. And there are two game series which I feel are doing the same thing. I thought it was going to be Ace Attorney 5, and of course I'm hoping Persona 5 to kind of do the same with all the preceding Persona games. So I got into the mindset of Ace Attorney 5 really being like cameoing and showcasing everything that we've seen in the previous games, with a lot of the great characters to return and everything. But the game, in that regard, delivered only halfway. Yes, it did offer some, but it still left me with a lot of questions on certain characters. And they said that they're working on the next Ace Attorney game, which there are rumors it might be an Investigations 3, or it's going to be Ace Attorney 6. So I kind of set myself up for very impossible expectations, and it's been a very helpful tool, because I had just way too high expectations that were probably never going to be met.
So,
go ahead.
I was going to say, do these games, okay, like each game tells its own story, but the overarching like series, does it tell like a complete story?
Yes, there is like basically a timeline going on.
Okay.
So you have the original Phoenix Wright trilogy, which were the original 3 games. If you just play those 3, never play anything again, you're great. That's great story. And then there is the 4th game, which is Apollo Justice, that takes place a couple of years after the Phoenix Wright trilogy. And then now there is Ace Attorney 5, which is after those 4 games.
Okay.
And then you have the Investigation side spin-off that is taking place in between Phoenix Wright and Apollo Justice era.
I guess I didn't realize that there was such an intricate storyline going on there.
It's like you mentioned, each game really stands on its own, except for the Phoenix Wright games. Those are more tied together over the 3 games. But, there's a lot of great characters that you learned from game to game, reappearing and everything. So yeah, I really thought that Ace Attorney 5 was going to be kind of like the missing link or connection between the Phoenix Wright era, the Miles Edgeworth era, and the Apollo Justice era, which it kind of did. But the first couple of cases in Ace Attorney 5, they were very slow paced, a lot of new characters, and it kind of felt like a reboot remake kind of thing, where I wish it would have been more, here's the characters and like the crazy fun characters that you've met, like witnesses on previous cases, which don't really contribute all that much to the overarching story, but are just fun to see again, especially as it's been like 8 or 9 years in terms of timeline after the Phoenix Wright trilogy. So it's a fun series. It's a great series. Ace Attorney 5 is by no means a bad game, but I just had a little bit too high expectations on it. So
yeah. Once those series get really going, the hype train's hard to jump off of.
Yeah, just look at Persona 5, man. Yeah. It is impossible. Like, I have only seen like a teaser trailer of like 30 seconds. I think I've released it on my channel. It was like a 30-minute. I think it's together with my Persona 4 Arena review, where I just go expectations of what I would like to see in Persona 5, and that game, it can only disappoint right now, because in my head I have this awesome game.
It's going to be nothing like what you want it to be. Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
I envision Persona 5, the way they set up Arena, like this mixing of Persona 3, Persona 4, those 2 worlds. They did something really unique in Arena by tying those 2 groups of characters together, and I really want to see like a continuation of that in Persona 5, like a couple of years later, where they're both working together to fight and find this all evil.
Yeah.
But I really think that Persona 5 is going to be ending up like a whole new set of characters.
Probably. Yep.
Maybe a cameo here and there.
Because 3 and 4 don't tie back to 1 and 2, do they?
Very little.
Yeah.
I believe in 3 there's like this TV show on some days, and they make like snarky comments on like this character's on a gay dating show, but 1 and 2 are very close, very related to each other. There's a couple of big characters from 1 in 2 that aged, Persona 2's story is really great as well. The gameplay is very archaic, but together Innocent Sin and Eternal Punishment, they deliver a great story. And I would really love to see or at least some of the main characters from 1, 2, and then 3 and 4 really come together and fight this whole new super bad guy that has been pulling the strings behind all the individual Persona games. I would love to see that, but I don't know if Atlas is ready to pull that move.
Yeah, because
out of the head.
If they did that, that'd be kind of the end of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what would they do after that?
Exactly.
That's true.
Yeah.
You can always think of something, but I feel that a lot of game series are kind of going that way. But trying to tie everything together with the intricate storylines that they did. But we'll have to wait and see with Persona 5. I expect the next couple of months to be screenshots here and there, some gameplay, here meet your newest character. We'll really have to wait and see how that goes.
Yeah, that's kind of where we're at with Mass Effect, because Paige has been talking so much about Mass Effect. It's like they're getting ready to make a new one, but it's like, where does it go? What can it do? I don't know.
Yeah.
Do they go prequel?
Yeah, the thing with Mass Effect is how I envision is they're going to be doing like 200-300 years later,
probably,
or earlier,
something like that.
So there's actually no possible chance that you can meet some of the old characters. Sure, they might have some shrines or anything like in remembrance of this great leader, this character from the game, But I would say that is the best way to go, because you should have a fresh new start, new races or new alien types that you can introduce. And it makes sense because you need to have played the Mass Effect games in detail for this, but it makes sense to do that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know what I'm hinting at, but I don't want to throw it out there.
It's been a while since I've played it, but I think I kind of have an idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, Mass Effect, a new Mass Effect trilogy is something that I would really like to see, but BioWare has been very shaky, especially after the EA took over.
Exactly,
We saw that with 2 and especially with 3. I'm not hyping up. I'm not rushing out as much for Mass Effect, the new Mass Effect, as I would say a new Alan Wake or a new Bioshock.
Don't talk about Alan Wake, because that just makes my heart hurt, because I'm going to have to buy an Xbox One probably for the new Alan Wake.
No, I'm not going to do it. I'm buying a copy.
PC.
Yeah,
that's true. But I don't have a good gaming PC. Now, I'll buy a copy, and I'll find somebody who has Xbox One, and I say, hey, here's €20. Give me 2 nights. I'll finish it.
Yeah, that's that. I mean, I could go out to Ernie's and play it. Yeah, that's true.
I really love Remedy Entertainment. I love the first 2 Max Payne games. Those are really some of my favorite games of that era. And Alan Wake was fantastic. American's Nightmare was fun. Yeah. So I'm also already very interested in Quantum Break, which I'm honestly, unless there are going to be new cave shmups or there's going to be like Mistwalker JRPGs again, like really, or like an exclusive SMT title on the Xbox One, I really don't want to buy the system.
I really don't feel like there's going to be much JRPG Japanese stuff on the Xbox One. I don't know. I feel like after the 360, I feel like Japanese companies are really going to kind of shy away from that. I don't know.
Yeah. And it really shows, there is like no launch date set for the Xbox One in Japan itself. Yeah. So that it means that there's probably no support already from like companies. I actually just read an article on Siliconera that they're planning the Japanese launch, and they're hinting at a lot of Japanese games that they haven't announced yet that they're going to be releasing in Japan in 2014. So I think we can get some interesting games on the PlayStation side
Yeah.
from Japan, but I don't think that will be the case from Microsoft and Xbox.
And that kind of brought up something that I really haven't even looked into, because the PS4 launch was before the Japanese launch. The North American launch was before the Japanese launch. Is the PS4 region free?
The PlayStation 4 is region free, so you can buy games if you want to from any region. But there is always a but.
Yeah, there's always a but.
The publisher or the developer, they can impose a region lock like they did with Persona 4 Arena.
Yeah, okay. That's promising though. That's
oh, definitely.
It's better than Nintendo's giving us, So.
Yeah, I there's, we'll get to that in a couple of seconds or in a couple of minutes when I talk about the big game that I've been playing.
Yeah. Oh.
PlayStation Vita is region free.
Yeah.
It's region free, so I can just import it.
Oh.
I can have fun with it, not a problem at all. Sure, there's the downloadable thing. I can't get like North American or like Japanese store titles, but I can import if I want to. So if there's an interesting game that I can't play in Japanese, I can import it. So
I'm going to stop wasting time and let you get to the big thing then.
Yeah, the big game that I've been playing, it's a PlayStation Vita title. It's Hatsune Miku Project Diva F. It's the rhythm game from Sega that has been released last summer on the PlayStation 3. From time to time, I really enjoy playing rhythm games. I played the demo on the PlayStation 3 of Project Diva F, and I absolutely hated it.
Really?
I just couldn't get into it. And right from the get-go, when I played it, I knew why. And this is because I never played a rhythm game on a console. I always played them on my DS or my PSP or PlayStation Vita now. And I have a pretty big television, and the game is very colorful and in your face, and it just getting around, because it's like a note game. The notes appear all the way across the screen, and that can be very frustrating on like a 47-inch TV that I have. So that was a no-go in terms of PlayStation 3 version. So I knew that at some point I wanted to import a PlayStation Vita version. Then of course it actually got announced for localization. It is coming out in quarter one, both in North America and Europe, for the PlayStation Vita in English, but only as a digital download. So that sucks a little bit. But then I found out I actually had some store credit at PlayAsia, like $30 or something like that. So I only had to pay like 10 euros extra to get Project Diva F, the best price version. So I went with that, picked it up, and I just had an absolutely blast playing through it. The game is absolutely fantastic. I started off on easy difficulty, then to normal, hard, and extreme. And I've only been playing this game for the last little bit over 2 weeks. And I can remember playing the songs on normal for the first time, and I was struggling with it, so I went with easy. And then in the course of like 2 weeks, so like every train ride, so twice a day for like five days a week, I'm actually able that in like 10 or 12 hours, I'm able to play extreme with relative ease. I can manage my way through the extreme songs, which the really, really difficult ones, I found out you have to play with two hands instead of one hand.
I was going to say, because you were talking about your hands really hurting your hands.
Yeah. The thing is with the Vita, with the gameplay, is you got to hit the notes. And there's also these double notes where basically the D-pad resembles the face buttons. So hit right and circle at the same time, you have like the double note. But you're so used to just hitting the face buttons with your right hand. But the Vita, it isn't actually like the best system if you have to hit like 10 times circle in like 1 or 2 seconds. So on the extreme setting, and if you guys are interested, just type in Project Diva F Extreme, a perfect or something like that, and you can see the note patterns that are coming up after the podcast. It is absolutely ridiculous. On hard difficulty, I was able to get all the songs on 95% or better, but extreme is ridiculous. Just insane note patterns, like so many same notes in like the same seconds. You got to do it with two hands, like alternating between right circle, right circle, right circle, and that is a whole new set of mind gameplay that is not in that's not how I learned to play the game. So that's similar to like the DS drum games that I played. That I imported those on my flash card, and I played them with the stylus, one hand. And then I found out that it's a game that you actually have to play with two hands. So I was able to beat that game on the hard difficulty as well. So I got to get a medal for that or something like that, because that is absolutely crazy. But that really cramps up your hand. Both the Taiko no Tatsujin games on DS or Hatsune Miku. But it is addictive, man. These Vocaloid songs, if you play them a couple of times, you have no idea what they're singing, but those tunes are so fucking catchy, coming off the Persona soundtracks, which I really love. This is just a match made in heaven, rhythm game, crazy Japanese, awesome music.
So the music's kind of comparable to Persona 4, because I really like the music in Persona 4.
It is really typical J-pop-y, It is there's like a kind of variety of styles, some are the more relaxing, I hate the word, but emo type songs.
Okay.
But then there's like your typical upbeat J-pop, and then there's like some resemblance of like electronic, and then a little bit of rock in there. And the thing with Hatsune Miku is she's the main character.
Yeah.
But there are 5 other characters that have their own songs, or there's like a twin with a blonde guy and a blonde girl. They have like duets and everything. So it's the game had about 35 songs or something like that. And they have a timer. I've spent about 14-15 hours in the game, and it's crazy, because I love these very challenging type of games from time to time, like shmups or rhythm games, and really try to get in there and try to get the songs on like high, excellent, and perfect and everything. Perfect game at the right time. The year before it, I had another rhythm game on the Vita, DJ Max Technica Tune, which that was a system seller for me as well. I don't really want to recommend DJ Max Technica Tune to that many people for the obvious reason, and that's the fact that this game is the most rare PS Vita game out right now. It sucks.
Wait. It sucks because you can't find it?
Yeah, it sucks because you it's like a really limited print run.
Gotcha.
They actually made a limited edition. Pete Dorr unboxed it, and that's how I found out about the game. And I knew I had to get it. So there's something Pete did good for the last couple of months for me.
Huh.
But that limited edition is even more harder to find. But that's like a whole different game.
I was gonna say, do you have the limited edition?
No. I just have the normal copy of DJ Max, just the blue case.
Gotcha.
Which I was lucky to snag up. So I have no idea if they're going to be making another DJ Max game. I would easily snag that up. That is fully touch based, by the way. Hatsune Miku is partly controlled with the face buttons, and you also have some front or touchpad notes that you gotta hit from time to time. I actually found out on the harder difficulties, this is like a cheat code for anybody out there, if you just slide your finger up and down really fast, it hits them no matter what rhythm it's on. I guess they didn't really proof test the back notes that much, but
that's funny.
That's like a little bit of cheating on the extreme difficulty.
Well,
I only found out on that, because it's so difficult to do it.
I gotta tell you, I'm not usually interested in these rhythm games, but and you've been talking so much about this in the chat that after you talking about this, maybe I might look into it. Although I do have a lot of download games on my Vita that I haven't really touched quite yet, so I don't know. I guess we'll see.
I don't know if there's going to be a demo for the PlayStation Vita, but you can always download the PlayStation 3 demo, get a kind of a feel for it. Yeah. Just keep in mind, on a big screen, it can be the head tracking, follow it, the patterns is harder to do than on a smaller screen.
Right.
But other than that, though, there is another rhythm game that I highly, highly recommend, which it's looking at me right now, and that's Theater Rhythm Final Fantasy.
I know. I need to pick that up because I'd probably really like that.
Don't pick it up. I have high hopes. I have high hopes for Final Fantasy Theater Rhythm Curtain Call for localization this year as well.
But is that a full sequel, or is that just like an updated version?
Basically what they did, Theater Rhythm came out on the 3DS. They had a shit ton of paid DLC, which I did not buy. Then the game got ported to the iOS, which if you had an old iPhone 4 like myself, sucked. And they added in even more songs in there. And now Curtain Call is coming out, which is like a 1.5.
Gotcha.
They promised all the songs, even more Final Fantasy characters. Coming out, I believe, in March or May in Japan. So I really hope that that Square Enix localizes this game.
Okay. I'll hold off then.
Because I loved it.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully we'll get some Square Enix localization news soon regarding Curtain Call, and like they announced a shit ton of other games like the iOS prequel to Type 0, Agito, officially not announced for localization as well, and let's hope that they give that some love.
I don't know.
But yeah,
I'm rapidly losing faith in Square Enix.
Oh yeah, actually today has been like a very big day for me in terms of video production. I had a lot of audio files that I still needed to render. One of them being an hour-long, it is a rant just on the state of Square Enix.
I can't wait.
I really need to upload it. This is recorded like a couple of months ago, but except for those minor announcements, nothing has really changed.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting to see because Final Fantasy is my favorite series. I love Squaresoft, and I really enjoyed Square Enix. But yeah, 2013, I have to put Atlas on top, and Shin Megami Tensei as my favorite.
Yeah. It's so.
I actually play. Go ahead.
I was going to say it's just so weird how the giants are just crumbling these days. Like Capcom is a shell of its former self. Square Enix is a shell of Squaresoft and Enix. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like the smaller, like Falcom and Atlas, they're really kind of, becoming the torchbearers in a way,
Yeah, that's true. Let's be honest, we had a very shaky Atlas year.
Yeah,
with the takeover and everything, I really was worried at some point. Because of all these giants fumbling and Sega taking them over, I was like, fuck it, man, Atlas, it's gone.
Yeah.
But it's looking really, really good so far.
I really hope Atlas takes some of Sega's old IPs, i.e. Shining Force, and just starts going to town with it. Phantasy Star, it's just like, oh my god,
I would really enjoy that on the one hand, but I also realized the fact that Atlas is not a very big company, and I like them focusing on Etrian Odyssey, Persona, and Shin Megami Tensei. And I don't want to interfere it with that, but we'll have to wait and see how that goes. As much as, I've never been a very big Sega RPG fan. Like Valkyria Chronicles I really enjoyed, but I've never played the Shining Force games. I only finished the first Phantasy Star. Skies of Arcadia was great. I'd love to see that, but I'd rather have Atlas make another Catherine or make another Radiant Historia.
Well, okay, we'll talk about Radiant Historia. I would love to see another one. Catherine, I haven't thrown in yet. Shin Megami Tensei. I'm gonna kind of just throw this out there. I think Shin Megami Tensei can kind of take a few years off because there's so many SMT games. You know what I mean?
It has been very overwhelming, and I would say. Last year, I finished 8 or 9 of them.
Good God.
Yeah, it was absolutely ridiculous. I was finishing them left and right. Like, to hype up for SMT4, I finished the Super Famicom fan translations of 1 and 2, SMT.
Yeah, that's...
I finished Etrian Odyssey 4.
Yeah.
Persona 4 Golden took about 18 hours. I finished the PS1 classic Persona 2...
did you say 80 or 18?
80 hours.
Okay.
So that was a time suck.
Yeah.
Then I finished Persona 2 Eternal Punishment on the PS1, Dragon's Crown, Soul Hackers. Holy shit, I finished a lot of damn crazy. I replayed Catherine.
Yeah.
And then I still have Etrian Odyssey Untold that I haven't even started yet.
Let me ask your opinion on Catherine real quick. Now, okay, when I throw that in, I'm going to be completely new to the game. Should I just go for the easiest difficulty level? Because I've heard a lot of people say that. Just play it on the easiest difficulty level you can.
Do you like puzzle games at all?
I do, but there's a point where, because I've heard like later levels are just ridiculous,
Yeah.
And there's kind of a point where, like with a game like Catherine, I hear like the puzzle aspect is really just kind of benign, and really you just want to play it for like the story segments.
Yeah, I actually don't like it when people say that, because the story is phenomenal. It is like this really mature story that I've hardly ever seen in video games. Yet it still maintains that very Atlas type to it.
Yeah.
The very, very type of characters. But the story is fantastic. But I really enjoyed the gameplay.
Right.
You play like 7 or 8 nights dungeons kind of, and it slowly progresses you through the type of gameplay. You gotta move up. You have these type of blocks. And yes, I had some difficulty stumps. I just played on normal. And then later on in the game, I was struggling a bit. And then I watched how to beat one level on YouTube. And then I was like, oh, you can also use this gameplay type in reverse. So instead of just only pulling blocks, it's very hard to explain this, but instead of only pulling blocks, you could also like push a block so it would drop down, and then you could move up. Once that clicks in your mind,
okay.
So, I really enjoyed the gameplay.
Okay, so normal is like manageable once you figure out
normal is manageable, but
Okay.
if you struggle with the gameplay in the first 4 or 5 nights, I can guarantee you that the game will kick your ass in the final 2 dungeons or final 3.
Okay.
And if you're not the type of gamer who just says, fuck it, I'm looking it up on YouTube how I can beat it, and rather just put it on your shelf, then you'll never beat the game.
Okay. No, I would definitely look it up, but I think like the way people talk on YouTube, it really made me kind of scared of like the later dungeons. Like I wouldn't just be able to do it at all. And I was like, the story is supposed to be so good in this. I don't want to miss out on that. So should I just play it on the easiest version? That was kind of the question I had.
Yeah, it's on the one hand I would recommend it because you can experience the story, but on the other hand you will miss like the challenge that you have to actually get through the game.
You'll miss that. Yeah.
Because the gameplay can be really addictive, and I think that a lot of people just really rush through the game. If you like after each level, like it's kind of like Mario, each dungeon has like 1, 2, or like 3 or 4 levels. You get into this little hub area where you can talk to these other guys that have to cross the tower. They give you some very helpful tips. Like, have you thought about using this combo in terms of block? And it shows you on the side like a little explanation, like a mini clip on how you pull it off in terms of gameplay. Okay. Yeah, I would say try for normal.
About how many hours is that total from start to finish?
10 hours.
10 hours? Okay.
10 hours, yeah. And actually, there's one awesome thing about it. If you've beat the game, I believe you also needed to get high scores, but I don't know. But if you beat the game, I actually now have a mode where I'm able to... Of course, you can always skip the cutscenes, but I now have the option to skip the gameplay. So I can just pop the game in and just watch the entire story, which is really interesting.
That's cool. Yeah,
I don't know if you needed to get like gold medals on all the levels or something like that, but I really enjoyed the game. It was a great story, great gameplay, and those graphics. I look forward to Persona 5's graphics.
Well, that's good, because I was actually quite scared of that game for a while.
Like, there are a couple of games that I can't get into because they are too difficult. It is not of the Demon Souls, Dark Souls variety in terms of difficulty.
Okay.
It is absolutely not.
Chance.
So yeah, try it out.
Okay. Chance, are you still awake over there?
I am.
Oh.
Just listening. Actually, I'm kind of interested in all this Catherine talk because I just picked that up too.
Oh, good. Okay, good. So we're all on the same page here.
Yep.
Were you okay? Let me ask you this: were you scared of it too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay. I don't know. It was just.
But yeah, I'm really I've played all the Layton games, so I'm very comfortable at these puzzle type games. Zero escape games. It's kind of comparable to like Catherine, with the puzzles and having to think logically. It's I am unathletic as shit, but if there's one thing that I have good, it's my brain. I can do some pretty awesome things with it.
Well,
yeah,
I would
athlete. Yeah.
I would definitely say if you haven't, definitely try The Room and Room 2 because you'll be surprised. You'll start thinking about things and you'll see things and be like, oh, I need that. You know what I mean? It's kind of weird how the logic works in your brain.
They were scary, right? Or
they're not scary. They have creepy moments.
Creepy moments, alright. Because if there's something that I'm not really a big fan of, it's like the jump scare thing.
No, this is more like a Silent Hill kind of atmospheric type thing.
Right. They were free or paid for?
Well, I can't speak for the European iOS store, but the first one should be free, and the second one is like $6. At most, you're not going to be spending more than $7 US dollars. I don't know what the translation is for euros.
Yeah, that's If it's like I'll check it out.
Yeah,
it sounds really interesting, kind of like my type of game. So,
especially if you like 999 and Virtue's Last Reward, that Room Escape, you'll like it.
Yeah, it's been a while since I played an iOS game. Like last year, May, when Layton Brothers, the spin-off for Professor Layton, came out. So, gotta look into that. Sounds interesting.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, we are closing in on 4 hours of podcasting. So let me just.
Those weren't even all the games that I've been playing, man.
Oh shit! Well, then continue.
No, I'm playing.
I'm sorry.
I've just started off with Rayman Legends.
Uh-huh.
First world is done. I'm really enjoying it. I really rushed through Rayman Origins together with friends, so I can't really remember it all that well. But I actually just found out that in Rayman Legends, at least on the Wii U, you can unlock like remastered levels of Origins.
Really?
It's kind of like 2 games in one.
Because I have Origins for the Vita, and I haven't thrown it in yet.
I think there were like 50 or 60 levels in Origins, and now they did like a remastering of like 40 of their favorite levels and remastered them with new locations of the little creatures that you gotta save and everything. So I think that you get a lot of bang for your buck for Rayman Legends.
Well, that's definitely one I'm writing down for my Wii U. Yeah,
definitely. Yeah, it was a Black Friday deal, like €16 here in the UK. So I decided to go for it, because Origins it was a fun platform. I had it on a 360, but it really didn't stick, and it was not a platformer that I went the extra mile of getting all the creatures and everything. I just played it through completion and the credits. But with Legends, I'm feeling that this is the type of game that I really want to like collect all these creatures, and you got to collect these rings types, like these lumps or something, like these yellow bulbs. If you get enough of those in a level, you get like a gold medal and everything. So fun for the completionists, which I am. But yeah, check it out for the Wii U. I think it's dropping in price. And then there's one more game which I'm playing, and I sunk a lot of time into that one today. I'm about 3 hours in, and that is Ys 4, Memories of Celceta.
Yes! Finally.
I have, of course, because I lend out my North American 3DS, so I can't play Etrian Odyssey Untold. My aunt, she's big in graphic adventures and Ace Attorney, so she's playing Ace Attorney 5. And I forgot my European 3DS, so I can't play Pokemon X, Bravely Default, Layton 6. They're sitting on my shelf, just the cards.
Oh,
They're teasing me.
Yeah.
So I had to go, because it's such a crime, having to do this. I had to start with Ys 4, Memories of Celceta.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be very honest here. I really enjoyed Ys 1 and 2 Chronicles and Oath in Felghana. That's my favorite. Ys Origin was meh. I just played through the Totika, the girl story.
You should play through Hugo's because it's a completely different gameplay experience because it plays more like a twin-stick shooter.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I had some issues with the game running on my PC.
Oh, I see.
It really can't handle it well, so...
Really? Because my crappy laptop can run Origin like a champ.
No, the thing is, if I play games on my laptop, it gets really warm and everything, and very loud fan as well, so that's why I don't really like to play a lot of long sessions on PC. But at least I finished the girl story, and then E7... It was a little bit too long for my tastes, and I really, honestly, I did not like the switching partner mechanic. I played the entire game as Adel, except for the parts where you had to switch for different powers or something like that.
You'll like Celceta more because it relaxes that a bit. Because 7 was very rigid with the fact that, like, you could play through Celceta as just Adol.
Okay,
and
that's good to know.
You'll find enemies with different weaknesses that you'll deal less damage to, but honestly, I didn't switch all that much. I kind of kept to Adol through the entire game, so it's not as rigid as what 7 felt like.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's good to know. So I'm about 3 hours in, and I really enjoy it, of course. Visuals look great.
Yeah.
Soundtrack. It's typical Falcom. I gotta get used to the fact that it's also typical Ys, so it's more very high-powered, music songs instead of the more relaxing kind, like in Trails in the Sky. I just gotta get used to Ys because it's been 2 years since I played an Ys game, or like a year and a half. But honestly, in terms of the gameplay, I am not really enjoying it. Let me explain.
Oh, God, Mike, you've done nothing but cut my heart all night.
Let me explain. So, I'm playing on. I'm in the mine dungeon, and I'm in the Great Plains or the Beast Plains, and the only thing that I'm doing right now is X square X. I want to do the. I don't even run. I just do the dash, and then get to an enemy, slash him a couple of times, and then do a skill move. And I don't know. I posted it on Twitter. And Holy Keel, he said, restart the game and put it on a higher difficulty because you will get more enjoyment out of it. And now I'm already 3 hours into it. I did all my grinding and did the quests. I'm hoping that the game will become more difficult.
So you already bumped up the difficulty?
You can't.
Oh.
You can only tone the difficulty down when you start the game. You can't turn it up, so I have to restart my entire playthrough, which also means getting through the slow-paced explanation of how I can attack.
That's true.
So yeah, I'm at a tough part right now because I risk getting really bored out on the game very fast because I feel it's too easy, and too button mash.
It's only 3 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then on the other hand, I risk, playing it on hard, where it might get too hard for my tastes, and I get stumped at the end of the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad game. Don't get me wrong, but I tend to be very critical of you mentioned something in the last podcast as well. You hold JRPGs to a higher esteem. So you tend to be more critical. I try to do that as well.
Well,
and
if you remember my 2013 list, I don't even think Celceta made the top 10. I could be wrong. Maybe it made 8, but it didn't rank as highly as I thought it was going to make. And it's basically just a prettier version of E7. So whatever your reaction was to E7 is pretty much going to be your reaction to Celceta. And unfortunately, for those people who don't like that, that's kind of the way Ys is going to be from now on. It's going to have that party system and that switching, and it's not going to be just Adol running around by himself like it was in Felghana and all the other games. So
yeah, because the thing with E7 and now that I'm finding out with Celceta is I don't feel that it's a very technical type of action RPG. There's in Ys 1 and 2 Chronicles, especially in Oath in Felghana, I felt that there was a lot of platforming elements like jumps and everything involved. I'm completely missing that in 7 and in Salsetta. It's just, here's your area, just run around, clear out the map, and get your exploration percentage up, and then hit everything in advance. Oh, and here's a boss fight. Here you need to be a little bit tricky, you know?
If you like that platforming, then you'll like East 5 and Napishtim, because it has that in there. So.
And then on the other hand, it's like a very button mashy type, and then I'm looking at my collection right now. Next to it is like the Tales games, where I'm like, hey, that's way more technical. You know, you got a comboing system and everything. And I know Salsetta has the comboing and the skill set. I just mapped. I have 2 skills right now with the R and then square and X.
You know what it might be? You might just not be in the mood for that kind of RPG. You know what I mean? Like, maybe you're just in the mood for like a more technical RPG, and maybe you should just put Salsetta up and play like a more technical one, and then come back to it when you feel like really playing that action-heavy type game. Because I find that sometimes with my stuff, like, I'm playing something and I don't really feel like I'm liking it, and, I think maybe I'm just not into this right now. So I put it up and I come back to it later, and I like it more later on. So maybe you're just not in the mood for East right now.
Maybe not, or maybe I got to give it a try on a higher difficulty.
That's true as well.
On hard, maybe try it like that. Then it becomes more. Because honestly, there's a block button on the game, but I've only used it on the boss fight.
I'm going to tell you what, I never touched that block button once.
See, those are not very good signs. That's not the type of things that I want to hear.
I use the dodge. I use the dodge a lot more. I found the dodge a lot more.
Yeah, the dodge. Yeah, that's very helpful, especially during that first boss when he was mowing around with his arms.
Oh yeah.
When he telegraphed that he was pulling it up, then I just dodged to the other side, hit his belly a couple of times, and did the same thing. But yeah, I'm going to be continuing to playing this game because honestly, it is the only handheld game that I can play that I haven't finished yet. But I really hope that the game picks up a little bit, and maybe it's just over the last year and a half. I felt that I overthink the difficulty of Ease. Maybe it was already easy. Easy.
Ha 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 ha. It depends on what game you're talking about, because sometimes East is really fucking hard.
I really struggled with the final bosses in East 1 and 2 Chronicles.
Oh yeah,
they were really tough.
Oh yeah.
Fucking Dark Fact, man.
It's
getting all the flooring underneath me. I fell down the hole a couple of times.
Well, I played the TurboGrafx version on the Wii Virtual Console, and the minute I beat Dark Fact, like, you have no idea, because it was like the 12th time I was trying to fight him, and my hands were cramping and my muscles were tense. And as soon as I beat him, I just dropped the controller and like walked away from the TV. I had to watch the finale on YouTube because I just walked away from the TV because I was like, I have to go like recuperate, because as bad. I haven't got to that point in Chronicles yet, but I'm telling you, the original TurboGrafx version will break your hand because you're like running around so much. It's bad.
Yeah, I figured that those are way more difficult than Chronicles.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of Oath in Felghana that had some tough fights as well.
Oh yeah, that's what.
But I can't really. Nothing comes to mind.
Yeah.
But.
I'm really hoping, because I don't know what they're going to do with East next. Whether they're going to go East 8 or they're going to remake Kelphin. But if they remake Kelphin, I really hope they remake it like Felghana, where it's just Adol by himself running around. But I don't know if we're ever going to get that style ever again. I think it's going to stay the party system from now on out.
Yeah, we'll really have to wait and see what Falcom is going to be doing next. They haven't really announced what they're doing in Japan besides the newest Trails game and then Trails 5.
Oh my god, we're so far behind in that series. We're so far behind.
Oh, it's fucking horrible, man.
It is.
Having to listen to Taylor and Greg talk about this.
I do.
Talking about, there's this Kiseki game with Ease, which is called Nayuta no Kiseki.
Yeah. It's like, what are we on now? 6 or 7 over there? And we haven't got the second one yet.
Trails of Flash is either out or coming out, and that is the 6th game in the Trails series. So you have, Trails in the Sky, which was first chapter, second chapter, the third. Then you had you had Trails of Blue, Trails of Sky, and Trails of Flash.
Yeah.
And then in between you had the spin-off Nayata no Kiseki, which translates to something like Trails of Nayata.
Come on, fan translators, make it happen, because I don't know if XC can do it. I really don't. I mean, they're not big enough to handle all that.
Yeah, what I really hope that happens is that fan translators tackle Nayata no Kiseki. I heard that it's not a very script-heavy game, less script-heavy than the other ones. And then, we gotta put faith in that second chapter sells so well that that the third, which is shorter, will also get translated officially.
I've already made the commitment to myself, which I did the same thing with Xenoblade, was when it comes out, I'm going to buy it on my Vita, and I'm also going to buy it on Steam, even though I probably can't play it on Steam on my current PC. But I'm going to buy both versions just to... That's just what I do. Like when
I'm still holding out for some type of Exceed special edition box with just the download code.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Something physical.
Maybe just like an online thing only.
Yeah, like from their store, which then should have international shipping. Otherwise, I will come and hunt them down.
Oh, yeah. They don't have a European branch. It's Ghostlight over there, right? That's kind of maybe the equivalent.
Celceta is out, and I think NIS America localized them.
Really?
Ghostlight has been really fucked in the ass by NIS America.
Oh.
Like, NIS America has stolen a lot of the SMT titles for the 3DS, so Ghostlight can't do them anymore. I believe Celceta got published by NIS America. I'm not 100% sure on that. And Ghostlight has basically announced nothing.
Wow. What about Rising Star? Are they still doing stuff over there?
Rising Star is still doing stuff. They did Deadly Premonition. They did Rune Factory and the other series, Harvest Moon. But they are not doing shmups anymore.
Did you play?
Because they sold so bad.
Did you play Deadly Premonition?
I have not.
Oh, Mike, come on!
I have not played the game.
Yeah. Are you a fan of Twin Peaks? Have you ever watched Twin Peaks? Are you a fan of Twin Peaks? You're a David Lynch fan.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I watched it. Well, I watched it about a year ago.
Okay.
And I really enjoyed it.
Dude, you will love Deadly Premonition. You will.
But isn't it supposed to be like this really badly controlled survival horror game?
It's not that bad, to be honest with you. It's part of the charm of it. Like, if you can get it for cheap, pick it up, because the charm of it, especially if you're a Twin Peaks fan, far outweighs any negative the game has.
Interesting. You guys do realize that I'm under pressure here, right? I've put pressure on myself.
I know, 25 games for the year, but one of those games should be Deadly Premonition.
Deadly Premonition.
It's
tricky.
Yeah. Like, tricky. Okay, you know how, like, Alan Wake makes all those Twin Peaks references?
Yeah.
Yeah. Deadly Premonition is basically Twin Peaks the game.
But, I'm really not very versed in the survival horror aspect.
Yeah.
I played a couple of Resident Evil games, like the newer ones.
Yeah.
Like 4 and 5.
Let me think about it.
I've never played Silent Hill.
Yeah. It's not that difficult, to be honest with you. Like, It's not that bad. Because you find a lot of ammo in that game, and you can always go and buy more ammo.
And do you recommend the Xbox or PlayStation 3 version, which is like a director's cut?
That's the tough one. That is up to you, because the Xbox version has the old school kind of tank controls, but it doesn't have the frame rate issue. Whereas the PS3 version has updated controls, but it has issues with the frame rate. So
I don't mind that.
Okay, so that's up to you to figure out which is.
Maybe it's patched, Bayonetta style.
Perhaps, I don't know, but hold off on it for a little bit, and as you get towards the end of the year, and if you think, man, I still got an extra game, pick up Deadly Premonition, give it a shot, because it's one of those diamond in the rough games that, while yes, it's not technically a great game, but it has so much charm and so much like personality behind it that you cannot help but love it. You really can't help but love that game.
I wish PlayStation Plus did something about this issue that I'm facing right now.
Well, who knows? The year is young.
The year is really young. I have not bought any game yet.
So maybe by the end of the year, they'll be like, Deadly Premonition Director's Cut, PS Plus. I doubt it, but...
Nah, I doubt it as well, but...
Hey, you may find it somewhere for $5. You never know.
But honestly, you are the only person that I've ever talked to recommend this game to me. So
Oh my god!
That is
funny.
Is a good thing as well. That's a good thing because we share similar taste in games.
But it's so funny because whenever I talk about Deadly Premonition, I always get like comments like, "Yeah, Deadly Premonition." It's one of those games. It's not for everyone. It's not for everyone, but for like a select few, you're going to love it.
I think it's also. I never play these type of games, so it never comes to mind. Like, oh, you got to play this survival horror game next.
It doesn't even really feel like a survival horror game, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's like people are calling The Last of Us a survival horror game. Like, yeah, right.
Well, I would kind of almost argue that because if you play it on the harder difficulty levels without the the echo. Without the detective mode and stuff like that, it can get pretty rough.
They have a good log on there. Last of Us took me 22 hours to beat, and I died 638 times or something crazy like that.
I think I'm pretty close to that right now.
Yeah, it's
ridiculous.
There's that. Okay, Mike, you finished it, right?
Yeah.
There's that scene in Winter when you're playing as God damn it, Chance. There's that.
Well, hey, it's not just me; it's everyone listening too.
But there's that scene in Winter.
Yeah, you're playing as the guy. Yeah.
Where you're in that, you're kind of sneaking through an area where there's a bunch of clickers. You know what I'm talking about? After you hunt the deer.
Yeah, see the hunt the deer part. That's in my mind a lot more.
Yeah. Okay, but
is this in like that factory type thing, or
kind of in the factory
where you had to walk on the top area as well, like I don't know what you call them in English.
You're sneaking around and you don't really have any way to combat the clickers, and they're just all around. You have to completely use stealth to get around them. I died so many times in that spot. I can't tell you. I will personally message you what I'm talking about later on, but there's this spot where
maybe I got to see it. I can't. The area that really comes to me is a little bit earlier in the game when you're with multiple people, and it was kind of like this temple-like area. Not really a temple.
Yeah.
It's like that had like 8 or 9 clickers there.
Hold on, I'm gonna write it.
Honestly, the clicker parts were not very difficult to me. It was usually the human parts that I really struggled with.
See,
and honestly,
I was.
No, go ahead.
I would say I was fine with that. It was the stealth portions, which makes me really kind of worried about Chance because, like, the stealth is not hugely important. Like, you can get through without playing it, except for like certain parts in the game. And I feel like he's going to get to this part, and he's going to be like me, and he's going to die like 50 times.
Yeah. I'm pretty good at stealth aspects. I always try to look first before I walk to look at how they move around the map. It can be a little bit tricky, but I have a lot of Metal Gear Solid experience, and I always I finished Deus Ex without raising an alarm or killing anyone on hard. So I have a lot of stealth experience.
I will say.
Yeah, I know the part that you're talking about, but I can't really imagine it in my head right now. That's not one of the parts where I really got stuck.
Yeah. For some reason, I got stuck there. I don't know why. But Chance, I will say this: even if you get to a point where it's stealthy, and like if you're like me and you're not very good at stealthiness, stick with it, man, because you're gonna get to that end and you're just gonna be like, "What?"
The thing that is a very helpful tip. This comes from years of experience with trying to beat Call of Duty on Veteran. Is sometimes you retry, you die, you retry it.
Yeah.
Just go the approach where you just start rushing. Sometimes, and it happened in Last of Us as well.
Yeah.
I try to go the very stealthy approach and try to find a path. And then there's one time I died a couple of times, and I was like, fuck it, I'll just run as far as I can. And then all of a sudden, nobody got me. I got a checkpoint.
Good enough.
Sometimes that works.
That's true. Yeah, it's a very, and that's kind of what pissed me off when we were talking about earlier when people say it wasn't a game. It's a very experimental gameplay style because sometimes you think you need to do stealthiness and then you just do a run and gun type thing and you get through it. So
yeah. But I mention this every time the game comes. It has that Naughty Dog syndrome.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And it's the Naughty Dog syndrome, and they can't help it. The same goes for Rockstar. Rockstar and Naughty Dog, they have this syndrome where they make great games with a lot of variety in gameplay, but the individual gameplay aspects, they just aren't done better in games that only focus on that gameplay element.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, Gears of War, third-person shooting is done better in that game than in, say, Uncharted and The Last of Us. That's how I feel about it. Yeah. But The Last of Us was still a must-play experience, in my opinion.
There's just something about going around the different houses and looting. I don't know. It's hard to. There's something about that experience of being in that environment and walking through someone's houses and seeing sort of the wreckage and things like that. It's probably the most somber game I've ever played. You just feel...
Yeah, I collected all the the artifacts and all the photos and notes and everything. That gave a lot of backstory. But yeah, the thing with The Last of Us is I was playing it at the same time as I was The Walking Dead Season 1.
Oh, I see, yeah.
And all the time I was feeling like, man, great story and great journey and everything for these two main characters. But I have it already and more gripping in The Walking Dead Season 1. And also a little bit in Bioshock Infinite, which is, again, the old guy helping the girl. So, again...
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Had it come out a couple of months earlier, before Bioshock Infinite, before Walking Dead Season 1, this game would have blown me away.
Yeah.
But it just came in the trifecta of Bioshock and Walking Dead, which...
Mike, you just kind of blew my mind in a way. Because I never realized how close the stories of... Because I got so hooked up in the plot trappings of both games. But when you look at the thematics of it, both The Last of Us and Infinite, they almost tell the same story in a way.
Different setting. Different
setting.
The main goal is the same, You have the guy.
Yeah, but you
gotta rescue the girl and then help her survive.
But not only rescue the girl, but find redemption in that person. You know what I mean?
That as well.
Yeah. Crazy.
No, we can't talk about it. There's this one thing about The Last of Us which I honestly still can't imagine. Everybody is talking about, whoa, the ending. I whatever. I really didn't feel the ending that much.
Oh man, that ending was so good.
But we can't talk about it because Chance is here, so sorry.
I know.
Well, and it's not just me. It's all of our listeners that haven't played it yet.
Hey, people, come on, man. This game has been out since June.
Come on, Chance.
Come on, Chance. Have you guys played every game that's ever been released ever?
Yes.
No, I'm not. I'm just kidding, man.
I have.
Oh, so am I.
No, but I am honest though. I am pretty up to date with especially the big releases that I'm interested in. Yeah, that's why I know. Like a Mass Effect 3, the whole hype and craziness over the ending, I'd already finished the game a week before everything on the internet went crazy, I took a couple of days off work, finished it in 3 or 4 days with a weekend, 5 days, something like that. Yeah. And then everything went crazy. I have that a lot.
I personally did not have a problem with that ending. There was some, plot holes with certain characters being on the screen that, weren't there, but,
We're ruining your experience page if you're still listening.
No. Totally not.
I haven't played it yet.
You know
either,
what?
So.
She probably is going to be downloading the alternate ending, or maybe even already has it. So who knows? But the original ending, as BioWare intended it, because I'm such a fan of science fiction and sort of abstract narratives, I personally didn't mind it. I was like, all right, I'll accept that. I get it. I get what they're.
Which one did you get?
What do you mean? I got the synthesis ending.
Perfect ending, right?
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I'm totally happy with that,
I really enjoyed the synth ending. yes, I would have agreed that I would have loved to have like a 30 to 45 minute epilogue of like a couple of years later. This is what this character is doing, and it's what this character is doing. But I love the synthesis ending. Yes, sure, a half hour before it, I was like, what the fuck is going on? But I really enjoyed it. You know, I really enjoyed it.
I got that ending and I was like, you know what? I'm totally happy with that. And then like I got online and the next like 3 weeks was like people threatening the developers' families because they thought that they
ridiculous.
And it's like, have you ever watched a science fiction, like a real science fiction movie before? This is how this shit ends. It ends on a question, so you keep thinking about it, That's how, because some people kind of threw a fit about BioShock Infinite's story. That's how BioShock Infinite ends, on a question. Think about it,
On a fucking awesome question.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah. So.
I'm seriously. This BioShock Infinite. Last year I was in a crappy phase in my life. Struggling with the relationship. Struggling at work. But then BioShock Infinite came along, and I was thinking, maybe I'm not happy right now in my life, but I'm sure that in one other multiverse dimension, there's some Mike that's very happy right now.
Exactly.
So I'm happy that way, That changed my fucking way of thinking.
It's crazy how that game kind of makes you think about different things. I don't know.
There are more games to do this.
Yeah.
BioShock Infinite is not the first to come up with this theory. There's one that I won't mention, and there's another one, which is awesome.
But you also won't
BioShock Infinite, yeah, I won't mention it because, that can kind of spoil it if you guys haven't played that game. Not a big spoiler, but I don't want to mention it.
Okay.
But then BioShock Infinite, it presented it in such an understandable way, in a logical way, and it showed it as well. Man, those final 2 hours of BioShock Infinite, fantastic.
But it's the thing, too, of replaying that game. And
which I haven't done yet.
Honest to God, you replay that game and you get, like, I got to the point where you're on the beach and you have to find Elizabeth and she's dancing with the musicians, and you walk up to her and she says, "Dance with me, Mr. DeWitt." And honest to God, I started welling up because I know everything, and it's so crazy how sort of innocuous things in the first playthrough take on completely different meanings when you play it a second time. It's
like the coin flip thing, with the Lutesses.
I mean, almost absolutely everything in that game takes on a completely different meaning when you.
Have you played Burial at Sea?
I have, yeah. I finished it, and you know what?
God damn, man! I wasn't expecting that. Like the last couple of 15 minutes, I was like, but of course it makes. Oh my God, they did it again!
I know, and the thing of it was, and Chance is like sitting over there like, God damn it.
Well, I mean, I'm actually kind of debating, not to derail the conversation, kind of debating on whether or not I should just play Infinite and just say piss on BioShock 1 and 2 because
I
don't know, man.
Oh God.
No, you really can't do that. As much as it's a standalone story, there's something at the end.
I would say.
Okay, I
you will
get
appreciate it more.
Play BioShock.
I just don't love BioShock 1 as much as I want to.
Oh, Chance. It's not a first-person shooter. Get that out of your head. It's not a first-person shooter.
See, and that's the problem.
It's a first-person. Think of it as a first-person dungeon crawler.
Okay.
It really is.
Yeah.
Technically, it is I don't think of BioShock as a first-person shooter. I think of it as a role-playing game.
Yeah.
Okay,
because you go around leveling up, trying to find, scouring, all the maps.
I will say that you don't have to play BioShock 2.
That's true. I wanted to mention that as well. You don't technically really need to do that.
But
just play 1 and then Infinite. Which is
I would recommend eventually playing BioShock 2. But
yeah, I mean, I don't even have Infinite yet, so I mean, it's not like it's a big urgency or anything.
But getting back to what we were talking about there, like I read the. It's fine, Chance. No apologies here.
That's not a problem. I'm taking over the podcast today.
I read the reviews of Burial at Sea, and everyone was bitching and complaining because it wasn't the huge sucker punch that Infinite was. And then I got to the end of Burial at Sea, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Those are the kind of people who just played on easy, rushed through Infinite, didn't care about the ending already.
Didn't explore
didn't care about the
Rapture.
universe.
Yeah.
And the one thing, I didn't really read a lot of the reviews, but everybody was commenting on how short it was. Burial at Sea took me 3.5 hours to finish.
Yeah, I was going to say, I spent about 3-4 hours on it, because I literally went around everywhere and looked at everything.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to miss a second of it. Ugh.
Yeah, precisely. That's how I approach Bioshock. I play them on a harder difficulty. I scour everything so that I'm stocked with plasmids, vigors, health kits, everything. Money to the max, hacking everything in the first Bioshock games.
Yeah.
Then I'll continue on with the story, trying to find all the audio logs and everything. Oh, I love the Bioshock games.
Yeah, see, Chance...
Yeah, I did really like the audio logs when I found those in what I played of 1, but I have to start over because my PS3 tanked and lost all my save files. So that's another reason why I'm not looking forward to it, because I put a considerable amount of time into the first one, and now I have to start over, and it sucks.
Yeah, but dude,
that really sucks. Yeah,
that's the thing. You have to get out of that. Like with Infinite, you can have sort of the first-person shooter mindset, but with Bioshock 1,
which is why I think I'll like Infinite more.
Yeah,
I understand for story reasons I really do need to play the first one.
Yeah.
But I just, based on everything that I'm hearing, I think that I'll like Infinite so much more than I like.
Well, it's
1.
You just need to change how you approach it. You need to approach it more as an exploration adventure game. Yeah, instead of a first-person shooter.
Again, what I'm really noticing is when we're talking about games and gushing about games is I was at the front lines. I picked up this game day 1.
Yeah.
I played it. I loved it. And then the hype started going. So it won't be a surprise, but Bioshock is my favorite Western game of the last generation. But I picked that game up day 1. I played it, finished it in a week, and then later on, everybody started pouring their love out to the game. But I was already there on my own, loving it,
Yeah.
And it's very hard for somebody who hasn't played these games to hear all these people talk about it.
And it's sort of one of those things too. Like when I talk about how much I love Final Fantasy VI. And then, it's like Paige. She's kind of playing through Final Fantasy VI, but it's not grabbing her like it grabbed me back in the day. It's a very personal thing. Like we were talking about earlier with what was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the nostalgia thing.
The nostalgia thing. So, Chance is facing this onslaught of hype, and it's never going to live up to that. So.
I don't know. I just really got invested in the first Bioshock. The first 20 minutes. I just had my Xbox 360. It was, I believe, my second or third game on the 360. I finished Halo 3 on Legendary. I messed around with that for 3 weeks, and then Bioshock and Mass Effect came out. And just the first opening hour of Bioshock, I was sold.
See, I just wasn't that hooked.
Yeah.
Maybe I just don't get it.
Well,
I don't know, but I just wasn't completely just enthralled with it. I was, I dare say, kind of bored in the very beginning. I mean, it got better. I to say that I dislike it is not, not true. But it's just, I don't know. I just don't get it, I guess.
But honestly, I also hyped up the horror in my head. I was expecting really scary stuff.
Well, when you go into, what's that doctor's name? I can't remember.
Dr. Tannenbaum?
No. The surgeon. It's the first. The first boss of the game, and he's doing all that.
I remember him.
He's doing all that crazy plastic surgery. That's pretty creepy.
Yeah, that guy was crazy, man. Yeah,
well, the Houdini splicers scared the shit out of me.
Oh yeah, that was a creepy, man.
But I think the thing is, Chance, you have to fall in love with Rapture. You have to love that environment, because that's the main character of the game, is Rapture itself. And you'll explore that world, and you'll fall in love with it, and then you'll be like, man, I need to play Bioshock 2 to really explore it even more. And then you'll be like, man, I need to get Bioshock Rapture, the book, to explore it even more. And then you're like...
Did you like that book?
I love that book.
Okay, maybe it was the Alan Wake book.
It was the Alan Wake book that sucked. The only bad thing about the Bioshock...
Oh, glad to hear that.
What's that?
I saw the Alan Wake book in your collection. I was like, man, why haven't I heard of that? I need that, but it sucks.
It's the story of the video game written by like somebody who's in like 6th grade. So.
Fuck
yeah.
it.
But the BioShock Rapture book, if you collect all the audio logs in both games, you kind of almost have the entire book. So keep that in mind, because it's the prequel to what happened to Rapture before BioShock 1. So when you get all those audio logs, it's kind of covering the same ground, but at the same time, it's still awesome to read.
Something about collecting audio logs that I kind of like.
Yeah.
Like I really like that in ODST, and I've really liked it in other games because it's almost like you get like an additional story, while you're playing.
Yeah.
All I can say is I absolutely loved BioShock. BioShock 2, I really enjoyed as well.
Yeah.
Yes, it is a little bit repetitive, but it's by no means a bad thing.
Well,
and then Infinite came along.
What I like about 2 is that in BioShock 1 you have a very strong anti-right wing game. That's the story it's presenting. It's looking at sort of fascism and saying this is not good. And then what you have with BioShock 2 is looking at the opposite side and saying, communism, leftism is also not a perfect good. So they're kind of two sides of the same coin. And then of course you have Infinite come in and obliterate everything.
Yeah.
So
now there's one thing. BioShock is of course a successor to the System Shock games.
I need to play those. I really do.
I have never played them.
Yeah.
I have not really read into it, but supposedly it's this game about you're on a space station and there's this AI going rampant.
Yeah.
Now I fucking love sci-fi, and to see that in HD in the BioShock type graphics, I think that can improve on that. That could beat BioShock and Infinite.
System Shock 1 and 2 HD remake on the PS4. Make it happen.
No, just like a new System Shock. Call it System Shock, and do the sci-fi team with crazy AI and
there is
story around it.
I have said I don't know where they're going to go after Infinite. They can go anywhere, but also at the same time they can go nowhere. So maybe it's time to let the BioShock moniker kind of hang up in the closet for a bit and go back to System Shock. Yeah, reboot System Shock. Why not?
Go for it. I would gladly love to see that being announced at E3, because I hear a lot of people talk so highly about the System Shock games, but again, I was never a PC gamer.
It's hard to get back into those.
Playing them right now, I think it will be very tricky. But if they do like kind of a reboot, because the concept sounds really nice, like this crazy AI and everything.
Yeah.
Fuck, that would be awesome.
I'm looking at Aero. I'm looking at your screen on my computer, and it's 5:09 there.
Yep.
How are you awake right now?
Well, I don't know. I can manage this. It's like a game. It's like a competition.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay.
But yeah, it's been a very long time since I talked on podcasts.
Yeah. So you're making up for it, making up for lost time.
I'm making up for it,
Get it out of your system.
Yeah.
So yeah, what's next?
What's next?
Steven, such a douchebag, man.
This is the thing. Like, we're going to be able to text Steven and say, yeah, the movie yet? And then he'll be able to rejoin the podcast because we're still going to be going. Wouldn't that be? That would be friggin' awesome if that actually happened.
That would be hilarious.
I doubt it.
One thing, though, that I have to mention, you guys are hitting the record button, right?
Oh motherfucker. Just kidding. Yeah, we've been.
Oh man, that would suck so much.
We're at 4 hours and 43 minutes.
Holy crap!
Mike, you just
longest episode ever.
Mike, you set the record by at least an hour.
But the thing about this is, I'm very worried. Is it's still a recording in one continuous take?
Yeah.
I find that to be really, really, really fucking scary.
Why is that?
I come from the RPG horror times, and
Well, my laptop apparently is not as bad as yours.
Okay.
We'll see.
I hope so.
We'll see if I that'd be well. You know what? If it only records 2 hours of this, then we went 3 hours.
Probably still be a good 2 hours before.
We went 3.5 hours with with who? Was it with Greg? We went 3.5 hours.
Yeah, I think Greg was a long episode.
Yeah,
I think my first episode was like over 3 hours too.
So that's all right.
Because you guys are just uploading this file all at once online.
Yeah, but since it's an audio, it's really kind of an audio-only file. It takes like next to nothing to upload. I really wanted to release a 5-hour episode for some reason.
Well,
no, because I wanted to mention like something. Maybe hit the save this one now and then restart the recording or something like that. So you at least have the first part all saved up. I'm kind of hesitant that way.
I can do that. Hold on 1 second. Okay, we've started a new recording, and just to appease Mike's.
Trust me, man. I've been there. We've recorded hours of RPG gibberish, and then all of a sudden, I hit the stop button on the recording, and it craps out. It gives us an error, and it was a great fucking episode. So I was like,
yeah,
all right. I'm going to scour the web to find a solution, and I could repair it with some broken files. I could repair it. Had to find this tool, and we got the files back. Very happy with doing that.
I have a huge file here. So we're okay.
Because that's the tricky thing with these recordings, they have like a limit at some point because the file is getting too big, size is too much, then it just stops adding in there, and then you're fucked. But don't worry, we're back. Everything is going well.
Yeah. I just checked it, and there is a recording up to 4 hours and 43 minutes. So
awesome.
Yeah. So. Yikes.
We gotta make it 5 hours.
God.
That's the sucky thing. It's like, well, I guess we have to at least go 15 more minutes. To make it
I have a quick Mass Effect question.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, because I did pick up the first one recently, and it's on the 360. But can you carry like your character information over like to the next game?
Yeah.
Okay, so I should definitely make sure I get 2 and 3 also on the 360?
If you want to carry your character over, yes.
Okay.
However, I will say this. Each game is welcoming to new players. Yeah. So, like, you can in Mass Effect 2, you can completely remake your character.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you why that happens, but...
Well, and that's fine. But yeah. I know that, like, my local Walmart has... 2 and 3 for $10 each, brand new, and it's like I'm not sure if they have both 2 and 3 on the 360.
Yeah, I would say stay on the same system
because I know that they have 2 and 3, between the PlayStation 3 and 360, but I'm not sure they have both on both systems. So I just wanted to make sure before
I highly recommend carrying over the save file.
Yeah,
all that hard work from game to game. Yeah. That really adds that additional layer of awesomeness.
Yeah, it really does. That's the great thing about Mass Effect, is it really, at the end of the game, end of number 3, it really feels like it's your story. Because you choose which characters you interact with, you choose your love interest, which, I'm sorry, if you don't choose Miranda, then I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Even if I'm femshep?
Well, I don't know if that option is available.
Especially if you're femshep.
I was going to say, I don't know if that option's available if you're femshep, but there is.
I don't think that's available now.
But there are options available. There's even options available if you're male shepherd, if you want to swing that way. But actually, I'm really interested to see Paige's video whenever she makes one for Mass Effect, because she's playing as femshep. And I've always said that I wanted to go back and replay these games as femshep, because supposedly Jennifer Hale's voice acting is like phenomenal for femshep, and everyone, most people play as male shep because most quote unquote most gamers are males, but apparently we're really missing out by not playing as femshep.
Yeah, I've kind of heard that too. That's actually kind of a better experience to play as femshep, which is interesting because I don't know.
Yeah.
One day I will go back. I will play femshep, the entire trilogy, as Renegade, because I play Paragon.
Yeah.
That's the light side. I really want to do that, make some different choices. In terms of romance, I did a lot of the romancing. most of the characters.
Most of the
if not all of the characters. I believe I could reload at some point, and then you could witness all the scenes.
The Normandy was Mike's, little harem over there.
Oh, that was a little harem. The only combination that I have not done is the male-on-male one.
Yeah.
But that's for obvious reasons, which I'm not going to point out. But that was like impossible. But man, I love that cast of characters, man. That really grew on me.
I think the
awesomeness.
The funnest thing for me was the way I did my storyline, because in Mass Effect 1, I picked Ashley as my my love interest, and then through the events of the storyline, it kind of made sense that my Shepard character would be heartbroken over Ashley and turn to Miranda, and then Miranda would be his true love throughout the rest of the series. It was just it's one of those weird things where like you really feel in that game that series of games like you're crafting your own tale.
Yeah, that made totally. I really loved that part of the game, and I think I mentioned that in the chat, but I couldn't really delve into it that much. But that is like one major thing that I really enjoyed about Mass Effect 2 and 3. And you can ruin that all if you are not careful.
True.
And just make sure that you recruit as many characters as you can, especially in Mass Effect 2, because that is one epic bunch of guys. And I just love, talking about and thinking about Mass Effect again and that whole universe, it really got me into the mood to get into this whole new sci-fi universe. Hence the reason why I just said, fuck it, here's my €200. Just give me these 3 TV shows. I want to watch them.
I've always said that Mass Effect feels like the closest I'm ever going to get to like a great Star Trek game, because you're out surveying planets, you're negotiating with different alien races. To me, it felt like, I can see where if you want to spin like a Star Wars feel onto it, you can. But to me, it always felt like a very awesome Star Trek game, like where you're in command of your own ship and you have to do these things. But yeah, I can't wait. Mike, I can't wait for you to get into those series. I can't wait for your opinions. Hopefully I didn't steer you down a bad path.
No, it's not a problem at all. A lot of people have been recommending them. I saw them a lot on like best sci-fi shows. A lot already. And I really enjoyed Battlestar Galactica and Firefly, so
yeah.
I'm really looking forward to delve into it. I don't think that I'll ever get into Star Trek because it's so massive. I don't want to say never, but,
yeah. Well, for a pirate like you, it shouldn't be too hard.
No, I actually did at one time. I downloaded the original series. I never ended up watching one episode. Maybe I'll watch the movies, though.
Yeah.
Just the movies. That might be a potential option. Because, the whole hubbub about Into Darkness with the Khan thing. I've never watched Wrath of Khan, so... Well,
before you watch Wrath of Khan, you need to watch Space Seed, the original series episode Space Seed.
Okay.
Because it's...
See, then it's already getting tricky. I gotta watch episodes before I can watch movies.
That's
and then there's the Next Generation, and then there's like the Borg thing, and then the Contact, and then whatever, and this and that, and not Star Trek overload.
It's a complete universe, man.
Yeah, I know. But it's a universe that you had to be a part of in the 90s at least, when Next Generation was on air.
Yeah, that was kind of the late 80s, early 90s was kind of the zeitgeist, and then
Or I can just quit my day job.
And watch nothing but Star Trek.
Yeah.
That sounds like a perfect life choice.
Maybe I can sell my video game collection to hold me over for those couple of months.
That would probably tide you over for a while, yeah. Yeah.
No, but yeah, Star Trek, I really enjoy. The only things that I ever watched about Star Trek is the last 2 movies from Abrams.
Yeah.
Which I thought were enjoyable.
Yeah.
I like them. It's no Star Wars, but...
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I have this movie, Fanboys. I don't know if you've seen it.
I've seen it, yeah.
Oh, that's fucking awesome, man.
Well, I have this movie called Galaxy Quest, and it's kind of the same thing.
All right, I haven't seen that one. I heard that.
Okay.
That's like a spoof of it as well, right?
Well, it's a spoof of Star Trek, but it's also like a tribute to Star Trek. It's a spoof and a tribute at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a tribute to the fans of Star Trek, let's put it that way.
It's a very overwhelming thing to get into, and I actually thought that was the same with Doctor Who as well, because that's been running for like the 60s. But I actually did some research and found out that just start from the reboot to where it's now, and it's like a proper thing to watch instead of like having all these segmented stories. And technically, you're watching like 4 different TV shows in one, tying it into one universe as Star Trek, but that's not the case. So interesting. But
technically, Star Trek is easier to follow than Doctor Who at times, but wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
I love to have intricate plots.
Oh well, yeah, you're gonna get some.
Awesome. Don't know when they arrive here, but as I'm through after a month of epic Adventure Time watching, I need a new TV show.
Yeah. Well, you got Firefly, which is if you like, or not Firefly, you have Farscape, which is essentially if you like Firefly, you'll like the Firefly and Buffy. You'll like the mindset of Farscape. If you like Battlestar, you'll like the mindset of Babylon 5, and then Doctor Who is just a wild ride. So hold on, because it's going to drag you along.
Sounds really interesting. So yeah, lots of new shows to watch.
Chance, you've been quiet.
Yeah.
What do you got to say?
Just listening. I don't have much to say. Because I haven't watched any of the shows you're talking about. I've watched several episodes of Doctor Who and several episodes of the Star Trek original series, but I'm a notorious procrastinator, so I just haven't watched them.
Yeah. The good thing about Doctor Who is up until season 6, it's all on Netflix. So.
Yeah, but I don't think the specials are on there though.
Yeah, I think they are.
Oh, really? Okay. Well,
I think they are. Yeah, they're just rolled into the seasons.
Okay.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, my box set comes with specials as well, so yeah.
Well, see, Doctor Who seems a little bit easier, like, to watch because it's kind of straightforward. It all just kind of goes until the end or whatever. But with Star Trek, it's like chronologically, like you should actually watch Enterprise first, which isn't the first series by a long shot.
I would roll the dice and say that you should probably never watch Enterprise at all.
Okay, well, I'm just saying chronologically.
Yeah,
speaking,
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
If you were to watch every episode of Star Trek, you would need to start with Enterprise, and then I don't even know original series.
You need to watch the original series.
Then the anime series.
You can skip the animated series. You need to watch the original series, TNG, and Deep Space Nine.
Okay, so skip Enterprise and Voyager completely.
If you feel the need to watch Voyager and Enterprise, it's there for you. But I would say as required viewing, TOS, TNG, and DS9.
And then you need to watch the first 5 movies after you finish the original series.
Okay. All right.
And then there's Generations in between.
Let me restart. TOS, Star Trek's 1 through 6, TNG, Star Trek 7 through.
Where's Generations?
Generations happens at the end of TNG.
Okay. See, I thought it was at the end of the original series.
It's wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. It involves both timelines.
Okay.
And then you watch DS9, or if you want to, you can watch TNG and DS9 concurrently when they interact. God, you're making this fucking terrible.
See, that's what I'm saying.
And then watch the Abrams movies. It's not that hard.
All right. Well,
that
I
makes
love
sense.
the Abrams movies. They're brilliant. I think that they're both really great. I have seen those. They're awesome. And then I own 1 through 6, and then Generations and First Contact, but I don't have the other Nemesis or Insurrection.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah, I hear they're not that great anyway. So.
Insurrection is a very expensive episode of the TV show, and Nemesis was a good movie, but the fact of the matter is that the director of the film was also a very famous editor, and he decided to make an action film out of it instead of a Star Trek film.
Oh.
So, there you go.
Well, I haven't watched any of them other than the Abrams.
Yeah, if you watch,
But I've watched lots of the original series.
Yeah.
I've watched probably 12, 15 episodes. I just I've seen several others throughout the years, but since starting at the beginning, I've watched 12, 15 episodes in there somewhere.
I read the script to Nemesis before I saw the film, and I was like, oh my god, this is going to be like awesome. And then I went and saw the film, and I was like, what the fuck happened? Because they edited out, they took out all the character moments and just left in the action. Yeah.
Well, that makes perfect sense.
Well,
that sucks.
The funny thing is the guy that directed Star Trek Nemesis is the guy that edited Casino Royale and Skyfall.
And I love both of those.
I know. It's like, dude, you were such a good editor. Why are you a terrible director?
I actually, sadly, I haven't seen Quantum of Solace. I have it, but I haven't seen it. But I loved Casino Royale and Skyfall.
I love Quantum of Solace, and it gets a lot of shit, but I think it's like a perfect bridge between Casino Royale and Skyfall.
Quantum of Solace as a standalone movie fucking sucks, but if you watch it together with Casino Royale in like one marathon,
it's a good
epic.
Epilogue. It's a good epilogue to Casino Royale.
But as a standalone movie, I really disliked it.
About like Matrix Reloaded.
Nothing is
not that bad.
Nothing is as bad as Matrix Reloaded. I like Revolutions, but Reloaded is like it's Reloaded. Oh
yeah, Revolutions
I
actually
love Reloaded.
Oh really?
What?
You're just saying that.
We're talking about the second movie, right? I love Reloaded.
Really?
No.
Fucking man. I was 13 years old, or no, 15 years old when I saw that movie. The epic action scenes in the middle on the highway.
Yeah.
That's about the only part of the movie that's any good, though.
See, this is the problem, and I think I've talked about this before. When like a single movie gets made and it gets really popular, and then they decide to make like a 2 and 3, and they expand the world so much that they don't really do anything with it. Yeah. And it's like the Ghost characters, the Ghost twins. I was like, visually they look great, but where do they fit in all this? You know? And it's like
kind of pointless.
That's kind of the thing.
That's the thing that, I work in the IT. I've been working with a lot of computers and things, and somehow the Matrix universe, for me, it all makes sense. I haven't watched them in a year, but I can all explain it. They're all programs, and it's their behavior, and it can get really intricate. And being in the industry, I understand all the terminology and everything, and that's why I really enjoyed it, and that's why I really struggled with Revolutions. Not having a lot of the in-Matrix parts, but I come to love the movie. I came to love it,
Third one's actually my favorite.
Yeah.
Of the three.
Well, I think the first one will always be my favorite because it's the most complete film. Like, you can watch Matrix 1 on its own, and it's done. Everything else is like, you need to watch everything to get everything else. But I will say that probably out of all the films, I find Revolutions to be the most human film.
Yeah.
Because the first two deal so much with the Matrix and the machines, and really when you look at Revolutions, it's all about like spiritual rebirth and things like that.
Yeah.
And
it's incredible.
Yeah.
I really need to go back and watch all three of them. Actually, it's been several years since I've seen any of them, but yeah. I feel the same kind of way to some degree about like the Lord of the Rings. Yeah. Like Return of the King is actually my favorite one, but I really feel like that if it had to happen, Fellowship could have been standalone. Like
almost, yeah.
Yeah, because at the end of it, it ended on kind of a high note. Like, and I felt like good after seeing it, whereas Two Towers...
You felt good after Boromir got a bunch of arrows stuck in him.
Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm like, it's like Sam and Frodo, like, on the mountaintop, like, really just kind of with a positive outlook toward their journey.
Yeah.
Like, I just kind of, it was uplifting. Whereas, 2 and 3 were just kind of doom and gloom the whole way. But I loved Return of the King the most. And I feel the same way about, like you just said, the Matrix. The first one could easily stand on its own because it was supposed to.
Yeah.
Like like you said, like they didn't decide to make Matrix 2 until several years later. I think the first one came out like 99.
They always do that. They always make a first standalone movie that's really good, and they make 2 and 3 back to back. Back to the Future, Pirates of the Caribbean, Matrix. You know.
Well, yeah, and Matrix Reloaded and Revolutions came out like a year apart.
No, not even that. It was like 6 months.
Half year. Yeah, May and November.
It was crazy, and I remember thinking, because it was when I was in high school, and I remember me and my buddy went and saw Reloaded, and then we looked at each other at the end like, holy shit, really? This is how they end this movie?
Uh-huh.
And I remember both of us were just thoroughly confused and kind of pissed when it was over.
There was groans in the theater when that movie ended. I was like, well, let's get out before the riot starts.
Yeah, no kidding. But then, to me, the third one came full circle.
Oh,
and it made it totally worth it.
What it is you have to look at it all as one movie.
Yeah, exactly.
And, like, Fellowship of the Ring will always be my favorite Lord of the Rings movie because it's the most magical. But because they're dealing with the Shire and the realm of elves. And then after that, you move into the realm of men, and it's not as magical. But that being said, I still haven't seen Desolation of Smaug yet.
Oh, I actually just watched Unexpected Journey a couple weeks ago for the first time.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, I really loved it.
Really? Because it felt to me like it was missing some of the soul.
I don't know. I think I just really like Bilbo's character way more than Frodo. For some reason. I don't know. There was times where I really thought Frodo was just kind of a whiny bitch and should just get on with it. But I mean, I get it. I can't possibly, if I was in his shoes, how I would react. But I don't know, man. I just thought that Frodo or Bilbo seemed like such a stronger character, like a stronger hobbit than Frodo. And I really loved the dwarves too. I thought it was really good.
I need to go. I'm probably going to go see it on my next day off because the prospect of Benedict Cumberbatch as Smaug is just that's too perfect, So, hey Mike, what other movies do you want to talk about?
Oh my God, are you serious? I have to mention this one, Battle Royale.
I have not seen that yet, but it's on Netflix, so I do plan on watching it.
Everybody's comparing it to like the Hunger Games.
No. Like everybody is comparing Hunger Games
to Battle Royale.
I haven't never seen or heard of Battle Royale till like a few weeks ago. So
fuck Hunger Games, man.
Hey,
I love the Hunger Games.
Hunger Games is still.
The book was brilliant.
The book was brilliant, but then the second book was okay, and then the third book was abysmal. But I did not like the movie. I didn't like the visual style.
I just like Jennifer Lawrence running around. I don't know about
That's what I'm saying.
Fuck, who doesn't love that girl right now, man? I love seeing all those boobies bounce up and down in American Hustle.
How what? How what? This is good.
We enjoy her.
X-rated.
But yeah, I have not seen Catching Fire yet.
I haven't either.
Me neither.
I have a hard time going out to the theater anymore. I don't know why.
Since March, I've only been once to the movie theater, and that was for Desolation of Smaug.
I think the last time I was at the theater was either Gatsby or it was Star Trek.
Yeah.
So that was like May of last year.
All right. Yeah, I had a movie monthly subscription that you can go into every movie that ended in March with, I believe, Jack the Giant Slayer as the last one.
Did you like that movie?
It was okay, pretty mediocre.
I caught like the last hour or so of it on like HBO or something, whatever it was, over at my in-laws, and I thought it was pretty good. I mean, not anything groundbreaking or incredible, but I liked it.
Sam Raimi directed that, didn't he?
No, it was Sam Raimi directed Oz the Great and Powerful.
Oh, there we go.
But Jack the Giant Slayer was directed by Bryan Singer.
Bryan Singer, okay.
Who did a way better fucking Superman movie than that crap-fast Man of Steel.
Oh,
man.
Shit.
It's a good thing Steven's not here right now.
I'm kidding. I love that movie. What are you talking about?
I fucking hated Man of Steel. I thought it had no identity of its own. It tried to replicate Wolverine's emo story. It had like a crappy Krypton world. I thought it was Avengers ripping off at the end. I did not like Superman. I did not like the Kevin Costner character, which made no sense what he did in the movie.
I bawled my eyes out.
Fucking Morpheus. What the fuck? I'm sorry. I really hated Man of Steel. I don't know. It was if I had to pick one movie, most disappointing movie of 2013, Man of Shit.
Bum, bum, bum.
Was it because you were expecting too much?
I was expecting Christopher Nolan, Batman-like Zack Snyder, which I really enjoy, except for that fucking Legend of the Guardians. But
see, I thought that movie was great too.
It was an okay movie, but
here.
I was waiting for you to say that, except for that.
Legend of Guardians
Watchmen.
was okay, but coming off Watchmen and Sucker Punch and Dawn of the Dead, which I think is one of the best fucking zombie movies in 300, Legend of Guardians, really. In any case, Man of Steel, I have no idea. That whiny Russell Crowe in the first 35 minutes and Krypton looked like fucking Resistance Fall of Man video game.
Looked like Vulcan.
Yeah, I'm not into Star Trek, but I envisioned Krypton as something else. And I can't remember them showing Krypton in full detail in the first 6 Superman films. Or 5? 5?
5.
So I fucking love Superman Returns. I really enjoyed that movie. I don't know what was wrong with it. And then Man of Steel came out, and I don't know, yeah.
It seemed kind of pervy whenever Superman was flying around, like, stalking on Lois Lane. That was kind of like, really? Like, that's what he's going to do? He's just going to, like, fly around and look at her while she's living her life with her husband? Really?
Yeah. But, you know, it had Kevin Spacey in it as well.
I did
really
like Kevin
enjoyed.
Spacey as Lex Luthor. But for me, I can't get excited over the Superman character.
That's true.
Yeah, it's just, there's nothing about Superman that excites me. I never have been excited about, except I remember when the trade paperback came out when Superman was killed by Doomsday. I got excited over that. But
I guess that's it. You know, the Superman character is not really that interesting. You know,
yeah.
Myself, I prefer Batman.
The old Max Fleischer cartoons from the 40s, those are fun to watch. But yeah, I always prefer Batman to Superman.
Yeah. So, but yeah, Man of Steel. You know, when he was roaming around in like this typical North American city, like that type of town, I was thinking like, man, am I watching X-Men 2 or?
Well, obviously you're not watching X-Men 2 because you didn't like it.
X-Men 2.
X-Men 2 was great.
X-Men 2 was indeed very great.
Yeah. What did you think of the Kick-Ass movies? Did you ever watch Kick-Ass?
Yeah, I watched both of them. I really enjoyed the first one, which was very fun. I really enjoyed it. Second one I felt was okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't really blown away by it as the first movie. It had to do with marketing, man. They marketed the hell out of one of my favorite characters or actors.
Yeah, the Jim
fucking
character.
Only 7 minutes in the fucking movie, man.
But it was a good 7 minutes. You gotta admit that.
Yeah, it was a good 7 minutes, but you can't put him on the main poster thinking like he's going to be the next villain or like the next help and then fuck him in the ass. Can't do that, man.
Yeah. I really liked, Kick-Ass 2 got a lot of shit. I really liked it. Like, I looked at it as like the Dark Knight of the Kick-Ass, what I hope to be the Kick-Ass trilogy, because it really kind of, like, as kind of goofy and weird as Kick-Ass 1 was. Like, Kick-Ass 2 kind of takes it in a little bit more of a serious direction with some of its
that's true.
moments. And I'm really hoping that they can get the funding together for Kick-Ass 3. I think that'd be, just make it a trilogy, finish it up.
I would say the same thing. And one thing though, Kick-Ass 2, best fucking Nicolas Cage movie that he has made in years. Even though you only see his fucking picture in the beginning, it's the best fucking Nicolas Cage movie in fucking years.
That's
Since
true.
the first Kick-Ass, probably.
It's probably the easiest paycheck he's ever gotten, too. Actually,
oh my god.
supposedly there was scenes written where he was going to be in the movie, but then they cut him before they started shooting.
Yeah,
so.
like Yoda style or something like that.
Well, it's like a flashback or something, but yeah.
Flashback, yeah.
But
man, my god, Nicolas Cage, how the mighty have fallen.
Well,
the guy won a Best Actor Oscar.
What was that for? Was that for Waking the Dead, or was that for Leaving Las Vegas?
Yeah, leaving Las Vegas.
Leaving Las Vegas. Yeah. Well.
And he should have gotten one for adaptation as well.
Yeah, I will agree with, because it's got one of my favorite lines in it where he's talking about is that towards the end where he's talking about that girl that he loved in high school, and then the brother's like, "Dude, she made fun of you all the time," and he's like, "I don't care. It was mine. You know, I didn't need her to love me back. I loved her." Yeah, I mean, I'm paraphrasing there, but it's such a good scene.
I really enjoyed that movie. Yeah, it was a really good one. But man, Wicker Man, best fucking Nicolas Cage movie ever. Oh my god, I laughed so hard in the movie theaters. People were getting angry.
Yeah, that reminds me of when I saw Doom in the theater. My friend and I were sitting there heckling the movie like Mystery Science Theater because it just got to the point where it was like, really.
So I'm interested to find out, how does a Doom fan enjoy the Doom movie,
which
I haven't watched.
There we go.
I love it.
Of course he does.
It's great. Okay, take it for what it is. It's a movie based on a video game about shooting aliens.
That's true.
With the fucking Rock.
Yeah, why not?
And that's it. I mean, it's just awesome.
Who better to do
it?
Yeah.
And Carl Urban.
Carl Urban. Yeah. One of his pre-fame roles, yeah. Well, it's kind of like...
It was after... Well, yeah, it was after Lord of the Rings, but...
Was it?
Yeah, pretty sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe it was.
He was in Lord of the Rings first, I think.
That guy, he was like... I never recognized him. Only recently I saw a picture of him, and I was like, oh yeah, that's fucking Éomer.
I think my favorite one's Dredd, though.
Well, but he's McCoy now.
Well, I still think my favorite role for him is Dredd, though.
Yeah.
He's great as McCoy, but Dredd is amazing.
No, trust me. As a Star Trek fan, there is no more perfect casting than him as McCoy. He nailed that part.
Dredd's awesome, though.
That irascible doctor. Yeah. But I can kind of see that, because there is sort of like Mortal Kombat, the movie. That's a pretty good video game movie. I mean, it kind of captures
the first one.
Yeah, it kind of Well, yeah. I mean, Annihilation. Well, or was it Armageddon? I can't remember. Annihilation. Yeah. Let's just
forget about that one.
Forget about that one.
I enjoyed the first Mortal Kombat movie.
Yeah, it's great.
That wasn't even in the games. But I watched that on TV a couple of times. I enjoyed it more than the Street Fighter crap fest.
The Street Fighter has a campy Raul Julia as M. Bison. It's got a wonderful cast.
Yeah. Gomez.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. His last role,
But yeah, other video game movies,
We talked about this in one episode.
Yeah, we did. I've always maintained that Silent Hill is a really good adaptation of a video game.
I haven't seen that.
I haven't played the games, but I actually loved both movies. Obviously, the second one was not near as good as the first, but since I haven't played any of the games, I really had a different kind of appreciation for the second movie. I know that you all had like a... was it you, Steven, and...
Scott.
No, it wasn't Scott. It was, what's his face? Danny.
Oh, yeah, it was Danny.
Yeah. And I just remember like reading the chat like while you guys were doing that. It's like you all three kind of hated it.
Yeah. Silent Hill Revelations? Yeah.
Revelations, yeah.
They need to make Silent Hill 2 into a movie.
I thought that was what the first one was.
No, the first movie is Silent Hill 1.
Okay.
The second movie is an adaptation of Silent Hill 3. And then Silent Hill 2 is its own...
So they've just skipped 2, then?
Well, because 2 is its own story.
Oh.
It doesn't have anything to do with the cult or anything like that. It's
I didn't know that, because I haven't played any of them. So.
It's standalone. And once you play Silent Hill 2, you'll realize why Pyramid Head in the movies is like...
Yeah, that's what I've heard. It's pretty dumb. But, I really was kind of freaked out like the first time I watched the first Silent Hill.
Oh yeah,
at Pyramid Head, like he was kind of terrifying.
Well,
like,
you should see him in the game when he's just like,
yeah,
because the first time you see him, you're in this hotel and you just walk down the hallway and he's just standing there on the other side of this metal grate looking at you, and you're like, what the fuck is that? You know?
uh-huh.
Oh my god, that game. Silent Hill 2. If you only play one Silent Hill game in your life, play Silent Hill 2, because it has the best story out of all of them.
Well, Haas has it, so I might snag it at some point and play it.
The only bad thing is you have to deal with the tank controls, but that's...
Which might kill it for me.
Well... yeah.
Silent Hill 2, Let's Play.
I'm
Are you just going to watch a Let's Play, Mike?
I don't know. I tried to get into the old school Resident Evil.
Yeah.
I wanted to get especially into Silent Hill 2, but the controls, man. Nah.
I remember buying that game back in the day, and I was like, graphics will never look better than this. This is like, because it was so cool with the filter over top of it to make it look all film grainy and stuff like that. I'm like, oh my god, this game. Of course, graphics got way better than that, but you always think that in that generation, like, how could graphics ever get better than this?
Yeah, but Silent Hill, I played the first one for maybe an hour or so, but I heard that the second one is supposedly the best, but as much as I love horror, I just never really delved into the horror genre in terms of gaming.
If you can be creeped out by a Let's Play, then just watch a Let's Play, because the tank controls can keep a lot of people away from playing those games. But man, I need to replay Silent Hill 2.
There's Corpse Party though. I have my Corpse Party.
That's true. I put that game down and I never went back to it.
Don't play Book of Shadows. The gameplay sucked.
Okay.
Just Corpse Party. Top-down 16-bit style. Kind of like an RPG, but it's actually a horror game.
Yeah. What did they change for Book of Shadows?
The top-down walking around is completely changed into like static imagery that you can explore. And the segments that they added were not very interesting, except for the final epilogue one that they added. It's kind of like a 1.5. They just added in extra chapters focusing on other characters. And then the big prologue and epilogue, which are supposedly setting up the new game called Corpse Party Blood Drive on the Vita, which I have no idea what the gameplay is going to be. If it's interesting gameplay, I would like to get that localized by the good people of Exceed.
Oh, if it's not overly text heavy, I don't know how well the last two have sold, but I'm sure they will if it's feasible for them.
I don't know. I think they've expressed interest into localizing Blood Drive, but as the game is not out yet or for a release date in Japan, we'll have to wait and see. Maybe it's 2015 though.
All right, gents. Well, I need to get going.
Yeah, I think I need to too. Mike, honest to God, I don't know how you're awake right now.
It's got to be like 6 a.m.
It's closing in on 6 a.m. and it's only midnight here, and I'm like zonking out a little bit. Because I woke up at 5 a.m. this morning, so that's kind of the reason. But I don't know how you're doing it. I don't know how you're doing it.
I'm taking over the podcast, man. It's my podcast.
I'm gonna shut down my computer, and Mike's still gonna be sitting over there talking. He's just gonna be recording himself. Fuck it, it's going up on my channel. I don't care. Welcome to Another Gaming Podcast.
It's another paid gaming podcast. Yeah.
I'm your host, Aero.
No, actually, to be honest, I'm kind of falling asleep for the last half hour.
Yeah.
So I'm going to catch some sleep. It will suck tomorrow when I have to get back to work on Monday, but
I'm not going to lie. This is going to be like people are going to see this on the oh my god, I can't even wait. Just like 5 hours? Are you kidding me?
5.5 at this point.
And the bad thing is the last hour and a half or 2 hours, we haven't even talked about Japanese RPGs.
I know, it's really not been a very JRPG heavy episode. That's that. But I think the same thing happened with Greg. Like we just didn't we got sidetracked on things. We just talk and we don't stick to topics. So Hey, folks, it's not going to get any more professional than this. So.
This is as good as it gets.
But that's good because, like, I keep thinking back to, like, when All Gen Gamers was really rigid in their topics, and it was kind of like, you didn't want to listen to it, and then, like, you kind of rather them just bullshit with each other for a while, you know what I mean? So I think that's what people tune in for. If they tune in for, like, rigid conversations, then there's other podcasts.
Well, as long as people enjoy watching it.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm very interested to find out who watched the entire fucking thing. Please comment it in the comments below.
If you make it through the entire 5 hours in one setting.
No way.
One sitting?
You gotta make it hard, because, I mean...
That's like an entire day at work for some people.
Well, put earphones in. What do you want?
We got to have like a code word or something like that we want to see in the comments. That means that they watched the entire episode.
Yeah, I almost wonder if I should just break this up into 2 parts, to be honest with you.
Yeah, maybe the with Steven and the non-Steven part.
We could almost work that way.
Yeah, because then it would just start off going, what a fucking cunt.
Oh, jeez.
Let that be the code word for this episode.
I really need to stop using the C word, because we're going to start losing our very limited female audience.
We better warn them.
Yeah, because I think this has more cursing than the Grub Gun episode did.
Oh my god. Is that possible?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, guys. When I'm getting tired, the F word is going to be used a lot more.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's go ahead and wrap this up. If you've made it to this point, thank you so much for listening.
You deserve a prize.
You deserve a prize. Mike.
Dedication.
Mike, honest to God, I don't think we could have a podcast long enough to cover everything we should probably talk about on a podcast. But, yeah, thanks for putting in the long hours, because, I mean, you've been, it's 6 a.m. where you're at right now.
Yeah. It's hardcore. I spent the entire night talking to you guys, but it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, no kidding. This is it's been a great episode.
Definitely.
Hopefully the Jack Ryan movie was fucking worth it, because Steven, we only spent 2 weeks trying to get this organized. Whatever, Jack Ryan. Anyway, I'm Dustin. I want to thank everyone for listening. Chance.
Yeah, thanks for watching, and check us out on our Facebook page. That'd be awesome.
And Mike will be continuing to record for the rest of the day as Another Gaming Podcast. So, Mike, go ahead and take us out.
All right. Thank you guys for the experience. I'll probably be back someday when I really take over this podcast. It's going to be mine. All right. Talk to you guys later.
Everyone have a good time.
Peace.